Happy New Year, Warband. Oh. So we're finishing off with two, and should we crash, I think I know how to get back in this time. So we should be uninterrupted at least all the way till midnight. And we'll get through the four of these, and then I don't know, maybe we'll wrap the year up with something special. We'll just kind of wing it. First of all, we've got Connell McCracken, Sig Nielsen, Sotnar, Forno Raisin, Postnut Clarity, August Lion, and Frost and Matria. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. Glad you'd all join me for this New Year's. So, yes, we are continuing with the examination of Think Before You Sleep. For those of you who don't know what's going on, which might be some of you, I don't know. Sean of Think Before You Sleep, quite a while back, accused the people who were calling him out for being a simp and a cuck for dating the Sid the Sloth, Brittany Venti, that he said, well, you people don't know my history, you don't know me, you haven't done enough research. Well, I thought, you know what, that sounds like a great idea, and thanks again to Matria for providing a link to his archived videos, which, despite the Mgtow beer being taken down, this archive was uploaded, and I am incredibly thankful because this is content for ages. Alright, seriously, the amount of videos here, let me just go back and double check how many. Yeah, there's like 69 videos that are unsorted. Just a ton. Over 113 videos total. We're only, well, heck, I've got 113 listed. That's not counting the other ones. Like in total here. Yeah, we're getting about 150 videos, give or take. So, yeah, it's a bit and a half. Videos need to be their own YouTube channel. Well, I'll get them all archived, and then, we'll see what happens. More so, it's just, royal pain in the butt, putting together a thumbnail for every single video, and then editing it, processing it, uploading it, scheduling it. But I will try to work on the playlist. Just, I don't know, I just do too much of a variety of content. I got too many interests. I don't know, I jump around enough. Hopefully the playlists at the very least will make things easier. But we'll just hit the record button and we'll jump right into it. Jump right into the roast. I've got a little bit of beer, and when I run out of beer, I was lucky enough to be given a whole bunch of Captain Morgan for Christmas, so we'll see how sober I am by the end of 4 of these videos. Alright, so let's start the segment. We are continuing our examination into the history of Sean of Think Before You Sleep with this episode 53, titled If Only. Let's jump right into it on 1.5 times speed.
I remember watching a documentary about 5 or 10 years ago on World of Warcraft and about people who pathologically play the game. And there was like maybe 4 different groups of people who were in this documentary, but I remember 2 of them. There was one guy who was going to like video game rehab, and there was another group of people that they shifted to different people. And so there's like the one guy, then they shifted to the group of people. But there's this group of people who were like a bunch of like college friends, or basically like the college frat Warcraft party, and they like graduated, they're already in their jobs, but they were kind of not really advancing because they were playing World of Warcraft all the time. They were doing raids, or like the new expansion pack came out, so we got to get the next 10 levels, and we got to get them like within 3 days. So we're
Yay. I bet you that when those guys got isekai into World of Warcraft, they did not regret a second of all that lost time. Sorry, I've been reading a lot of isekai with MMO grinders as the protagonist, so it's been kind of fun.
gonna take off of work, we're gonna buy a bunch of Cheetos and look like that South Park episode until we get these levels done. But there's one thing in that documentary that was said that really kind of weirded me out. It was from the guy who went to the video game rehab, and he said that he played World of Warcraft so much where he's basically playing like 16-hour days or like 18-hour days, not sleeping and just playing video games all day. He's unemployed, and basically this game was his entire life. But he had played this game so much that he said when he stopped playing it, he walked outside, and outside didn't seem real anymore. It seemed like the game was the real world and not the outside. Now, I actually followed up on this person because I remember talking about him in one of my yoga classes about 2
Now, yeah, I'll interject with a bit before we go too far, but I mean, that kind of makes sense. Like, what do we truly see as the real world? It's what we have the most interaction with, what we have the most emotional investment with. Something only feels real if we care about it. Like, you can look on the news and you can see all kinds of disasters and all kinds of conflicts and all kinds of horrors going on all around the world. But they're all in these little bite-sized things. You can go to a place where like these things are kind of happening. You can go to a foreign place for a tour, but if you're not there long enough, if you just kind of stick to the basic tour patterns, or in the I don't know what you call it, the walk around. I don't know. It's kind of like you're looking at animals at the zoo, I guess. Like, you're not actually a part of the world. You're just viewing it from an outsider looking it in on a very safe route. Like, you're walking along a boardwalk in a nature conservatory. Like, don't step off the boardwalk and actually interact with anything here. Just observe it from the designated path and don't do anything else. Like, yeah, those things, they wouldn't feel as real as the stuff that you interact with every single day. The people that you talk to. So yeah, if you're doing 16 to 18 hour days for God knows how many months at a time, I can see why the real world wouldn't really feel real. You'd have no basis for connection in it anymore. You wouldn't have any social connection. Heck, you probably wouldn't even... God, imagine like if you ask that guy, like, hey, without looking up on the internet, what does grass look like? What's the sky look like? Describe a cloud. Probably wouldn't be able to give you an answer outside of World of Warcraft stuff. Spooky, perhaps, but I guess I'm kind of reminded of the Truman Show. Where it's like, dude believes he's in the real world, but it's really just a big sound stage created around him. It's like, well, it's all he's ever known. Not until he actually tries to leave that he has any sense that things are wrong. But let's keep going.
years ago. And he, because at the end of the documentary, it sounds like this guy who went to like video game rehab is doing pretty well. But you know, from the way he was saying it, I've listened to a lot of crazy people. I've listened to a lot of people who say things but do something else. And so this guy's like, I'm going to get better. I'm getting a job. Things are going well, and this is it for me. Like I'm going to turn my life around. And I looked, it's like 5 years later or 6 or 7 years later, and he's right back to playing World of Warcraft all day.
Yeah, well, the documentary has to feed the minds. Like, once you see and understand documentaries, I think there was a great episode of House that dealt with kind of the documentary stuff, where they edit it to create a specific narrative, regardless of what the real actual results were. I think there was another one on a feral child. It was like a dramatization of this psychologist who basically tried to rehabilitate a child that had known nothing but the wilderness ever since he was basically a toddler. I don't know. Again, kid survived off in the middle of the woods for years upon years and was completely beyond any sort of civilization, socialization. It was a lot like, you know, a trained chimp, really. Sure, you could get him to wear clothes, but very much like a trained animal. And despite this dramatization of it, making it look like, oh yeah, he, you know, eventually ascended and became closer to real humans, like, no, he never actually got there in reality. So, yeah, not truly surprising that a documentary misled its viewers into a hopeful case of optimism.
well, just to say that these things are addiction's a lot more complicated than you think, and you really have to get a lot of things going for you to get rid of your addictions. And if you don't have those things going for you, you either go right back to the addiction, or you'll substitute the original addiction for another one. So I'm going to go from World of Warcraft all day, and I'm just going to play some other game all day, or I'm going to start smoking, or I'm going to start drinking, or doing whatever. But I've actually been wanting to make this episode for a while, probably since I started my YouTube channel. I just didn't know how to articulate it. But to talk about people who get hyper-focused on
random guy, kid surviving alone in the woods is almost impossible. Like, I know, that's what was weird, but I'd have to actually look it up. But no, it was an actual thing, apparently. They did actually find this kid who basically been living in the woods for years and was known as a feral child. Like, I learned this in high school, so it was like almost 20 years ago. So, I don't know. Like, I don't remember the details, but I do remember that was apparently a thing. Certainly not a common thing, but yeah, for us, you probably saw like a similar point out for the videos, like old black and white movie. That was the dramatization of it, but yeah, it was weird, but get it, like being in that kind of environment, couldn't really adapt to regular life. Anyway, side tangent. Let's get back to addiction's an issue. Well, here's how I had to quit smoking. I had to stop buying cigarettes. I also had to get away from everyone else who was smoking, but it helped that I actually had things going on. If you have literally no connections outside of the video game, and you're constantly given access to it, and you constantly got people saying, "Hey, when are you gonna come back?" It's installed on your computer and you're at your computer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you took that same guy, tossed him into the middle of nowhere and made him work on a farm with no internet access or even computer access for a while, where he's forced to socialize with people, he'd probably be able to make some kind of connections. But if you take the crackhead out of the crack den for a while, put him through rehab, and then toss him right back into the crack den, don't be surprised when he starts smoking crack again.
Self-improvement, but not real self-improvement, or they get hyper-focused, like the old comic nerd who has every single Superman comic, but just doesn't do really well in his life, or again, people who play RPGs all day, and I know from experience in that case, or people who watch lots of shonen anime. Shonen means boy in Japanese, so anime for like young boys, and those shonen anime are always based off of like Dragon Ball would be a very popular example of that. The new Dragon Ball, the new popular show would be Hero Academia or Naruto, and these are all shows where there's certain words I've learned in Japanese because of shows like this, where it's like it says it all the time. And so one of the words in Japanese I've learned from the show is these shows is seicho, which means like you've improved, and because that's what these shows are based on. They're based off of getting better, which is a message that's very attractive to men, because that's getting more powerful, getting your ninja skills up, or making sure that your level's higher, or whatever your numbers are. That's how you become a successful male. That the problem is that what games have done, what these shows have done, is they've kind of done it for you. But the idea is that this is supposed to be an example for most people who don't have that addictive personality that way. It's like, oh, I watched this really cool superhero movie like the Avengers, and I become more inspired to do this. Or I watched the Rocky montage from Rocky 4, The Heart's on Fire, where he fights the Russian, who fights Dolph Lundgren, and I'm inspired to go work out. That would be a more positive and healthy way of taking these things. But the people who take this stuff negatively, or people like, speaking of anime, there's a very, very popular format of anime called isekai, which means another world.
Oh, hey, we actually end up coming back to isekai. All right. Well, this might end up being an isekai versus couch or isekai raid. Let's see where this goes.
Where you have this person who is like, there's a show called No Game No Life. There's Shield Hero. There's what's that? That time I got reincarnated as a slime. And there's more than that. Sword Art Online, another really popular one. And it's like if you were to look at all the list of recent animes that have come out, or recent shows that come out, recent manga that's come out, it's all like isekai. It's all like I was transported to this other world. Because I think that's popular for people who chronically watch anime. Because I've heard a lot of people say, if I was just in this other world, I'd be doing well. I'm a loser right now. I play video games all day. In Japan they call it hikikomori, if I said that word right, which basically means you're someone who doesn't leave the house, and you basically play video games and watch anime all day. If I can go from being someone who's a shut-in to being the most powerful person on the planet if I was just in this fantasy world where I had magical powers and crap like that. And my argument has always been, I don't think I've actually ever articulated this argument to anybody, but if you were in that world, if you were in the Dungeons and Dragons world, if you were in the isekai world of Sword Art Online, or whatever hero show you want to be in, or fantasy world you want to be in, you would be just as much of a loser as you are now.
No, not necessarily. Because here's the biggest thing with many of these. They have set improvements. Like, most of society, Japanese society especially, punishes exceptionalism. Like, you are supposed to fit into the predetermined mold that society has for you, and if you don't, you are punished and you are kicked further down. Like, there's an old Japanese movie called Ikiru, if I remember correctly. It's about this guy who he works as upper level government official. And then he finds out that he's got cancer and he's got like 6 months left. And he's like, crap. What am I supposed to do with my life? He has an existential crisis. And through an encounter with first a writer and then a younger coworker, he realizes that, like, I don't have any passion. I don't care about anything in this world. I followed everything by the book. Like, my son's okay. I don't need to do anything. What meaning is there in what remains of my life? I didn't even consider it until I was about to die. And so he takes on this plot point that came on very early in this movie, where it was a petition from a group of women to fix up some kind of underpass area, I believe it was. And so he spends his last remaining months of his life making sure that this project to deal with the underpass is done. Like, he dedicates himself to that level of work more so. And his co-workers, piecing this together after the fact, like, they all drunkenly swear, oh yes, we're going to take it. We're going to be inspired by this. We're going to be the kind of person that he was when he knew he was dying and he truly lived for his job. And then the next day, they're just back to normal. They're back to their normal, uncaring, push it off to the back burner, don't really take any initiative. And the one youngest guy, like, when he sees this, he stands up like he's about to protest. And everybody else looks at him and asks him, What's going on? What do you want? And he sits back down, realizing it's futile. And that's modern society. That's modern society. You try to do something exceptional, you have to literally have nothing left to lose in order to really gain that courage to do that extra exceptional thing, because you stop caring about the long-term consequences. Whereas when you actually have to, hold your job in society because you do have a future to care about, you're going to hold back. You're going to restrict yourself because society will knock you down. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. But in an isekai world, particularly in one that has, actual visible metrics for your improvement. You improve in your swordsmanship. You improve in your magic. Like, studying brings benefits. Tangible, workable benefits. Like, you can grind. You can get skills. There's all kinds of different isekais with varying power levels and growth levels. Like, there's stuff where the growth level is as insane as Black Summoner, and then there's stuff that is almost too brutally realistic, like Grimgar. Wide spectrum of it, but it all has the same principle, which is what games provide. You put in the effort, you get the reward. And modern society does not do that, especially in the workforce. Like, you are almost impossible to find, like, hey, you go in here, you start in the mailroom, and through freaking hard work and a go-getter attitude and an observant state of mind, like, you can work your way up through the ranks to eventually becoming the owner of a company. Like, you can own the company, you can become a high-ranking executive. All that kind of stuff. Like, that's the dream that's promised, and that is not how the real world works. Nowadays, if you want to advance through your career, you job hop every 2 months. Not every 2 months. Every 2 to 3 years, you quit your current job, you go to another job, and you get a higher rate of pay than the person who's been sitting in the cubicle beside you, putting in 110% for the company. And the corporate world of Japan, 100%. Like, so much of isekai, like, yeah, it's the shonen genre for kids, but the writers are often office workers. There's more than a few, whereas, like, yeah, they're very clearly people who have been in the professional field. They followed the guiding path all the way through life, and then they got stuck in a dead-end, white-collar office job. A normal job, a standard life, and they're like, I need to get out of this. So, no, like, these people wouldn't be losers, necessarily. Some of them, maybe. But a bunch of them would at the very least probably find more satisfaction in life going out and being able to see actual returns on the effort that they put into life rather than like putting in all their effort any day and seeing no returns for it. And so eventually they go like, well, why should I put in 110% at a company that absolutely does not care about me? Like, why should I be putting in all this effort for a superior that barely even notices I exist? The amount of isekais I've read where, like, the reincarnated dude is, like, mentioning previous bad business practices by the superiors. It's like, yeah, this is a thing. This is absolutely a thing. And that's why there's so much of this hikikomori stuff in Japan. Because they don't have anything to work for. I mean, shit, like, what's the top part of the fantasy in most of these isekais? A loyal woman. Imagine that. A loyal woman. That's what so many of them want. To the point where many of them can't even believe that a woman would be loyal unless she's magically compelled by a freaking slave collar. So, no, this idea that, like, oh, if I was only in this fantasy world, I'd be better. It's like, well, yes, I'm sure many of them would be. Because the biggest fantasy about... Like, there's two fantasies for the fantasy world. One is that the fantasy world is a meritocracy. Like, yeah, you get OP powers and whatnot, but a lot of the time, it's a meritocracy. And two, there's actual loyalty and decency with people. They're not 100% scumbags. I don't know how many of you read isekai, but you read that and you kind of realize that one of the biggest fantasies is that there's so many good and decent people in this world. Yeah, August like, a loyal woman. I do like fantasy and science fiction. Exactly. It's like, how do I know that this is a fantasy novel? Because the woman is actually supportive and loyal through hard times. But I've ranted on for quite a bit. Let's see if we can get through this, or at least see what his counter argument is.
Because the fact of the matter is that if you're going to get all these fantastic things, you don't get it without actually working hard. And the kind of the trick of video games is that they allow you to improve without really doing that much. Like, if you want to get good at World of Warcraft, all you have to do is just go find a bear and just kill that bear shitloads of times. And there's really no thought to it. When you want to build an actual skill, you can, yeah, there's a certain amount of repetition that goes in. Like,
I would fucking challenge you to play EVE Online, buddy. I've actually been considering myself like, hey, it would be interesting to try an EVE Iron Man challenge where I had to literally craft everything myself. I couldn't buy it from another player. And I thought, like, damn, that would be a major time sink. No, like, if you want to be good, like, really good on some MMOs, yeah, a bunch of them don't get you, like, cause various problems. But that's when people create self-imposed challenges in order to make games harder. The Iron Man challenge in RuneScape is one of the oldest ones. But no, it's not that it lets you do something for very minimal effort. Because, like, let's compare the reward. Like, what's the reward for killing a bear in, say, World of Warcraft? A couple coins. I'd say gold, but really, considering that a gold coin is probably worth like $1,000 to $2,000 real world money, gold is severely undervalued in MMOs. But that's a whole other issue. But like, you maybe get a couple coins from killing the one bear, and maybe a pelt, which might be like a low tier crafting item. What do you get for killing a bear in real life? Well, the pelt is worth a lot, for one. And you get the bones. And you get all the meat. Like, if you actually manage to get everything that you would normally get from an animal. And Dwarf Fortress is great for this because, yeah, it gives you everything. Like, that's the thing. The effort put in versus the reward. The reward for taking out a bear is completely piddly in compared to what you'd actually get off a bear. And, yeah, likewise, the effort is too. But it's also a simulation. Like, what are you expecting? You expecting this to be like the equivalent of Cabela's or something? It's... But whatever. Let's see where he's going with this. Maybe he'll have another point for me to tear apart.
I've been working a lot with classic video games recently, and I've been trying to put a high definition chip in my Nintendo, my original Nintendo, which it's called the NES High Def Mod, which has been quite the pain in the ass today. I've been having some problems, but hopefully it'll all work out. And I had to practice this skill, and so I had to practice soldering for about 6 months, and so that included me taking batteries off of video games. So like old video game cartridges don't save unless they have a battery in them, and so those batteries are soldered in, so you got to desolder them, resolder a new battery, and there's multiple variants of that. So you can solder just a regular battery in, you can solder a battery in with tabs. So
you had to practice for 6 months? I don't even think I watched a tutorial video when I had to replace a screen on my PSP. 6 months of soldering to do a circuit board? What? That's... I learned how to solder during summer camp. And not even all of summer camp. It was just like a bit of a side project, like soldering in high school. Like computer shop class. Like, that wasn't even a 6-month thing. 6 months to learn how to solder? It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. Whatever, let's see where he's going with this.
that way, if I'm soldering a battery for a friend, like I have a friend who's going to play Shadowrun, and that game has a battery into it, but he doesn't know how to change, he doesn't know how to solder. So what I'll do is I'll put a little case in there that he could just pick a battery in and take it out. So if it ever goes out again, he can just do it himself. There's that. You can also change the battery without losing the save data of the game, which is quite hard. But all that's just repetition, because you can solder batteries, and I've soldered probably over 100 batteries at this point, just trying to get good at that skill. So that's repetitious. That's very, like, just me killing the bear over and over again to get a higher level in World of Warcraft. But at some point, if you're going to get, so I might be able to go from level 1 to level 5 by doing the soldering of the batteries. But if I'm going to go to level 5 to level 10, I'm not going to be able to do that by doing the same thing over and over again. I'm actually going to have to go and do a new experience.
Okay, yeah, well, that's shown in MMOs by scaling stuff based off your level. Like, if you take on something that is significantly higher than you in experience points, you usually get a lot relative to your level. Because there's two ways to do it. Either the amount of experience that you gain for completing a task exponentially decreases the higher level you are, or the amount of experience that you get is absolute piddling compared to the amount of experience you require. Like, maybe at level 1, you only require 10 experience points in order to level up, and a bear gives you 5. Like, sweet, I only need to kill 2 bears to get to level 2. But then by the time you get to level 10, you need, like, 5,000 experience points. And so you need to kill 1,000 freaking bears, assuming that the amount of XP doesn't reduce even further, which is just completely time inefficient. This is a staple of MMOs to constantly compel you to craft higher grade materials or to craft or to combat stronger enemies in order to actually gain levels at hires, because they want to push you through the content. They don't want that experience like in South Park, which, I mean, I'm assuming that you've played video games, but it also just kind of sounds like you just watched that one Warcraft episode of South Park and then formed your opinion off of that. Considering that 90% of what you appear to do is watch or consume media, wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, like, imagine having to kill that same boar or whatever it was, like, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of times to level up. Like, good God. I don't know if it's even possible, like, actually possible, to hit, like, level 60 in World of Warcraft by killing one beginner level boar. Like, that's not the game experience. At least not a good one. A good one considered, like, guides you through stuff. Like, if I want to do high level stuff in Eve, which I just kind of use as the basis for, like, a more complex, heavily skill required MMO. Like, in Eve, if you want to do a major raiding fleet, you gotta follow orders. Like, being a commander of a fleet in Eve, that is not a trivial matter. Like, you gotta coordinate between, at the very least, several, if not dozens, of people. Get them all coordinated, and all those people need to be able to follow orders. I mean, is it less complicated than piloting an actual starship? Sure. It's not like you're playing one game. I don't know. There's one game that's basically Spaceship Simulator. I forget it off the top of my head. But, like, yeah, there's more complicated space sim games. But, like, you gotta call your targets, coordinate with everybody via voice chat. You've got commanders and sub-commanders. Stuff like that takes actual skill and coordination to pull off. High-level play on Eve is bloody near impossible to do. And if you want to be an amazing solo pilot, well, there's some stuff you just can't do, but being able to maintain your distances, know your weapons inside and out, know your ships, have proper targeting angles. There's so much intricacy. I guarantee you, learning how to be a skilled pirate in EVE Online is significantly harder than learning how to solder a circuit board. Like, if you wanted to become a skilled pirate in EVE Online, 6 months of hardcore training with a mentor might get you to be decent. Whereas, like, if you have someone teaching you, I'm pretty sure that less than a month of soldering stuff will get you competent enough to upgrade your fucking NES or whatever. But let's continue. Elite Dangerous, that's the one. Post that clarity. Yes, Elite Dangerous. That's the basically Spaceship Simulator. Like, I'd play it in VR, but you really need a joypad. It is so hard to try to play that with mouse and keyboard when you can't see your mouse or your keyboard. But I digress. Let's continue.
And so what video games do a lot of times is that they will take the idea that they will take you out of having to actually go do something new to improve, and they'll just make it so you can do the same thing over and over again. They'll put you in your comfort zone. Whereas if you're actually going to improve, you have to be way out of your comfort zone. Like, think of it this way.
Now, again, a good game is constantly pushing you out of your comfort zone by minimizing the rewards for being in your comfort zone. It's a trap that game designers constantly try to do. One of the big examples is this one game, The Swindle, which I do have a stream on. It has a 100-day time limit, and in that 100 days, you need to play through all the zones to get enough money in order to do the unlock and do the final mission. And if you fail the final mission, then you got to pay for it to do it again, and if you let it reach 100 days, then it's over. Like, you lose. So the game is constantly pushing you to step outside your comfort zone to do the bigger, more dangerous jobs take the bigger, more dangerous heists because players will, like, I think to quote, I forget who, but they'll optimize the fun out of a game. So game designers need to introduce mechanics to constantly push people out of their comfort zone so they don't optimize the fun out of the game. Because originally the swindle didn't have that time limit, and then people would just stick in the easy levels, pick up the easy cash, and then just constantly grind out the way until the final level. So, like, bad game design keeps you in your comfort zone. Good game design is constantly trying to push you to being just on the edge of what you're capable of. But, of course, you're not going to differentiate between that because you have a point to make, and God forbid there be evidence against your point. Let's continue.
You're in this other world that you've been transported into, and this other world is extremely dangerous. You're being attacked by wolves and monsters and crap like that, and you're on the verge of death. And that's why you improve in that world. But if you weren't willing to do that in your own world, you're not going to be willing to do it in the new world. And so the big part of this is that games will allow you to improve without taking any risk. Whereas if I'm going to get the power to do things that are more complicated, like it's installing a high definition mod into my Nintendo, I might have to learn how to use a desoldering gun. I had to learn how capacitors work because I saw some funky shit on one of the capacitor caps on the Nintendo board, and people said, "Hey, you got to replace that, or it's going to fuck up your system." So, by the way, all this is a massive risk because these mods, if you've ever looked at the High Def NES mod, is $150 for the base set. Plus, if you get the bells and whistles, it's about $180. And then a Nintendo is $40, and all this, the equipment's a lot of money. Plus, I burned myself a couple times with a soldering iron.
That's $300 at absolute most. $300. Is that supposed to be a lot? Like, I don't know. I don't consider like $300 to be a, oh my god, like this is equivalent to a life or death situation. It's a $300 investment that you might screw up. I mean, it's not optimal to be sure, but heck, I know some guys that. Well, heck, I know one guy who's into, pew pew sticks. And he blows a crap ton on ammunition. Like, oh well. Heck, I probably blow that much monthly on miniatures. But like, again, I wouldn't say that like, oh no, that's terrible. It's like, no, you accept that you're gonna make some mistakes and you just embrace it. And I mean, hey, if you actually screw it up, heck, I've got one of my freaking old 3DSs that I've screwed up trying to repair. It's like, okay, well, that's a pain in the butt, but now I've got something that's a bunch of spare parts for the next one. So, bleh. Like, this guy's complaining that, like, heck, what, $200? Maybe $300 if you include shipping and whatnot? For an investment? It's like, that's nothing. You can't even buy like a proper welding kit to learn actual welding. I think I've blown more than that on power tools. Like, hardly something to consider like a life or death investment here. Freaking $300 worth of old console and upgrades. But whatever. He wants to think himself some brave hero for daring to upgrade his old NES with high def. So whatever. Let's let him have his fantasy.
Just getting frustrated, which mistakes that could have been avoided. But for the most part, there's a monetary risk. There's a risk of time. There's lots of things that are going on here that could go wrong, and I totally fuck this up, but that's what makes it valuable. Valuable things are things that are difficult. If everybody could do this, and if there was no risk required, then nobody would care, and that's why nobody cares what level World of Warcraft character are, how high your level is in RuneScape, or nobody cares if you beat the latest Final Fantasy game, because anybody can do that. Those games are designed so that anybody can do them. But my main point here is that there are so many amazing things that you can do in the real world that you don't need the video games. You don't need the World of Warcraft getting to level 80 or getting to level 90 or whatever Final Fantasy game.
What? Like what? Like, your amazing example is you upgraded an NES console by soldering in some components following an online tutorial. You certainly didn't look at your NES and go, you know, I'd like this to be HD, and then do all the computer science research necessary to figure out how to do such a thing. Nor do any of the computer engineering research or invest in the components to create the components required to do such a thing. Now, someone else laid out the path for you. You just walked it. And you're going to criticize people because they walked a slightly less difficult path that was laid out for them? Really?
You don't need the superhero comics. You don't need the superhero movies. You don't need the shonen anime or the isekai anime. That says if I was just in a different world, I would, and I had magical powers, I'd be like the best sorcerer ever. You don't need that shit. There's so much good stuff that you could do right now that would make your life way better and that you're not doing. And
like what? Just again, here's the thing. Go to this other world, there's tangible benefits to doing it. Like, most people don't do things just for the bragging rights. They don't acquire skills just to say, oh, hey, I acquired this skill. They usually have some larger purpose. There's a quote from one of the Hitman games, which, I mean, seems kind of weird, but basically, like, power isn't the point. It's the thing that gets you the thing. Sounds kind of silly, but it makes sense to me. Like, you don't do this kind of stuff because you just want to have the ability to do it. There has to be, that typically is, some sort of larger goal that you want to accomplish. And acquiring the skill is just a stepping stone to that goal. So, at least, I think he's going to give any examples in the next 3 minutes. Like, point out what all this cool, amazing stuff is that you can absolutely do in your real life to make yourself better or awesome. I doubt he's going to. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Said this stuff before, you have to find out whatever it is you like. Maybe you're someone who likes drawing, maybe you're someone who likes fixing stuff, maybe you're someone who likes cooking. Like, what is it that you like? What is it that you like that you'd be willing to work on that other people would want from you? Because that's kind of the big key. Like, I really love playing video games all day, and I love working at that. But nobody gives a fuck what level my World of Warcraft account is. Nobody gives a fuck about how well I did this one game. So I have to find out what people care about that I care about, and that might be, you know, food's probably a pretty easy one. Learning languages is a pretty easy one.
No one gives a shit if you know another language. Seriously. No one cares. You're probably going to pull up Japanese. Like, guess what? What the fuck are you going to do with your ability? Like, it was like, oh, I know Japanese. It's like, okay, good for you. So what? Are you going to translate manga? Like, are you going to put subtitles on anime? No? No, you're going to do nothing with that? It's just kind of a cool thing that you can brag to your friends about? What's the point? Like, did you say cooking? Like, what, are you cooking for me? No, you're not cooking for me. Are you going to be a chef in a restaurant? Because typically people acquire these skills because they have some sort of professional purpose. Like, drawing and painting, like, whoop-de shit. Yeah, I know how to draw. I know how to paint. Guess what? Usually the amount of payment that you receive for such a thing is not worth the time investment. Like, would I rather work for 3 hours to get a freaking $10 commission on Fiverr? Or would I rather work a real job and make like $20 to $30 per hour? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take the fucking bullshit work and I'm gonna take the money for that work and then I'm gonna do what I want in my free time. Maybe that's something that requires a higher level of skill like drawing or painting. Maybe it's playing a video game. I'm not using it to benefit society as a whole. I'm doing it for my own enjoyment. And if that's me laying in bed reading a fucking light novel, then that's me laying in bed reading a light novel because I've already done my duty and I've learned enough skills to earn enough money to pay for the ability to have that bit of luxury.
being an auto mechanic, what is it exactly that you want that you'd be willing to work on? And it's not just going to be good for other people, but it's going to be good for yourself too. It's going to make you a lot happier. Like, when they do these movies, they hit those notes. Like Karate Kid was a big one. I've heard a lot of people say this. Like, you watch like Karate Kid, or you watch Sidekicks, whatever martial arts movie it is, and like you get inspired to go do some martial arts. Like, I want to go train. I want to go learn how to fight. Or like, I remember more recently, I was watching Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange goes to the Academy of being a sorcerer. He sucks, and then he's got like this I don't know, several year montage. I imagine it was several years. Certainly, you couldn't learn how to be like a professional on something in a month. But let's say he goes to the several year montage where he's progressively getting better. There's some music playing. There's some intense crap going on. And it's like, wow, I really want to get something done. I want to go do this. In fact, a lot of times if I'm watching a movie like that at home, I will watch the montage, stop watching the movie, and I'll go do whatever improvements. I'll go have to study. I'll have to go study Japanese, or I'll go work on something on YouTube.
Okay, study Japanese. For all your studying of Japanese, what have you monetized? You monetize your ability to spout bullshit on the internet, to criticize pop culture. That's what you have done with your skill set. No one gives a shit. Not once in any of the videos that I have seen of you has your ability to translate Japanese ever come up, ever been relevant, ever been useful, ever been necessary. You watched a Marvel movie and got inspired, and you're like, oh wow, mid-montage, I got up and had to go study Japanese. Like what? Did you open your phone to Duolingo and do a couple quick tests real quick while Doctor Strange was paused? Or what, did you watch it in theater and get up out of the theater and be like, I cannot watch any more of this. I'm too inspired by this montage. I need to go make a real change in my life and learn a skill that I'll never put to any practical use. But I need to be able to brag to other people that I know Japanese. Why do I need to know Japanese? Because I watch anime and I want to be able to understand anime better. It's like, yeah, so did everyone else in high school. Like, literally, that was the thing. Like, why do you want to learn Japanese? Oh, well, because I watch a lot of anime. Like, congratulations. Well, now all these localizers who apparently know Japanese are too busy inserting their own agendas, so they're going to be replaced by AI. I mean, am I curious? Yeah, sure, but, I got like a backlog of several dozen light novels, because guess what? It was like, is me reading this light novel so essential that I need to go learn Japanese how to do it? Oh, wait, there's a whole bunch of people doing that stuff for free already? Well, maybe instead of learning Japanese, what I should do is instead go onto these web novel publications where people have already translated it for free, and instead just edit it into a far more readable format that can then be published for people to consume easier via ebooks or whatnot. Because I guarantee you, that's going to be a more productive, more desirable, more easily monetizable part of my life than translating from Japanese. Oh, my God, man.
YouTube, or I'll go read a book. It's like, what about Doctor Strange is self-improvement.
Read a book? Read a book? You were so inspired by a Doctor Strange montage that you had to go read a book. What book? What bloody book? It's a fucking Marvel movie. 90 minutes. Like, assuming this montage happened 30 minutes in, you couldn't wait an hour. You were so out of this movie. You gave so few fucks about the plot of this movie that you need to stop it immediately and go read a book. I have never heard of anyone in my life who has been so inspired by a montage in a movie that they watched that they had to stop the movie and immediately go do something to improve themselves. Like, read a book. What book? I read tons of books. Guess what? Most of them are isekai. Are they improving me? I'm learning, like little bits of trivia about like agriculture or like various bits of politics, or I'm getting some it's not that they have no value, but it's not like I'm reading like the history of the Roman Empire or music theory or accounting. I don't fool myself to think that just inherently reading a book is improving my life. But whatever. Fucking literally 60 seconds left. Let's wrap this up. Good God, I've been ranting for almost an hour.
And I got to go self-improve now. And so you can actually use these things that may have been a poison to you, and you can use them as a potion for you, and you can use them to help you. But you want to make sure you don't get so allured by whatever it is that you get stuck. You get stuck in loving up your character. You get stuck in reading all these comics. You get stuck in things that don't matter. So that's my take on that. If you're ever one of those...
It's escapism, you fuck! It's escapism! People aren't reading these things, watching these things, playing these things because they need to be inspired. It's because they need to get away from reality for a little bit. Because their brain's fucking fried from grinding and working and trying to improve themselves and trying to fucking get ahead in life. And they're like, for fuck's sakes, I've earned a break. I'm just gonna relax and set my mind to something else. God forbid people have any sort of fucking luxury or leisure in their life that they can just fucking turn their brain off and enjoy a fictional story. Holy fuck. No. They 100% need to dedicate all of their life to improvement, because if they don't spend every second of their life trying to improve themselves, if all the media that they consume is not 100% about finding inspiration to make themselves better, then they are just as bad as somebody who spends 16 hours a day playing World of fucking Warcraft and can't connect with reality. Holy fuck, do you even hear yourself?
People that would say, if I was just in this fantasy world, I would be so much better. If I would just have all these superpowers, I'd be great. No, you wouldn't. You're not like that. Because if you're squandering the amazing opportunities you have, like we have more choice than ever. There's more things you can do, and you can customize your life to exactly what you want to be. And so if you're not doing that right now, start taking advantage of that. And use that to propel yourself forward, and use that to make your life better. And, well, that's all I have to say for this video. If you like the video, please hit the like.
And Sean, in this world of fucking apparently infinite possibilities, infinite choice, he decided, I'm gonna complain about culture on the internet and marry a whore. Speaks for itself, don't it? Holy fuck, I was not expecting to get so tilted from that. I was not expecting to get so bloody tilted from that. Holy balls. Jeez.
This one's not going to be a full video.
Get to that one in a second. I'm fucking hitting the bathroom and getting a drink. Like, oh my god. Just random guy. Sean sounds like a middle school kid trying to brag about how awesome he is. Exactly. Like, you look at Think Before You Sleep. You look at Sean. You don't think, oh, this is a guy who knows what the hell he's doing. This is a guy who's got life figured out. Now, you look at him, you look at his fucking twiggy ass body, and you think, this is a guy who's never done an honest day's work in his entire life. You look at who he's with in the history, is like, this is a guy who's really, really fucking desperate for validation. And that's... And the funny thing is, he reminds me of another guy that I knew in real life. Like, this guy, he got a shit ton of money. Like, he just inherited a shit ton of money. And what did he do? Well, the stuff that he didn't spend on hard drugs, he spent it on magic cards. Now, I'd be like, okay, you know what? Like, guys have their hobbies. This is what he wants to blow it on. More power to him. Except... he never used them. Or he got into like the Warhammer tabletop, but he never played a single game. He'd watch the YouTube videos of the unboxings. He'd buy the cards. He'd look at all the stuff. He'd consume the media around it. But he never actually participated in the hobby. It's like someone buying a shit ton of fucking sports equipment, but never playing the sport. It's like, why did you do this? Why did you spend so much money on something that you're not going to use? And you're just going to offload later. Exactly, post that clarity. Like, yeah, have a lot of cards, but play regularly. Like me, I've dropped off of playing regularly despite what I have, but that's because I'm working on a completely different hobby right now. Like, I'm working on the miniatures, and I play that shit. Like, my attendance record to the game days is fucking stellar. So, but that's what I get with Sean. Like, why did they learn Japanese? Probably just for the social approval. Upgrading the NES, which I guess is what this next video is going to be about, is like, okay, I guess, yeah, like, you want to play better NES games, but it's like, wait, hold the fucking phone here. This guy was just complaining about a guy who, like, spent a crap ton of time playing video games, and here he is learning a skill to play video games in high definition. Is he going to monetize this skill for literally anything else? No. No, he doesn't show off his welding abilities, his soldering abilities. No, he can do it. He upgraded his NES, and then, to the best of my knowledge, he's never mentioned it since. But hey, maybe in this investigation into his past, we'll find out that he has. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I guess he got some backlash for that, and then this is probably his response video. So I'm just going to drain the main vein, crack open a fresh beer, and we'll get into this. I'm certainly not greeting the new year sober at this rate, that's for bloody sure. We're already 1 hour into this. Hey. You doing well? I assume that's a question raised, and the answer is like, I did not expect to get so bloody tilted at Sean over that one episode. Like, dang. I mean, maybe I'm personally attacked by that shit. I don't know. Samson, there you go. Stuart Gay is like, well, good for you, I guess. I don't particularly care. But I'm going to hit record here. And we'll get into this one, which is... We are continuing our investigation into Shaun of Think Before You Sleep with episode 54. Fuck you, I did it. You might need to watch the last one for context, but I ranted like crazy on that one, so my apologies if you have to spend an hour getting through it to understand this literally 4-minute video. Oh, thank God it'll be done fast. Let us begin.
This one's not going to be a full video. I just wanted to take a second to outline a personal victory that I had today. because I've been stressing about this whole thing all damn week, and actually been stressing about this thing for the past couple of months because I've been building up through buying different tools or learning different skills. But I've been trying to learn how to install a high definition mod in my original Nintendo, where basically the Nintendo plays off either RF, which you might recognize as that little coaxial cable that you use for your cable TV back in the 1990s, or it works off of composite video, which are those red, white, and yellow cables that we don't really use that much anymore. So that kind of looks like crap on an HD TV. Plus, you have a lot of TVs now don't have composite or component cables, so you have to use HD. So the HD mod is highly for me for convenience, but also it makes the Nintendo look quite a bit better. But it was a massive headache. I've never done something like this before, but I've been building up to it, and it's great to have a victory like that. It's great to take, because there was actually quite a bit of money on the line here. With all the tools I'd purchased.
Yeah, $300. I mean, like, good for you that you got to do all this component stuff. Like, yes, having a new skill is admirable. I can just dig around in my closet there. I've got something that can play both NES and SNES, and it has component output. Like, I didn't need to take an old, outdated NES and add $150 worth of modifications to it. Like, literally, I bought this off the shelf of an old game shop for, I don't know, 20 to 50 bucks, I forget. It wasn't three figures, I can tell you that. So, congratulations, you managed to spend $200 to $300 on something that could have cost you a fraction as much and not have to worry about damaging like something that's 30 to 40 years old. Goodie for you, I guess. Let's keep going.
All the mod itself was $180, and I had a couple.
$180. $180 plus the cost of an original NES, plus the cost of the soldering tools. Like, when something like this is on sale for probably a quarter as much. I'm just gonna look this up. Like, is there something like that for sale? Analog NT Mini 2017 thing. I used NES. Let's see, what was that thing called? Analog NT Mini. Okay, yeah. So, all right. Well, this one's saying, okay, so this one apparently goes for like $500. So, maybe the cost is cheaper there, but I know that the one I got was way cheaper than this. Yeah. Nah. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't, but I know I got it for way, way cheaper. God, I clicked off the tab and now I can't find where there we go. So, yeah, I don't know. I got some sort of like retro NES console mod, and I guarantee you it wasn't worth that. But I guess if you're trying to replace like an analog NT or something, then hey, maybe you're actually saving money with this. So in that case, maybe it is actually a good investment. I can't say I'd need to look it up for more than 5 seconds, but I'm overanalyzing a 4-minute video.
$100 in soldering equipment, like a $100 soldering iron, a $250 desoldering gun.
What? Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Back up 10 seconds there, and let's hear that again.
Itself was $180, and I had a couple $100 in soldering equipment, like a $100 soldering iron, a $250 desoldering gun, a Dremel.
Okay, so $180 for the mod. let's say $50 for the console, $230. $100 for the soldering iron, $350. $250 desoldering gun and Dremel. I mean, surely that includes the Dremel. Okay, so right there, that's $600. Okay, sorry. My earlier statement about, oh, maybe the price was better is like, yeah, no. Now, literally, you can get this fucking sleek-ass looking analog NT or whatever for $100 cheaper than this. Wait, fucking desoldering? Hold on a second. I'm sorry, but $250 for a desoldering gun just sounds way overpriced. Oh, no, never mind. GLTL desoldering gun, electric vacuum solder, $210. God damn. All like, and it's not like he's making this thing in like early 2000s or whatever. This is like at the very least late 2010s, if not early 2020. There's alternatives. The analog NT Mini thing I saw, that goes back to 2017. He had options. You're willing to blow this much money on it for upgraded NES? I mean, you better be getting invested in soldering at this point. Like, because if all you want is just fucking component cables coming out of your NES, there's far cheaper options. But then again, I'm the kind of idiot who will change his own oil and buy all the equipment for that rather than just going to fucking Jiffy Lube and getting it done for $50. So, like, I get that. So, whatever. Pot, meat, kettle. Let's continue.
A drill. I had to buy so many fucking tools to do this thing. And so it all came down to the past 3 days and to say, okay, I did all this work, I did all this practice, I spent all this money on this stuff, and it's now or never. It's hit or miss. Am I going to be good at doing this stuff, or am I going to be terrible at doing this stuff? And I put everything together, I hit that power button, and it just worked. That's just so nice, because if anything had fucked up, I would have not been able to figure out what the hell was wrong with it. My electronic skills are not that good. I can do some basic testing, like continuity testing, or I can test a voltage of a battery. But as far as figuring out what part of this I fucked up, there was no way I was going to be able to do that. So, because I actually fixed a lot of stuff that was outside of the range of the mod, so I not only did the modification, I put a new LED light in, as you can see on the one of the pictures, that my LED light's blue instead of red, which is a little bit blinding. I might actually change that LED to a different color. I did a capacitor recap, which capacitors are these little, like, I'll put a picture on screen of a couple of them. There's little, like, cylinder-like things that are there to basically hold power, whatever that means. Maybe I'll be able to tell you in 2 years from now or so. But these particular capacitors are called electrolytic capacitors, and they tend to burst and break after a good decade or two, so they have to be replaced. And a lot of times in these old consoles, that's, one of the things you should be doing is replacing the capacitor. So that got replaced, and I had a little trouble doing that, so I was worried about fucking that up. I did redo the LED light. I did the whole mod, which, the mod will take out your ability to use composite video, so you have to break stuff and put new stuff in to make sure that all works. And with all that said and done, I turned the power on, it worked, and it feels really great to have a challenge like that, something I did not know the results to. There was
I mean, like, credit where credit is due. Yes, that is just something that requires skill, and you put the effort in, and you got the skill, and you did the thing. So, yes, credit where credit is due. Congratulations. But at the same time, I give about as much of a shit about this as I do whether or not you're a high level in an MMO. This is not at all relevant to me, and like, yeah, you can do this very niche upgrade, but so what? Are you going to do anything else with this skill? Or is this where it ends? That's the thing, just some random guy. Exactly, is like, is this a hobby, or he just wants to use this as an example of, what was his point again? Well, that's the thing. His point was, in this infinite world, you can do so many things to improve yourself. So, instead of spending 6 months playing a video game, you could spend 6 months learning how to use $400 worth of soldering equipment to upgrade your old console so you can now play old video games on a modern television. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he wanted to do with his time and money. Instead of playing video games, he learned a skill so that he could play video games on a better television. Good for him. I can buy adapters for fairly cheap. Sometimes the conversions are kind of weird too. Like, there's ways around this. This is by far the most labor intensive and expensive way to do this. There's literally tons of other options that are cheaper and less time consuming. Because here's the thing, even if you just took the price point out of it, okay, like say he spent $400 total on the console and the upgrade stuff and the equipment. Now, literally, okay, he actually spent $600. But then you have to consider, okay, how many hours of your life did you put into this? He spent a lot of money. He spent a lot of time and he spent a lot of money to do something that's available for cheap. So, unless it was more so like, I want the skill, which, hey, if he wants the skill, good for him. Like, got the skill, he hit his benchmark, and now he can take this skill and probably rarely, if ever, use it ever again. Exactly, Macho. He wasted time to waste time on video games better. I learned how to build computers. Hasn't been super useful, but I've built all my desktop PCs. I know how to repair them. It's been handy in that regard. Learning how to replace capacitors on old consoles, yeah, that's kind of useful, but it's not like he makes money off of it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't make money off of it. Certainly not as much as he makes criticizing pop culture on YouTube, so... Like, I'll approve of him putting in the effort to get the skill, but I also kind of fail to see the point that he's trying to make here. Because at the end of the day, what did he use this skill for? To play video games on a better television. And he's criticizing people who spend their time trying to get better at video games, or even if they're not just getting better at video games, like, that's their social life. Like, especially MMOs. Like, it's one... like, speedrunners are some people that, like, I can have a bit of a hard time understanding. MMOs, at least, I can recognize that these people probably have very active social lives. Like, I've gone pretty hardcore into some MMOs myself, specifically EVE Online, so, like, I get that kind of social obligation aspect, but... Hey. Exactly much. He got a skill. He spent 6 months, apparently, training to get a skill that he will use once. And probably never bother with it again. Whatever, as someone who does approve of people working to get a variety of skills, I can't say that I don't approve of this. but I do see it as fairly hypocritical to his previous video.
Quite a bit of my money on the line if I failed, and I ended up succeeding. And this is just another notch in the belt that will say that I can succeed at this. Now, it's of course it's going to directly relate to consoles, where it's like, oh, I did that really fucking hard thing with the Nintendo. I can probably do this console mod as well. Or it's like I have some other challenge in my life where I can say, well, this isn't as hard as that thing I did over here. I'm at least confident to do something that's at least this hard, and with this much risk, I can probably do this thing that's over here. So if you're someone who has not done things, that's something that's not someone who's not done things that are difficult, start doing things that are difficult. Start doing things that have some real risk, that have some real consequences.
No, like this was not difficult. This was difficult in the sense that you blew $400 on equipment and ran somewhat of a risk of damaging your tools. Like, this is the kind of risk that any sort of professional repairman faces every single day. This is not equivalent to, say, putting your life on the line hunting monsters or wild animals with nothing but a sharpened piece of metal and some cheap leather armor. That's the thing. Like, you didn't make the components. You didn't figure out how it was all done. You had an instruction set out before you by someone else who actually did all the hard work putting all of these components together. You didn't make the components. Someone else manufactured the components. Someone else designed the components. Someone else figured out that these are where all the different things are on it. Like, if I handed you an NES board and asked you, hey, what do I need to do if I want to upgrade the sound card? You'd probably have no fucking clue. Well, maybe you'd actually know where the sound card was, but you wouldn't know how to go about upgrading the sound card to improve the quality of the music. And there's, again, like, you're right, personal clarity. Like, soldering is a good skill to have if you know how to use it. Like, there's highly skilled. There's one YouTuber I watch, Louis Rossman. He does a lot of kind of tech criticism, but he owns a tech repair shop in New York. And he recognizes how bullshit New York's laws are around that stuff, but like, he recognizes the value of his employees, because tech repair, especially cell phone repair, if you can work with the components of that size, like, we're not talking the big clunky components of an 80s circuit board. No, we're talking the incredibly fine detail of a modern cell phone circuit board. Yeah, if you can work with that level of precision and you can do repairs on that, you are extremely valuable. You are extremely valuable. But clearly, Sean has not acquired enough skills to become that level of extremely valuable, because he'd much rather criticize television on YouTube. So, Rossman left New York a couple years ago. Good for him. Good for him. Like, he got out before the place became even more of a fucking shit show. He could use his master of the Japanese language and read the non-translated NES instruction manual. I mean, you're not wrong. But it's not like they included the repair manual in Japanese for there anyway. Unless they did. I don't know. I can't read Japanese. But, oh God, fucking 20 seconds. Let's finish this up. My God, I've made almost a 20-minute video out of this.
These challenges will be challenges that you choose, but it's really important that you get confidence by succeeding at stuff. And I'll leave it at that. Now that the console's all said and done, I put the HDMI cable in. I'm probably just going to leave it into a corner and not play it like I do with all my other video games, because I don't have time. So, see you in the next video.
Exactly. Oh my God, that's the thing. He puts it all in, puts in all this effort, upgrades his NES, changes out the capacitor, changes the light, and now that he's accomplished this thing, it's just going to sit in the corner and collect dust. What a valuable use of one's time. Oh, God, I I get so tilted at this guy. I honestly get so bloody tilted at this guy. Like, seriously, I don't know whether it's because, like, I'm usually drinking when I do these, because God forbid I'm doing this sober. But this guy just manages to say shit that pisses me off. It's quite frankly astounding. I'm going to sell their components on rats and turn New York into cyberpunk. Well, the problem is with cyberpunk dystopias is, like, New York is worse than one, because I cannot recall a single cyberpunk setting where the subway system flooded up to waist high. Like, that's the problem. Like, you really understand that, like, truth is stranger than fiction. And I love this particular quote. It's like, hey, do you know why truth is stranger than fiction? Because fiction has to make sense. Sean breathes out of rhythm. Great. You mother... I mean... Oh my God. Chances are, if this guy had a mic good enough to pick up his breath, like if he ever did ASMR, and for some reason I listened to it, I probably would get pissed off at how shitty he was breathing. Stupidly tilted at this guy. I don't know. Maybe he's just kind of the embodiment of all the fucking soy cucks I know, and I can finally cut loose on somebody guilt-free. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I've got, what, half a beer? 2/3 of a beer left? Ale? Ale is beer, apparently. Oh. Well, the next two are going to be interesting. And you know what? I definitely want to finish up the last one, because I'm pretty sure that the last one is the first video that he uses that actually has Mgtow in the title. I have to double check the previous ones, but I think that video 56 is the first time he started using Mgtow in the video title. So we are absolutely going to run past New Year's with this one, because we are an hour and a half in, and I've criticized maybe 20 minutes worth of his content. We still got 2 videos to go. Going late with this one, boys. Thankfully, not all the ice is melted. So, pop this one in.
One of the topics of psychology I'm highly interested in is how to find people who are...
All right. Hit full screen. Intro this. Shall begin. So, we are continuing with our investigation of Think Before You Sleep with episode 55. How Women Lie and Get Away with It. Let's begin.
One of the topics of psychology I'm highly interested in is how to find people who are pathological, people who will ruin your life, people who are crazy, people who will make everything worse. And certainly I have a vested interest in this, because I've had people like that ruin my life, so I want to make sure that I don't make the mistake again by associating with the wrong people. Certainly.
You sure that other people have ruined your life and it's not entirely self-inflicted wounds? Because you seem to be pretty proud of stuff that anyone else would say is completely self-destructive. But kind of beside the point. Let's keep going.
What I would not want to do is blame those people for my problems. I say, hey, I picked these people to be around, and so I should figure out new people to be around. So one is identifying who all the bad people are, but also being able to identify who all the positive people are that you should be around. Certainly what you're going to do if you're going to kind of take inventory of yourself is you say, what are all my good traits? What are the things I should
Um, yeah. What are the people who are good? What are the people who are bad? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit more utilitarian or less generously sociopathic about this. It's like, hey, does this person have traits that I want to have? If so, I should hang around them. Does this person have no traits I want to have? Then I perhaps shouldn't hang around them. The idea that, like, oh, I should only hang around people who benefit me, like only hang around good people, is like, figuring out people's motivations is a bit harder. I think it's far more easy to find people who have desirable qualities and just try to spend time with them. And just try to avoid time with people who have undesirable qualities, because you're probably going to start emulating their behaviors if you hang around them, whether you realize it or not. But let's keep going.
Pete, and what are all my negative traits? What are the things I need to get rid of or I need to reform? And so you can do that with, you can externalize that too with people you should be around versus people you should not be around. And, well, a part of doing this is learning about all the things pathological people will do to get their way. And of course, a lot of that has to do with lying. And I've got to say, everything I've learned about lying has been entirely from women. Because women are extremely effective liars. It's like they lie, that their life depends on it, they lie professionally. They're basically very, very good. And all these.
Are they very good, or are they just more likely to be believed? Now, admittedly, it's been a while since I had extended contact with a woman enough to determine, hey, whether or not they are liars. But I noticed that a lot of women, they'll tell lies. Like, if you ever want a woman to be on time, get good fucking luck. Like, they will say they're willing to do a thing, and maybe they even sincerely believe it at that moment. Does that make them a liar? Like, if a woman says that, oh, hey, I'm going to be at this location at 2 o'clock, and then they're not there at 2 o'clock, they're there at 2:30. Okay, well, did they lie when they said that they were going to be there at 2 o'clock? No, maybe not. Maybe they entirely believe that they'd be there at 2 o'clock. But they certainly didn't put any effort in to make sure that what they said was the truth. So you gotta kind of differentiate between what is a lie and what is the truth. Because, oh yeah, there's plenty of people, women especially, who will just lie out their ass about stuff that they know to be false. And that's one thing, but what's more insidious is the people who, like, genuinely believe what they say to be true, and then their actions just don't match up with it. And that's the other thing. And for no reason, you're right. It's like they get away with it whether or not you see through it. That's the other aspect. It's like, they can be lying, you can know that they are lying, but you also realize there's no point in calling them out on it. And so they probably think they're fucking amazing socializers, and it's like, nah, everyone realizes that you're full of shit, it's just they don't have the ability to do anything about it, so they just accept your bullshit and work around it. But let's keep going.
Tactics I've used to strategize about how to lie myself. I don't lie that much. I tend to only lie to people who have lied to me first. But all the strategies.
You only lie to people who lie to you first. Huh. See, this is where I start to get into the nitty gritty of, well, what do you define as a lie? Is that a lie by omission? Is it a lie through action? Or is it you have caught someone, or did someone lie to you by telling you something that is untrue, but they believed it to be true? Or do you really seriously encounter people who will just outright spew bullshit at you? I mean, I've run into a couple guys who, yes, absolute 100% liars. Bad judge of character, fell for some of that shit, but I honestly can't tell, like, did they lie because they genuinely believed that they do XYZ at the time? Or were they always completely full of shit and they never had any intention of following through? I don't know. I don't think I ever will know. August Line, don't ever believe a woman. They don't know what the truth is. That's the other thing. It's like, just because someone says something believing it to be true, like they'd pass a lie detector test, they sincerely believe it's the truth, doesn't mean that they're saying something that's true. They could just sincerely believe a lie themselves. So, what's the difference between a lie and someone unwillingly passing along untrue information? But we're not even a minute and a half into this, and we're already probably dissecting this way further than he intended. So let's try to get at least another minute into this before he says something stupid. Or at least 30 seconds. Let's see.
I've learned have come from observing women. Now, in this specific video, I'm actually going to do a follow-up video on this, but in this specific video, we're going to talk about all the things women do to get away with lying. You know, how it may not be the exact strategy of the lie, but how do, if you are about to catch them, how do they get away with continuing the lie? And certainly I'll do a follow-up video, maybe either this week or next week, on how to catch people who are lying, specifically how to catch women who are lying. Because there are a lot of very special things that women do to get you.
What does it matter? I'll be honest. Like, if you catch someone in a lie, what does it matter if you call them out on it? I've run into this problem. It's actually kind of a serious question, because I figure it's like, okay, well, what does it matter? It's like, well, what action am I going to take? Like, am I going to, say, lend them money? If I don't believe that they're going to pay it back, then no. No, I don't. Simple as. And if I do, then it's basically like, hey, this is what I'm paying for you to get off my back and never hit me up for money again. It's not a lie if you believe it. George Costanza. Yep, exactly it. It's people will tell untrue things, but they'll sincerely believe it. That's not necessarily a lie. It's just someone truthfully passing on untrue information without any actual intent to deceive. I think that's one of the things. Like, the thing that really distinguishes someone who is lying to you is the intent to deceive. But for the purposes of the actions you should take, is someone who can't distinguish truth from a lie any different from someone who is actively trying to deceive you? I think no. I think that people who are too stupid to know any better, and people who are intelligent but malicious, there's really functionally no difference, because the results of their actions are the same. But let's keep going. We didn't make it 40 seconds.
Off the track. And remember that if this girl is like in her 20s or 30s, she is someone who's been lying her entire life. So she is very, very effective at it. Like, imagine like you have Michael Jordan at 5 years old versus Michael Jordan in his prime. The Michael Jordan in his prime who has had...
Now, women aren't necessarily better at lying by the age of 30, because who the fuck bothers calling out a lying woman? And what women... Like, here's the thing. If a woman is caught and, like, called out for lying, that just means that she wasn't hot enough, wasn't sexy enough, or picked a bad mark. Like, they're usually... They don't suffer consequences. If a woman doesn't suffer consequences for lying, she has no reason to improve her method of lying. She'll just spout whatever bullshit, and the only difference is, does she feel guilt about it? Or does she say it with absolute confidence? But if a woman will spout off whatever the fuck she wants to, without any hesitation whatsoever, and with the confidence of someone who's telling the truth, it's not really a skill. It's fucking the brazenness of ignorance. Do something foolish with enough confidence, and hey, people will just take it in stride and not bother questioning, especially if there's no benefit to questioning you. If we stop giving people a pass for ignorance, people get smart real fast. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, a lot of people get a pass in life. And not just women, men and women. They get a pass in life because, oh, they didn't know any better. Oh, they just couldn't help it. Oh, that's just who they are. Like, hey, yeah, but doesn't matter whether they're fucking malicious about it or ignorant about it. The effect is the same. Like, imagine someone like robbing a bank because like they did it in a video game or they saw it in a movie, like saw it in a cartoon. Like, imagine someone like, I don't know, saw like some cartoon bank robbery and how it was treated like stupidly lightly, and then they tried doing it, and then their defense was like, Your Honor, I saw it in a cartoon. I thought that's how it was going to go down. Like, I'm too ignorant to know any better. Like, you still committed a crime. Like, what is that? It's like, ignorance of the law is no excuse to commit it or no defense or whatever. But yet we're also told, like, hey, don't ever assume malice where incompetence can be the explanation. It's like, no. There's been more than enough people who get away with being incompetent, and people will believe they're incompetent. It's like, if there's no distinction of the consequences between incompetence and malice, then let's persecute the people who incompetently do stuff so that people who aren't competent are a little more hesitant to do shit out of their depth. Let's just keep going.
20 years of practice is going to be very, very, very good at basketball, insanely good, and a lot of women are insanely good at lying. So especially if you haven't practiced, you're going to be far behind. But here's a little one-on-one course on how women get away with lying to you. And the first thing that they will do as their primary tactic is they will divert the attention away from them. So if you catch them on something, what they're going to do is they're going to change the subject in any way possible, and they might try to flip and hit the reverse of what they were saying. So here's a good one. I was listening to a Tom Likas episode earlier today, which I will post in the description, where Tom Likas was talking about a girl who was listed at, she got an honorary award for being a role model of her community, and it turns out she was an 18-year-old single mother. So basically, she was an 18-year-old whore who couldn't keep her legs closed, or could not use birth control, or couldn't pick the right guy, and she was, well, all those things actually, and she was a single mother who was a role model for the community. And he spent about, I don't know, his first monologue talking about that, and a woman calls in and she says, well, what about the guy? It takes two to tango, it takes two to make a kid, so what about him? And there you go, the diversion was perfectly executed. But unfortunately for her, Tom Likas has his own radio show where he argues with women all day, and so he knows that they're going to do stuff like that. But most people, that diversionary tactic will work. So you're saying, hey, this, and this about this person, and they flip it around on you and say, well, what about this over here?
Yeah, I was thinking you're going to encounter that kind of stuff all the time in life. Like, hey, I have a criticism about this. Oh, well, what about this other thing? Let's distract from the topic you're talking about to talk about this other thing. Now, here's the thing, Tom Likas on a radio show, well, he's got a radio show. But in real life, does it matter? Like, really, does it actually matter? Like, you're not going to convince these people. I mean, heck, last Christmas party, I got hammered and told the woman, like, hey, like, I'm gonna head to the Philippines for my wife because there's no divorce law there. And her immediate reaction was, oh, you want to trap women in a relationship? I was like, that's immediately where it goes. Like, whatever. I forget exactly how I reacted. I was very sloshed at the time. But at the same time, it's like that's the idea. Like, don't deal with the initial topic. But here's the thing. Even if I had managed to make a logical and sound argument about the merits of marrying in a country where divorce is illegal, so what? Fuck does her opinion matter? Doesn't. Some random wife of some other dude. Fuck does her opinion matter about my potential family life? So having an argument with a woman, it's by and large a waste of your time. It's not like you're going to convince her of anything. She's going to believe what she wants to believe regardless of the evidence. So what's the point?
They're not trying to expand on your point. They're trying to divert you from catching them in a lie. Now, if that doesn't work, they're going to work on their second tactic, which is to basically emotionally manipulate you, emotionally abuse you. I don't know if this actually works with women because I'm not a chick, but this definitely works with men, is that men are naturally designed to protect women. And if you've been in Mgtow for a while, been watching Mgtow channels for a while, you should already know that that occurs. If you're new, well, here's the news flash. Men will naturally try to protect women, and this is something that you have to highly resist if you're going to catch an effective liar, because every effective female liar knows that all you have to do is just start crying, and men will run to go and save them. And when I first learned about Mgtow in 2015, I remember watching this video and being absolutely horrified by Diana Davison. I would think I was doing like a Sandman binge, and then in the related videos, this one comes up. And in this video, I think her channel used to be named Feminism LOL. But in this video, this girl puts a hit on her fiance or husband and gets caught on video saying that she wanted to kill her husband. They showed the video to the husband, and they had her in holding, and she used her phone call to call him, husband or fiance. I can't remember which one's which. But she used her only phone call to call him, and the whole time, even though she's on video saying that I want to kill him, she says that's not true. I saw the video that you saw. They're lying, and then she starts crying. I just need a lawyer. Please just give me an attorney. I need your help. And the guy's going for it. He's trying to give her help. He's trying to give help to some bitch who tried to kill him. So this strategy is very effective. And that video will be in the description. It's a very, very powerful one. Like, if there's one Mgtow video you should watch, you should.
I mean, I gotta have to stop just so that we're not just listening to him, but that's 100% thing. Yeah, emotional manipulation, and guys go for it. They do. Like, he's right here. Guys will instinctively try to aid a crying woman, and I don't know whether I've mentioned this on stream before, but I'll mention it here. It makes sense in a small tribe situation where it's hey, the only women that you're going to see on a day-to-day basis, if they're in distress, they're probably part of your tribe, and it's in the good interest of the tribe to look out for them. But nowadays, that same base emotional instinct can be used by women of other tribes, people of tribes who hate you, or just women who outright hate you, and there's no one else who's going to hold them accountable. It really does get to the point where men are their own worst enemies, because they keep wanting to believe women, and they keep projecting themselves onto them. I think men would find it very difficult to try and emotionally manipulate someone by starting up the waterworks. A man trying to cry for emotional manipulation, that very low chances of working. Very low chances of working. And so, man sees woman crying, if he's in the purely animalistic mindset, he's oh, women cry, me protect. Pure caveman. But if he's perhaps in a more logical state of mind, he might go, oh, she's crying. Well, if I was crying, it would only be if I was in severe emotional distress and couldn't help. Therefore, she can't possibly be lying while she's crying. It's no, dude, she can. Just because you can't doesn't mean a woman can't. You're right. Quote Chronic, a woman's tears are equivalent to a man's fists. Yep, you're right, and by extension, Chronic is right. But let's keep going. We're see if we can try to keep this under 40 minutes.
You should definitely watch this one. You should watch this whore lie about trying to kill someone she was in a relationship with, and then trying to manipulate that guy into helping her. So basically what you have to do is be immune to crying, and understand that anytime you're in a dispute or having discourse and a woman cries, she is crying to manipulate you. She's not crying because she needs help. She's doing it because she knows you're going to get emotionally charged by it and come to her rescue because she's a crying woman. So you have to be immune to that behavior. And oh, by the way, if she's using diversionary tactics, what you do is you always bring her back to the subject. So back to the Tom Likas example where the single mother is getting the award for being a role model, and the chick says, well, what about the guy? You say, well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the girl. We can talk about the guy later, but this is the subject right now. You ignore their diversionary tactic and bring it back to the original subject. And just like when she's crying, you ignore the fact that she's crying and bring things back to the original subject. Because if she's crying, she's only doing that to manipulate you. Now, if the diversionary tactics don't work, if the crying doesn't work, they'll use this strategy, which is to use ad hominem attacks. And ad hominem attacks can be, and sometimes this is used first, and this isn't a set order. But they'll say, well, you believe that because you're stupid. Or you just don't have empathy, or you're crazy. Oh, only a crazy person would believe the thing that you believe. Or only the crazy person would say this about me. And of course, ad hominems are very effective. These, by the way, these aren't tactics of honesty. These are tactics that work. And they work because you can see politicians using that to politically manipulate people all the time. Like if you want to talk about a big event that happened, like, well, geez.
Yeah, politicians, the media, it's not wrong. Ad hominem attacks distract from the actual argument in question by putting out some kind of ad hominem attack. And it's quite effective. Like, it can get to be very effective. And the problem is sometimes, like, if you're not prepared to catch it in the moment, then you can only then sometimes you only recognize it in hindsight. It's annoying because then you realize, damn, they were using ad hominem and I didn't catch it. And they got me arguing about something completely different rather than the baseline attack. It's like, damn it, got me.
Last year at this point is the Christine Blasey Ford event, where she completely lied about Kavanaugh raping her for political gain. And not only just political gain, but she got a book deal, she got a lot of promotion, she was called a hero, she got to be on TV. And what you might say is that you're going to say, well, Christine Ford's a liar. Well, what about all the men who lie? What about all the men who cheat and manipulate and ruin women's lives? How dare you say what about all the men that do that? Fantastic diversion. If you catch her on that, well, of course, when she did get caught, or when she had to get testimony, she was crying, though she was fake crying the whole time. And you have to ask yourself, if you want to watch somebody actually cry, if you want to know someone's fake crying, you watch examples of people actually crying. And fortunately, acting and getting acting correct is such a hard skill to do, which is why people get paid shitloads of money to act, is because people are designed to find emotional responses that are believable versus not believable. Hey, this is a very believable emotional response, I better act accordingly. This is not a believable emotional response, so I better just ignore it. And one of the hardest things to do as an actor is to be able to cry believably, especially to be able to produce tears when you're crying. And Christine Ford was not able to do that, which is, she cried effectively enough to get 50% of the population to believe her, but a fake cry nonetheless.
It's not that she cried effectively enough, it's that 50% of the population wanted to believe her, and all she had to do was give them a legit enough excuse to point out and beat the other half of the population into complicity. So, you don't have to put on a good performance to convince people who are predisposed to believing you.
And certainly if you're going to accuse Christine Ford of lying, you might be called, you're an idiot, you're a rape apologist, you're crazy, you don't have the empathy, how could you say that about women? All effective tactics. You have to be immune. Again, the way you get rid of diversionary tactics, we're not talking about that, we're talking about this, stop trying to divert. Or what about this? You keep bringing them back to the original point, and if they don't answer the original point, you point out that they're not answering the original point, especially if they're in public, because, well, I worked at a...
Biggest thing is, like, when you keep bringing them back to the original point, eventually they go like, I don't want to talk about this. It's like, well, you're the one that brings it up. You bring it up, but then when it starts going against you, then you say like, this is really unpleasant. I don't want to discuss this. It's frustrating, but then eventually you realize that there's no point in them even bothering to believe the truth. And you're like, shit. I'm wasting time and energy having an argument with someone that doesn't actually matter.
Particular place that was very, very dirty. And management knew this place was very, very dirty. And what they would tell you to do on the sales floor, if you're trying to get different people to show up, is they would tell you to say that our establishment is one of the cleanest in our market. Now, you might be able to get away with that in the initial sale, but as soon as the person walks around and looks and sees everything and sees all the amenities, they're going to say, hey, this shit's real dirty. And so if you're in public and someone's trying to divert and you point out that they're trying to divert and other people are watching, they're going to say, hey, that person's trying to divert. The person who is not trying to divert is probably the more honest one.
Other signs, you talking about himself since he lied about being Mgtow? Yes. Yes. I mean, who better to be able to use all of these particular lying tactics than someone who needs to lie and cover it up? Like, that's the thing. Like, his whole stint about, people haven't done enough research on me is very much a diversionary tactic in order to get people off of calling him out on his bullshit and hypocrisy. But hey, y'all seem to appreciate this kind of content, so I'm going to keep examining his stuff. Not because I particularly care, not because it necessarily matters, but because apparently having me dissect this guy's videos, taking 2 to 3 times as long as it takes for him to rant, apparently that's entertaining for you guys. So whatever. I'm here to entertain, so I'm not too heartbroken about it.
Probably the more correct one. Learn how to be immune to crying and negate ad hominem attacks. And one of the better ways to negate an ad hominem attack, especially if you're around other people, is to say that calling me stupid is not an argument. That's a very Stéphane Molyneux tactic, because not only have you negated their ad hominem attack, but you've made them look like an idiot. Because by saying calling me stupid is not an argument, you just pointed out that they can't argue. So those are 3 big tactics that women will use when they don't want to get caught lying. Now, of course, if you believe someone is lying to you and you want to catch them, well, I'm going to make a follow-up video on that in either this week or next week. It depends on how this works out in the schedule. But that's all I have to say for this video. If you liked it, please hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, comment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of his deleted ones, so if you have anything to say in addition to this, you're probably going to have to go in the bottom of this video once I actually get around to uploading the bloody thing. Okay, so that's 3 out of 4, and we're still at 1 hour to midnight here. So I'm going to drain the main vein one more time, and then I think I'm going to start getting into the rum. Because I'm out of ale, so it's time for the rum. So I will be 1 more minute, guys. Get everything prepped, refresh the ice, and then we'll get into the last video of the night for this, where I believe it is his first Mgtow video. Alright, Happy New Year, Arian. Alright, so in the absence of a super large bottle of Captain Morgan, I have a whole bunch of little sample bottles. It's nice to have family members with a sense of humor. You like the spice rum? So they get you several bottles of spice rum. It's just that it's 50 milliliters of spice rum at a time. But hey, it's cute, it's fun. So, let's pour some of that. Some of this. Coke. How does it taste? Oh yeah, mixing alcohol. I'm going to be very thoroughly sloshed. How strong is spice rum compared to normal rum? It depends on the rum. This one right now is 35% alcohol. Probably not as strong, I would think. Compare it to like some Bacardi. Okay, so Bacardi White is 40%, so it's a it's not quite as strong, but I've also had Captain Morgan Spice Bold, which is 50%. So it varies, but it's pretty close. Is there a big difference between Captain Morgan and Kraken? Yeah. Kraken Black Spice Rum tends to be stronger with 45%. So, I mean, it's not a big difference, but it's definitely a taste difference. Black Spice Rum I found mixes like pretty. It's worth like. There's a local brew that I like, and that one mixes great. Captain Morgan's kind of it's in the middle, and then Kraken I'd say is the worst one for mixing, but it might be best for straight ones. Kraken's awesome, yeah, don't get me wrong. But if you're having rum and coke, I think Kraken would probably be better as a shot. Alrighty, so.
One of the things I've learned in the past 5 years.
All right. Not spiked rum. It's all good. Okay, so let us begin. So we are continuing our investigation into the past of Think Before You Sleep with episode 56, a Mgtow guide to interacting with women, which I believe is the first time he actually used the Mgtow acronym in the title of one of his videos. Let's begin.
One of the things I've learned in the past 5 years of being a public speaker is that you want to frame your personality to be as socially acceptable as possible. So whatever argument you have or whatever point you're trying to make, you want to try to make it in the most condensed, the easiest possible way, in the most valuable way you can, which means you're really going to take your audience into consideration. Like, what might your audience want to know, and what's the best way to teach them that thing that they want to know? And so basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to be as normal as you possibly can be. Or as
Okay, so, I mean, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with anything that he says here, but at the same time, like, trying to be as normal, well, that means that you have to consider, okay, who is your audience? Because, like, there's a big difference between I am getting up in front of 100 randoms. Like, these are just people who walked in off the street. Because, yeah, you're going to have to appeal to the lowest common denominator if you want to get a lot of approval from the audience. But say, like, it's a, I don't know, let's say it's a lecture to a bunch of fourth-year biology students. You got to go up there assuming that they know fourth-year biology. If you go up in front of a bunch of like fourth-year university biology students and you drop a mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell in a non-ironic fashion, I mean, yeah, sure, everyone gets what you're saying, but they also think you're an idiot. So, let's see where he's getting with this. We're only 30 seconds in.
as socially acceptable as you can possibly be. And this is something that I carry through public speaking. This is something I carry through being a vegan, is that vegans have a giant reputation for being huge pains in the ass. And I, as someone who's been experiencing that for the past 5 years or so, or 6 years actually, I would highly agree. There are a lot of vegan jackasses who make, well, the very few good ones look bad. And so what I try to do.
Okay, look, if the majority of vegans are jackasses, then I don't care if a very few of you are good. I'm going to assume that the average vegan is a jackass, because if the majority of a population is a jackass, then I'm going to assume that you're a jackass. So don't get me to try and think like, oh, no, he's one of the good vegans. Like, no, he's a vegan. He's a jackass. He might be more socially aware about it and able to hide it a bit better, but he's still a jackass. He's just a socially acceptable jackass, but let's still not invite him to any parties or particular social events.
As someone who goes through that, is be as normal as possible. And one of the big issues with vegans is that they.
Yeah, step one, stop saying that you're a vegan. That's how you can start to appear a little more normal.
often will not eat with their family, or they'll go out to events like restaurants, or they'll go to Christmas dinner or whatever it is, and they won't eat. Or what they'll do is they'll bring their weird vegan shit. Like, as someone who used to eat meat, I do not want to eat vegan shit. I would rather eat actual meat. And so if you're going to try to replace the Christmas turkey or the Thanksgiving turkey with tofurkey, which is, I've had a lot of the tofurkey stuff. The tofurkey turkey is not as good as actual turkey. So if you're trying to say that's the real thing, then you're going to be sadly disappointed when your family doesn't like you. And so what you have to do in situations like that is find something that you would like to eat that everybody else likes to eat too. Like, you don't want to just bring food for yourself, because that's weird. You want to bring food that everybody else likes. And so one of the things I do is I bring a 5-layer dip. I did as a vegetarian, which I can now do as a vegan because they make decent vegan sour cream at this point. If you go to a restaurant, you always want to make sure you order something, figure something out. You can go to a steakhouse and find something that's vegan. So if everybody else is eating, you want to make sure that you're eating too, because that puts you at a position of advantage that you wouldn't have if you're socially awkward. If you're the person who is the vegan conspiracy theorist that nobody likes, you're going to be in a lot lower position than the person who is the vegan that doesn't constantly have to mention it, or the vegan that actually brings good tasting food. There's lots of really good vegan shit that meat eaters like, or that regular people like, and you just have to find out what those things are. And I think in the context of Mgtow, we think like this too. Because we are the black sheep. We can be the social pariah, we can be the outcast, because Mgtow is not the majority of the population. So because of that, what you do is the same thing you do if you're going into a different culture, is you're going to go to a different country and to assimilate to the culture. Now, you're going to assimilate to the culture in a certain context, much like I assimilate to meat eater culture in the context of vegan. Like, I will eat food, but I will not eat this type of food. And so if you're going to interact with women as a Mgtow, you're going to have to interact with those people differently. You can.
All right. So this guy's going to start being an authority in Mgtow and tell you how to interact with women, because he's got experience from trying to pretend to be normal while being a vegan. Okay, let's see where he goes. Mostly interrupting here just so that it's not just me listening to him. Gotta at least try to provide some sort of additional content to enhance the original, to not be entirely derivative. But let's continue.
Still interact with women. You don't have to ghost everybody. You don't have to ghost half the population, but you're only interacting with them under a certain context. And there's two things that I consider when I'm interacting with women is, one, who has the power in the relationship, and two, how does it benefit me?
Okay, I don't know if it has to be overthought that much. It's like, am I going to marry them? No. Am I going to cohabitate with them? No. Am I going to have kids with them? No. Okay. Do they have any legal power over me? Aside from, what the average woman has over the average man? No. Okay, then what needs to change? I don't need to be unpleasant to the girl at the grocery store. I don't need to be needlessly cruel to the wife of a coworker. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be something that's super complicated or need a guide. You just be standard, decent human being with a socially acceptable level of politeness. I'm not going to marry you. I'm not going to cohabitate with you. I'm not going to have kids with you. The fuck does it matter beyond that? It doesn't seem like it needs to be that complicated, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and it does need to be more complicated. Let's see what he has to say.
And well, let me say it like this, I'll explain power in a second, is that I never help women unless it benefits me. And I'll give you an example of this recently, is that I've been saying this a lot on my channel, is that I've gotten really into classic video games, and I've gotten really into the electronics and the hardware portion, where I've started modding consoles. Like, I started out by just cleaning video games, and I found out that old video games don't work unless you replace the save battery, so I started replacing those, and I said, hey, this is kind of fun. And so I eventually got into modifying consoles. Like, I just recently made a video about me making my original Nintendo high-def compatible, which is actually a very nice-looking machine now. But the big issue with this stuff is that in order to be good with it, you have to be able to practice. Like, I'm vastly better at cleaning video games now than I was a year ago when I started doing this. I'm vastly better at soldering than when I started doing this. I'm vastly better at dealing with electronics. I have a lot more knowledge about how electronics work than I did a year
ago. The point. Get to it. Quit bragging about your fucking video game skills. You already made 2 videos on this topic. We get it. You've wasted about a minute, and this is why I have you at 1.5 times speed. Let's go.
Ago. But the only reason I've been able to do that is because I've outsourced some of my learning material, because I don't have an infinite amount of money. I don't have an infinite amount of consoles. And so the way I do this is I don't just work on my stuff, but I work on everybody I know who's got a classic video game system. I've worked on it. And recently I have a friend from work who I've been talking to about video games quite a lot, because she had mentioned that she was trying to get her kids to play the old Nintendo, and she did so unsuccessfully, but she still likes playing her old Nintendo herself. But she was talking to me about how it didn't work, and how, like, she puts a game and she's got to blow on it, she's got to, like, wheel it a certain way, she's got to slide the thing up and down a bunch of times, and, like, maybe it'll work. And so when she first told me about this, I had no idea what to do. I had no idea how to fix it. And I just kind of said, oh, that sucks. But after a year of doing this, problems that she was having are very easy to fix. You just clean the system. And then you, for Nintendo, you get this thing called a blinking light win, and you'll never have to worry about your games not working ever again, because they should work right when they start up. But if I'm going to work on a console and install another mod like that, I've already done mine. I've actually done 3 of them at this point, and I don't need any more. But I still want to do the work, so I said, okay, if you buy this item that I want to work with, and you let me work on your console, I'll do it all for free. And so she gets the benefit of me working on her video game console, and I get the benefit of being able to work on a video game console for free. Because otherwise, it'd be me paying what's this, like $90 of materials, because you have to pay for. Actually, it was more than that because she had controllers too, and video games. So she had about $120 worth of equipment that I would have had to pay for to work on, that I get to work on for free because of that. And so I benefit, she benefits.
You don't necessarily get to work on it for free, because I assume that you are accepting liability. That if your cleaning fucks up and renders the thing completely inoperable, that you're going to be the one shelling out for a whole new console. I assume. But that being said, that's just like, okay, would I do it for a man for free? No. Like, I don't get. Let's simplify this. Let's simplify this needlessly embellished and detailed explanation. Okay, Mgtow's Guide to Interacting with Women. Pretend that they are men and treat them as such. Simple. Simple. It's a dude that you have no investment with. That's what you do. It's like, hey man, I'll patch this up for you if you buy the equipment. Okay, done. Like, that's it. That's it. Doesn't have to be fucking overly complex. But, shit, let's see if we can get through this in less than 20 minutes. I don't want to needlessly rant for no reason. Let's try to be efficient here.
And so the answer is, how does this benefit me? Well, it benefits me because I get free materials, and that's the only time I will do things for women is if I'm getting benefit from it. The second thing you want to consider is the power dynamic. Do I have more power? Does she have more power? Is the power equal? I think in general, what you want to do here is you want to make sure that, or I tend to try to avoid situations where women have more power than me. I've been in a lot of situations like that, and it tends to not work out well. And I don't think in general women like having more power over men subconsciously. Well, because it requires that they be responsible for certain actions, and I don't think women like being responsible for certain actions. So in general, I try to make it so I am the one who has the power. Now, sometimes it's unavoidable. Like if you have a female manager and you can't just quit your job, be careful in situations like that. But any sort of situation that's highly voluntary, you want to make sure that you're the one in power. And what that means is that I think a few Mgtow said this. Like Sandman used to say this. I don't think Sandman's on this point either anymore. But I've heard a couple Mgtow say this: is that you can be a Mgtow in a relationship, you can be red pill in a relationship, and I don't.
No. Okay, red pill in a relationship, sure. Okay, Mgtow is like, is there marriage? Is there cohabitation? Like, Mgtow with a friend with benefits? Mgtow with casual relationships? Okay, I'm not a Mgtow gatekeeper. I can't say for sure. That might be, like, by the letter of Mgtow. But if you're investing your time and effort into a woman, it's a fine line. It's a fine line. If you're like, oh, I'm in a relationship, I'm going steady, to use fucking cringe-ass high school terms, like, oh, I'm going steady with this girl. It's like, yeah, that's the point where I'd say, like, maybe you're red pill, but you're probably not Mgtow at this point. Like, if the relationship you have is on the track to become common law, yeah, probably not. Red pill, I mean, red pill's fucking too broad a definition, but Mgtow when you're in a relationship, I don't know. I don't know. I don't claim to be Mgtow. I'm effectively Mgtow, but I can't claim it because I do have a plan for a family within the next decade. So, can't claim Mgtow status, can't be a gatekeeper for it. But if someone says, like, you can be in a relationship and still be Mgtow, I go like, that's a fine line to walk. That's a fine line to walk. But yeah, like you can interact with women and still be Mgtow. Like the purists who say like, oh, you talk to a woman, you can't be Mgtow. You spoke with a woman. Like no. Like I can speak with the fucking chick behind the grocery store counter and still be considered Mgtow. I ain't banging her. I ain't having a relationship with her. I ain't living with her. I ain't cohabitating with her. I ain't having kids with her. I ain't signing no government contract with her. Just a fucking drone. I got about as much of a relationship with her as I do with a fucking automatic checkout machine. But let's keep going. There's really only about 3 minutes to go in this.
I don't think that's the case. Because even if you're not in a marriage, women still have all the power in the relationship. Like, I was just listening to an episode of Tom Likas talking about female violence. And Tom was talking about a particular situation that he was in where he got into a shoving match with one of his relationships. And he went to, even though he didn't start the fight, he went to jail for it. And it had taken a assault and battery class for 6 months. And they didn't let him out of the class until he admitted that he was at fault, until he admitted that he beat his wife or beat his girlfriend or whatever it was. And there are a lot of situations like that where women are in relationships that are crazy, and they will accuse you to the police, and they'll accuse you in front of the police of committing violence, and the police have to arrest you. And that's all part of that Duluth model, but it's basically like if you piss her off in any sort of way, she can ruin your life by just making a phone call to the police.
Yeah, this is why you don't do the whole cohabitation thing. If you live under the same roof as a woman, you're not Mgtow. Like, I'm going to say that pretty straight up. Like, if you are in a relationship with a woman and you live under the same roof, that's not Mgtow. That's cohabitation. So, like, and unfortunately, I think I'd probably want to talk with someone who's would be more specifically Mgtow, but like, I think that would even apply if you just had a female landlord. But definitely, if you are living with a woman as a roommate, and you're both paying rent on the same building, yeah, that's not Mgtow. Like, that's fucking stupid. But let's keep going here, and then try to answer some of these more off-topic questions.
And saying you did something, and they basically just believe them. Unless there's a bunch of evidence to the contrary, where you have a bunch of bruises and scratches and welts on you, and she's got nothing on her. Well, I mean, even if she has so much as a scratch on the knee, they'll still arrest you. So I don't think you can be a Mgtow in a relationship if you're going to follow the principle of power, because she always has all the power in any sort of relationship that you have. Any sort of committed relationship you might have. That doesn't mean you can't pump and dump. Certainly, if you follow the Tom Likas method, where you don't tell her where you live, and she doesn't even know your last name, or she can't find you, I certainly think that's safe enough to get away with interacting with women in that way. But for the most part, any sort of committed relationship, I'd say is off the table. I don't think Mgtow.
Shit's dangerous. Like, I'll be honest, guys. Like, she might not know your name. She might not be able to find you. But if you're going to do that, number one, always use a condom. Number two, you either make sure she swallows or you put hot sauce in that shit. Like, do not give her access to your seed. Do not. Like, that, like, the story that gets me the most is like this one woman, I think she saw like either her doctor or her dentist or some kind of crap, and they had some fun, and she didn't swallow, she just held it, and then she spat it out in a cup, and then she got pregnant off the shit she spat in the cup, and then she sued the guy for child support. So when you realize that that is a thing that can happen, that is the level of paranoia you need to have about your seed with women. It is unfortunate, but that is the situation that it is. So
have any as few negative consequences as possible. Like, you're not going to have zero consequences to making this choice, but you want to mitigate them as much as possible. And the way you do that is by interacting with people properly. Much like if I'm going to mitigate some of the negative consequences of being vegan, and big negative consequences, that it's really hard to interact with your family properly when you don't eat the same foods that they do. And so what I try to do is try to find foods that we all like that I can also eat, and then I bring myself back to the table. Now family events aren't so hard anymore. And much the same is that if you're trying to live in a society where you're ghosting half the population, or where you're not interacting with half the population, you're going to find yourself very uncomfortable. So
you don't need to interact with that. Again, it's like this idea of fucking Mgtow purity, where like, oh, you don't interact with women. It's like, motherfucker, how much do you need to interact with people on a day-to-day basis? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm an introvert, whatever. I don't fucking go out and interact with the population by and large. But guess what? I can have a civil conversation with a female. It's not something that I go out of my way to do. Most of the time is like, my hobbies, they're primarily dude exclusive. Why? Well, because they're the kind of hobbies that women don't really get into that much. If a woman did get into that, I'd probably just discuss the hobby with her on a professional basis, on a hobbyist basis. That's it. It's the same as like, oh, hey, you work with a woman? Oh, you can't be Mgtow, you work with a woman, therefore you have a relationship with her. No, screw that. You just keep whatever discussions you have entirely professional. You give no fucks about her relationships. You give no fucks about anything that is not strictly job related. Whatever. That's all that needs to be done. Thankfully, I work in a job that does not require that, because women tend to wash out of my field pretty fast. Same with the hobby. Women last long in the hobby. Does that mean that some of the guys don't have girlfriends? No, some of them do. Some of them have wives. What do? I say hello. I smile. I wave. I introduce myself. That's it. That's it. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be a ghost every woman in your life. Just, you see a woman, fucking drop a smoke bomb and run. Like, no. You can still be a fucking normal person. You just aren't actively pursuing a relationship with any of these women. Whoop-de shit. It's not difficult. It's not complicated.
what you want to do is interact with them under a certain context. Like I interact with my family under the context of being vegan. You interact with women under the context of, am I going to benefit from helping you if I'm going to help you? And do I have the power in the situation? And as long as those two things are present, then I think it's perfectly fine to interact with women in that context. But that's all I have to say for this video. If you liked it, please hit the like button, subscribe.
Pretty sure he wiped this video, especially since it had Mgtow in the title. So he's either deleted it or he's changed the title of it. So if you want to react to this video, you're going to have to react in the bottom of this either live stream or the individual segment once I actually get around to posting it. Okay, that was 22 minutes. I ranted about that first video for the better part of an hour, but at least these last ones got done fairly fast. How we doing? It's like, we still got another like 37 minutes until New Year's. Take a shot every time before you sleep. Okay, look, number one, like I'm already fairly sloshed. I'm pretty sure that if I took a shot for every time he said he was vegan in that video alone, I'd be out of Captain Morgan and I'd probably be passed out in this chair. Yeah, you don't want me to die? Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, for no reason, Ghost, do you like FPS games? I like them in principle. I had some fun on like the Call of Duty. I do like Battlefield 1. I'm actually very excited for Eve Vanguard. Still in development, but I'm interested in it. So I like them well enough. It's just I don't have much time to game, period. So when I game, I try to think like, how can I make this game into content? Or am I seriously going to enjoy it? Or will I actually really support it? Like Eve Vanguard I'd kind of like because, well, I've been playing Eve for a while, and it doesn't need to be the best FPS. Here, let's switch to just a different setting, because I don't really care to have this as the background. And I never get to use this setting. I've barely ever used the fucking chatting background. Jeez, is this actually going to... Yeah, the chat box should be there. Well, Gabriel, I'm sorry this past New Year's where you are, but Happy New Year's to you. Let's see if this chat box actually shows up here. I hope it does. You guys might have to say something before I can find out, but I created this freaking whole chatting scene here, and I really never use it, but I don't really feel like having Think Before You Sleep in the background. Just wait till we get the video. He did that as his fiancée in the thumbnail. Oh, yeah, that'll be his whole thing. That background is just, yeah, it does pop up. Yeah, no, I created a viewing scene. It's called a shard in Streamlabs. Like, specifically so that I could have like a just chatting sort of deal. And then a viewing scene for when we're actually doing like gaming or video responses. But I usually don't have any just chatting streams, so I've never really gotten to use this. So we're just going to use it for a bit because I don't have any more queued up for this episode. I figured 4 works. This looks like a sitting room. Yeah, much like most other things, it's AI generated, but it's quite good. I've been considering making some stuff in the Unreal Engine, but again, it takes time. Like, so much of my ideas, like, they just take a bunch of time. Maybe I have to purchase an asset, maybe not. But I rather like this. It's nice. Would like to have a room like this in real life, you know, just shelved, packed full of books. Nice thing on the roof. Just kind of sit down in your lounge chair and read your book for a couple hours on end. Got to do a lot of that over the holidays. It was quite nice. Well, we still got 35 minutes, so I don't know, guys, if you have any like questions, or we'll just chat for the next half hour or so. I don't really want to do too much roasting tonight, so we'll just drink and chat, or I don't know. You guys want to call in? Like, I don't know, hit me up on Discord or something. Wouldn't necessarily say no to someone on Discord right now. I'll take Collins. We could maybe set up a StreamYards. But, so, is this year in hindsight, 2023, this has been, I mean, I should say this past year has been a royal shit show. Like, this stuff in the Middle East, like, was that just this year? It feels like so long, but at the same time, I don't think we were talking about it last New Year's. So I think this shit show in the Middle East has been literally just a this year sort of deal. We'll see what comes of it. I just expect my taxes to go up. That's probably about it. And ghost stories. That's the thing. I always try to toe the line. Like, Chronic's always got a bunch of good stories about his old college days. Like me, I try to toe the line. Where it's like, can I tell this story without necessarily giving myself away? Although at this point, I'm pretty sure that if anyone I actually knew watched this, they'd probably be able to figure out who I am pretty bloody fast. weirdly enough, people just do not seem to be interested. And I'm pretty sure that this is the one time I'd actually be thankful for the suppression by the algorithm, because it's very hard for people to find me. Senator Armstrong. Am I the bad guy for wanting to punish my mom, who is picking fab with my brother in this way? Who would Asian impregnating women withholding my personal life and babies from mom? Ultimate punishment. Um, I, well, no, I don't think that's necessarily makes you the bad guy. Like, if I'm going to go through with having a family, I'm going to have to go to Southeast Asia. For me, specifically the Philippines. I'm really hoping that the shit with China doesn't escalate, but it's the toss-up. What would I rather do? Get with a country that's probably going to be at war with China within the next 20 years or 10 years? Or instead try to have a family in Canada? I think I'd rather try to have one in the Philippines. At least there's like odds of the family survival. Alternatively, is I could just fuck off further north in Canada and then just stop giving a shit about a family entirely, and that's a valid backup option. But I mean, if you're gonna fuck off to Southeast Asia to have a family, there's nothing really stopping your parents from buying tickets to go out. Your mom wants to go out and see the kid. I mean, again, at that point, it depends on the relationship with your mom. Maybe she's been a shitty enough mom that you don't want her to interact with her kids. That's perfectly acceptable. There's a bunch of moms out there that should not interact with their grandchildren. That's perfectly valid. Because here's the thing. What matters more? Your mother's emotions or your child's well-being? I think it's 100% the well-being of your child. So you should absolutely value the well-being of your child over the emotional state of your mother. Aside from that, it's just consequences. Hey, so think before you sip. Last thing I'll say about think before you sleep tonight is if you want some insider info on it, there are two places to look. The Brittany Venti Kiwi Farm, starting around page 185, and a YouTube channel called Shampoo Venom. I will... Can I copy that? Alright, I will just copy that part of the chat for now. And I will see about looking into that later. Thank you for the lead. Being able to share without the docs area. Yeah, that's the problem. Admittedly, I don't have I don't necessarily have a lot of stories to share, especially not of the red pill variety. But it's nice to at least be able to vent about some stuff. So I do appreciate you guys listening to that. Asian women are super cute, but I also like redheads. Yeah. Asia tends to not have that many redheads. But personally, I just... Like, I was actually asked at work, oh God, several months ago, like, what I preferred in a woman. They were asking me, oh, do you want, like, blondes? Do you want brunettes? Do you want redheads? I was like, guys, if she is an 18-year-old debt-free virgin with no tattoos, I am not picky. It's hard enough to fit the requirements that actually matter. Do you really think I'm going to give a shit about fucking what her hair color is? Like, seriously? Oh, what ethnicity does she need to be? Dude, she's a fucking 18 to 24-year-old debt-free virgin without tattoos. Why would I give a fuck? Like, seriously. I mean, like, let's look at this. Like, the idea, like, oh, black women are the least desirable on the dating apps. Yeah, that's because black women, A, tend to have unpleasant personalities, and B, tend to be fat. Like, no shit. It's not the color of their skin. It's their fucking personality and health. Like, if you're able to control for that, I'm pretty sure that you'd find that it's aligns a lot closer to like all the other attractive women of every single race. Senator Armstrong. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, applying for remote work, like I'm working on that too. I'm actually very thankful I've got an opportunity to branch into some more administrative and accounting work at my current job, and I am, like, I'm going to use that opportunity to learn the shit out of QuickBooks and get into accounting, because my understanding is that is going to be some consistently in-demand remote work. And then it's just a matter of finding it. But if you can get like fucking QuickBooks certified and you can have some kind of job history to back it up, I think that that's probably the best opportunity. But I wouldn't know every option. That would just be my 2 cents on the matter. Hey Chaz, Happy New Year. Chaz, if you want to call in, hit me up on Discord. Like, we're just having a chatting moment right here, so like I'm open to talk about whatever right now. Senator Armstrong, QuickBooks? Yeah, QuickBooks is like this. It's kind of this all-in-one accounting app. I was introduced to it by one of the other guys I bring on regularly. I think Bandit. So, yeah, no, QuickBooks is... It's apparently the app to learn. Like, most businesses use it. And there is their own kind of in-house certification course. So if you're looking to get guaranteed remote work, learning QuickBooks for accounting is probably what you should aim for. Senator Armstrong, can you call in? Can you get on Discord? If you can get on Discord, then I can call you in. I mean, I could set up a StreamYards, but I don't know, I'm feeling really lazy. Hey, Gray should learn Japanese and talk about being vegan while teaching yoga. Omae wo mu shinjeru. Nani? How long is the course? I don't know. Like, just like Google like QuickBooks course. It's there. I think like all the lessons are free once you're paying for the subscription to QuickBooks, and then you just kind of study through the course, and then there's the certification test to take, and if you pass that, then you get QuickBooks certified, and that's probably good enough for most companies, I guess. I don't know. 27 in Toronto? Well, like, I'm fucking 33, a bit north of you, but I mean, 27? Like, hell, get a head start on that shit, man. Make it sound like retards can pass it? I don't know. I haven't actually taken it myself. I'm trying to get my boss to pay for all that shit so that I don't have to shell out each month for it. He just hasn't gotten me the username and password, but hopefully within the next week I'll have that, and then I'll be able to start studying it and get certified on the company dime. Raisin, 31, I'm an old man. I'm older than you, Raisin. You say you're old and I'm fucking ancient. What's the conversion between American years and Canadian years? Well, a Canadian winter lasts twice as long as an American winter. So it's like 1.3 American years to every Canadian year. Canadian years are 1.3 times as longer, so if someone's like 27 in American, then they're like, I don't know, 20... Oh, fuck, math. 1.3. Yeah, they're like, God, I did the math wrong. God damn. Trying to do math while fucking sloshed. 27 divided by 1.3. 20. Okay, so if someone's 27 in American years, and then they are 20 in Canadian years. Because our winters last twice as long, we add an extra 0.3 to each year. Hey, Machi, thanks for staying up for this. Hope you have a happy new year and get a good sleep. Get a good night's sleep. Hate Toronto, hate Canada. Well, hey, maybe you won't. Like, I mean, you probably don't hate it as much right now. I mean, it's been fucking warm this past week. Like, we've barely had any snow and a shit ton of rain. For end of December, that is ludicrous. I remember last year around Christmas time, it's like 3 feet of fucking snow all at once. Literally Christmas morning, multiple feet of snow. It was up to my goddamn waist digging out the driveway. It was a fucking nightmare. Math and rum don't mix. Yeah, but, you know, maybe I'll just have more rum and then I won't have to do as much math. Toronto makes me wish I woke up in Detroit. I'm pretty sure that if you woke up in Detroit for a while, you wouldn't say that. I mean, I've never lived in Toronto. I've lived next to Toronto. I'd be hard-pressed to believe it's as bad as Detroit. Rather live in Detroit? Really? Damn. Really? Really? Damn. I don't live in a city, period. Admittedly, yes, that's why I got the fuck out of the GTA and moved up into the wilds of the north, but damn. That's some serious condemnation of Toronto if you'd rather live in fucking Detroit. God. That's brutal. Well, okay, hey, Armstrong. Toronto or Hamilton? That's the real question. Where would you rather be, Toronto or Hamilton? So dig me there. Okay, yeah, that's... Toronto must have seriously fucking hurt you if you'd rather go to Hamilton. I mean, depending on your profession, man, head north. Head north. Like, there's... Like, the pay's not as good, the rent's just as bad, but... I mean, if you need to get away from the city, then... All I can say is head north. Detroit versus Chicago versus Baltimore. Yeah, F the cities. Hey, don't forget Portland. The best city of all. Practical nurse. I'll be poor. Honestly, man, if you come north, I don't know about the pay for nurses per se, but I know that the demand is pretty high. I can't say where I am, but maybe look to the north if you want to get out of the city. I'm pretty sure as a practical nurse, especially if you're a male practical nurse, there is work for you. Hate working as a nurse? Well, not my field of expertise, unfortunately. But, hey, if you're capable of lifting heavy shit and working long hours and you don't mind being outside, well, the trades are always hiring. So maybe there's some opportunity there, because if you head north, the trades need you. The trades need work. Hurt your back? Depends where you hurt your back, really. Like, I hurt my back in one trade profession, and then I switched trade professions, and my back recovered. So, again, I'd go into more detail if I wasn't so concerned about the doxing, but maybe consider that. It worked for me. Genetic joints? Fuck. I guess then learn QuickBooks and get into accounting as fast as you can. That's all I can suggest. Like, maybe just try to get in, like, try to learn QuickBooks as fast as you can and get into accounting. I don't know much beyond that. Uh, Arian Shinsu, what's your Discord? If you head to the Undead Chronic Discord, I'm a moderator there, so you should be able to find me there. And Mass Vigilante, Happy New Year's! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to invest a lot of future AI tech companies. I honestly don't recommend just investing in those generally. Like, a lot of these tech companies are going to use AI as their buzzword. And they're like, oh, we're going to use AI to do this, that, and the other thing. It's like, no. It's not going to work. Like, it's really not going to work. Like, I don't claim to be an expert in it, but if there's one field of AI that I genuinely think is going to take off, it's going to be AI translation. There's been a big problem in the localizer community right now. And even the people who would normally be against AI for, like, writing or art or music, no. They are 100% for localizers. So if you can find an AI company that specializes in translation, they're probably one that is actually going to turn a profit. Most other companies jumping on AI that don't already have a significantly established consumer base, they're probably just using it as a gimmick, and they're probably not going to actually bring any long-term gains. They're probably just going to drain a bunch of investor dollars and then completely fuck off. So, do not recommend it. Let's see. Future of Tesla. Okay. Electric cars, despite everything that the government is going to push, they suck. And they 100% suck. If you're going to invest in that, it is going to be for a short-term investment only. Like, I really do not see Tesla turning a profit on its vehicles. Especially now that winter is here and a bunch of people have actually had the chance to test things out. I think I saw today that there's this one guy who his Tesla is locked until he gets a new battery for it, and that new battery is $26,000. $26,000. The cost of multiple used vehicles, and probably the cost of a mediocre new vehicle. That's the cost of just the battery replacement to continue using the Tesla. Not to mention everyone else who's going to find the undercarriages and batteries of their vehicles absolutely ruined after winter has had its say with them, and all the fucking salt and shit on the roads, to say nothing of everyone who's actually driven their crap around and gotten it fucked up with potholes. Not to mention that one that just caught fire south of the freaking border and closed down the border crossing for a while. No. Tesla as a vehicle, I don't think that they actually have a future outside of California. They've probably peaked or close to peaked. I don't know if they're going to do much beyond that. And I can't really say the rest of Elon Musk's properties. I don't know one way or the other whether or not they're going to succeed. SpaceX has always seemed kind of shady to me. X as Twitter is like, well, I mean, how are they going to turn a profit? I mean, maybe they'll turn a profit, but I wouldn't put money on it. I would just be simple with that. Like, I would not put money on X, formerly known as Twitter. Terminator robots coming soon. Boston Dynamics gonna boom. No pun intended. Well, I've seen a bunch of these fucking worker robots, and I'm telling you, if humans had to worked at that speed and could only work under those restrictions, they wouldn't be hired. Like, they might seem like, ooh, that one can lift a sheet of drywall. I was like, okay. It's definitely not as fast, definitely not as versatile, and that is indoors in an enclosed space on a perfectly flat floor. Let's see them do the exact same thing and carry that shit down a slippery ass hill of uneven terrain. Can they do that? No. Congratulations. They are not good enough to replace a human. Go back to the fucking drawing board. Our situation is wild. Blood diamonds on wheels. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's stupidly expensive. There's not enough lithium to finance it all. Like, it's not going to happen. It's seriously just not going to happen. They won't be able to replace all the necessary vehicles for the functioning of society with electric vehicles. They just won't. The trucking industry alone would fucking perish. And if they make exceptions for the trucking, okay, well, what about commuting then? Like, you think this fucking work from home situation's bad? Imagine if, like, hey, either work from home or buy a Tesla. Fuck that. People are going to work from home or they're going to quit their job because buying a Tesla is prohibitively expensive. Random guy. Would I say from moving to Canada from Brazil is a good move? I hate heat and love the cold. Well, that entirely depends on what you want to do. Like, what you want to do and how you want to make money. Like, if you come up to northern Canada and you want to make a shit ton of money and you get, like, one of these, like, mining jobs in one of the Sudbury diamond mines or something similar, you can make a shit ton of money. Not sure how much education you need, but for that kind of stuff, pays well, and living expenses, they're not that bad. If you move up to Cochrane, which is in northern Ontario, like, they're offering plots of land for $10. $10 for land. Land, actual property. It's insane. If you know any sort of valuable skill or trade, and you do not mind being out in fucking negative 30, yeah, Northern Ontario. Northern Ontario is fucking hurting for people. But it depends what you want to do. Do I recommend starting a family in Canada? Hell no. Hell to the fuck no. No, do not start a family in Canada. If you want to own land and make some money before everything falls apart, yeah, if you can handle fucking negative 30, then by all means, just, bring a good coat. Like a damn good coat. Where I'm from, the lithium mining industry is going. That's like, yeah, that might actually be something to invest in the short term more than an AI tech company, is actually lithium mining. Like, any sort of mining company that mines lithium, in the short term at least, that's what you want to invest in, because that's probably going to skyrocket soon. Would just like to fuck off to the woods. I'm a decent carpenter. Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. Northern Ontario, Cochrane. I guarantee you can probably get a trade job as a carpenter. You can get some land fairly cheap. And get your own place up there in the middle of the bush. And the only vehicle you're going to need is a fucking ATV, maybe a truck if you're going to drive around and have some kind of carpentry. But if you're just popping into town, an ATV is all you need. 100% Cochrane. That's where you want to go. Right about negative 30 Fahrenheit or Celsius? Negative 30 Celsius. Maybe negative 35 on some of the particularly cold days, but it's dry, so it's not that bad. Five hours in Ontario, 3 acres going 50K. Selling electrical is 50K. I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I know Cochrane's got some kind of deal going on right now where they're selling land for like $10. I haven't looked too much into it, but they're in desperate need of people going to live up there, so they're willing to sell land for cheap. Armstrong, like, I don't know. Like, if you're trying to hit me up on Discord, then I can't see exactly what you're hitting me up with. So, sorry, man. How do people stay warm in the winter for cheap in Toronto? I don't know. We're gonna be living in RVs. People already live in RVs. Just depends on how far you go. RV's gonna be the next best thing. No, they're already selling pretty good. I already know a couple people who've switched to living in the RV life. RV companies? Yeah, could work. Could work. Now can look at anime protagonists in Canada. We need a katana. RV's gonna go way up. I can believe that. I can believe that, especially like farther north. But I'm just gonna take one more sec to drain the main vein, and we'll be celebrating New Year's, at least where I am, in about 5-ish minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes. Be right back, guys. And I'm back. Car is going to be the next best thing most people won't have access to. Well, the funny thing is, apparently Canada, the Liberals said they're going to try to ban all non-electric vehicles by 2035. And I'm thinking, that's stupid. There's no chance in hell that they will do that. Like, there's no way that it'll pass. There's no way that it'll succeed. And even if it does, like, what are they going to do? Ban all non-electric vehicles for fucking civilians? Because we know that, like, if you convert all police vehicles to electric, then every criminal with a gas engine is going to be able to outrun them easy peasy, especially in winter. What are you going to do? Convert the trucking industry to electric? I'd be shocked if there's enough lithium to replace every car in Canada with an electric vehicle. To say nothing of the replacement batteries, because, yeah, like, I was like, oh no, your truck's gonna wear out after freaking 10, 15 years. Like, yeah, you get a fucking Tesla, your battery wears out after 5 or 6. If that. What's an average second-hand car worth in Canada? Say, 2012 model work. You could probably get that for like 10 grand. 10 grand or less, I'd say. Like, I know, like, a pre 2010s model you can probably get for under 10 grand. I'd have to check personally, but I'd say that if you wanted like a 2012 ish model, I couldn't see it being more than 15 grand, probably less than 10. What's happening with the firearm laws? Oh, they are fucked. You literally cannot purchase a handgun right now. Like, there's been a complete freeze on um, handheld pew pews, just to try to bypass the algorithm a little bit. Oh, by the way, it is midnight. Happy New Year, Warband. Happy bloody New Year, 2024. We are beyond the point of thinking that things are going to be better. Fucking brace yourself and make sure that your property's fire insurance is updated, because, oh god, this year's gonna be fucked. But good luck to all of you who are gonna need it. But yeah, out bush. Yeah, no, firearm law here. Completely screwed. Um, Short of the conservatives getting in this year, which probably won't happen because I don't trust our electoral system anymore, despite what the people may want. Yeah, I'm thinking that like there's currently a freeze on the handhelds, and that's probably not going to change unless the conservatives get in, and even if they do, that's still going to take a while to undo, if they even undo it, which maybe they will, maybe it won't be a high enough priority. I can't say for sure, but either way, the fucking pew pew situation up in Kazakhstan is fairly thoroughly fucked. Happy New Year, Tasha Pie, August Lyon, Ash Blackwind, just some random guys, Senator Armstrong. Oh. I just woke up to the sound of fireworks blasting off Mortician Stone. Well, at least I can get what time zone you're in, but best of luck, everybody. Hopefully 1 year from now, all of us can come back here and be like, thank God that fuckery's over with. I'll actually be quite thankful if we can join back here 365.25 days from now. Actually, it's a leap year, so 326 days from now, if we can meet up here again and go, thank fuck that shit's over with, I'll be pretty happy. So thank y'all for stopping by. Username of the Discord. Let's see. Can I copy it? Got like streamer mode enabled. One second, let me screw with my settings real quick. Streamer mode off for a minute. Uh, There we go. Try that. Try that, Senator Armstrong. See if that gets you in. Arian Sincere, I see you anyway. We'll accept that friend request. There we are. There I see you, Armstrong. There we go.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Armstrong. Welcome, welcome. You are live.
Uh, hold on. Here we go. Hey, Gray, what's up?
Hey, well, Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year. Likewise. I hope it's going good, man. I'm happy that I'm the first caller tonight, man. I guess you don't really do this too much, eh?
Yeah, no, I usually don't do call-ins because I'm normally restricted to streams of one kind or another. But whatever, it's New Year's, and I've finished my think before you sleep stuff. So why the hell not?
Yeah, you made a lot of series on him, dude. Dude, did you see fucking Hammer going on Iridium Kush the other night? It was just incredible, dude.
I was like, I didn't catch the actual thing, but like, God, funny thing is, I think I remember Iridium Kush from like chat back in like Chronic stuff or some of Yeetus'
Yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like the idea
Oh my
that he's
God.
basically fallen to the same level as Bullets for Teeth. That
No,
is,
no, no, dude. The guy's obviously a Fed. I mean,
oh,
it doesn't take a genius to see through the fucking ashes. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, Hammerhand's gonna call a spade, but like everyone in chat was calling him a Fed, supposedly. I mean, the motherfucker didn't do a good job. I mean, the guy's unfortunately the guy, he's probably gonna get fired by his like his boss or whatever. He's like a 55-year-old guy. He probably has a manager in the Fed that's probably younger than him. Not trying to diss him. I'm just trying to say that we see what you did, bro.
yeah, I didn't catch the details of that, so I'm honestly out of the loop on that. So,
Dude, what's your plan for this new year?
uh, well, I've been considering a couple options. So one
Okay.
thing I want to do is I want to push with a bit more of this AI stuff because I'm seeing more people latching on to the idea of having AI generated influencers. And so I've
Okay.
been working on this new interface called
Now,
Comfy
now,
UI.
okay. Pause.
Shoot.
Now, do you think that this is correlated due to the, for example, Idiocracy has a theory that people are getting dumber and lazier, which I totally agree with, which can be correlated to the success of what you're saying right here. You know what I mean? It's definitely, I would say, it's a correlation.
Mm, well, it's the question of. I think I don't wouldn't
Mm.
correlate it with it being dumber. I'd look more to supply and demand because
The thing is that people are getting lazier. And I just came back from a trip from Jamaica, and I heard on the radio that they were gonna get GMOs even there. So and the thing is that I was traveling around different countries. I went to 4 different countries here: Colombia, Botoga, which I highly do not recommend going as a white guy alone because, holy fuck, I got robbed like $700 my first day, and I initiated my first fight, which I never did. I never thought I would do, and you know what? I watched that Serpent ZA video about do not take the taxi from the airport. Like like there's these taxis at the airport, so don't take those kind of guys. Well, I watched that video through and through, and I still decided to go for the fucking taxi in Colombia. And the funny thing is that I missed my flight to Medellin. I was supposed to be my friend, and I immediately booked it back, and I ended up in Botoga. And when I called my Airbnb in the taxi, the guy was taking me to some fucking place. I'm like, yeah, can I go to there? And the guy was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, he just shook his head and took me somewhere. And I called Airbnb. I connected to the guy's Wi-Fi, and the guy told me that I was in the wrong city. So I was looking at this guy like, where the fuck are you taking me? And short story, long story short. Sorry, I had a couple beers. The guy ended up going to my wallet and having the boldness to withdraw to go and grab like $200 from my wallet and then push a 20 in my fucking wallet and think that like it's cool. You know what I mean? For like fucking 20 minutes of driving, which I was pissed off about, obviously. Um, and then yeah, I just kept yeah, I'm so embarrassed, dude. Like you know what?
No,
I'm just a
dude, don't be like I legit had a fucking a grand in cash stolen out of a hotel room that I was staying overnight at Vietnam in by the fucking hotel staff. And the thing is, no, it gets worse. Tried to go to the fucking cops on this, and my connection with the local it gets worse. It gets worse, man. It gets worse.
I also called the cops and they didn't fuck all. Because
here's the thing. It gets worse. No, let me finish this first. So, not only were the cops completely unable or unwilling to do anything, but my contact then told me, get the fuck out of there now. They're probably gonna hire assassins to come break your fucking kneecaps for daring to even get the cops remotely involved.
That's what happened to me, bro, because I was immediately like, when I came back later to the night to my hotel, and they told me I had to leave, and I was escorted out by the cops. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, bro, because I ended up calling the cops on that motherfucker. Because, okay, guys, chat, listen, chat. I banged, okay, I'm ashamed of what I did. Okay, I went to this motherfucker and I said to him, "Give me the biggest ass Colombian you have," and this motherfucker brought a 50-inch ass out of a fucking taxi to this random hotel, and I just came back from a 12-hour flight, and I was like, whoa, it was the biggest ass I've ever seen, dude. And I think it was natural. And holy moly, dude. And I ended up banging this chick at like 7 in the morning after my long ass flight. And bro, it was the best lay of my life. And it was so awkward because I was just in the lobby waiting for my hooker. And, and the guy and everyone knew that I was about to bang an escort, so everyone was like kind of chilling there and like just kind of chilling, and I was kind of zoned out, like zonked out, and I mean, what a time to be alive. You know what I mean? I mean, would I do it again? Yes. Fuck yes. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. So in retrospect, was 2023 a total like zonker? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, bro, because I went to all these different places. You know what I mean? And yeah, I went there alone, but dude, I met like the coolest people in Colombia, man. Like, dude, look, I think everyone should go to fucking Colombia, bro. Fuck, dude, I never went to the Philippines. You went to Vietnam, dude?
Yeah, no, I went to Vietnam, kind of an extended holiday thing.
Oh, I'm so jealous, bro. How did you get that, dude? I'm totally gonna do that quick. Brooks, yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Ex girlfriend was Vietnamese, so
dude, I actually dated a Japanese girl in Toronto. She was on that 1 year holiday visa, and I scored her when like she was like fresh. So we were together for like 1 year straight, and she was like a fucking 9, bro. So when I was walking around with her, she thought I was like a 10 because I'm a white guy. But the thing is, like, I'm like probably like sub. Well, now I'm hot, but before I was like.
Hey, okay, well,
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Then you gotta make
like
it.
Sub 4, bro.
Okay, we gotta make a commitment, man. 8 or 6, not 7. That's cheating. 8 or 6.
I would say I'm an 8 right now, but before I was like a 4, bro.
Nice, nice. Hey,
I was like
congrats on the glow.
no, but like, but thing is like JBW totally applies because like just be white theory is totally a thing in Toronto. Dude, guess what I did? I went to the fucking ESL school and I camped outside the fucking elevators in a suit and I waited for them to fucking come down the elevator and I just targeted them. Dude, yeah, even Kite and Chaz can fucking pull this off. The fucking burger that he is. I love him to death, but dude. Kite and Chaz can pull this off. All right.
Okay. Well, okay.
All he has to no.
Chaz can bench like fucking 325. Like he can pull like a motherfucker on appearance so long as he keeps his mouth shut.
No. Look, these girls are fucking learning English, okay? So the fact that you're even speaking to them, you sound like fucking Shakespeare initially.
Oh, actually, yeah. Funny enough, there's this one VTuber
No.
no.
And they've been watching Disney. They've been watching Disney in Japan, so they already have a deep fucking concoction. You know what I mean? Like like it's like a stew. You know what I mean? Like you have like a soup and you stir it for like a fucking while, right? These motherfuckers have been stirring that colloquial Disney soup for like 25 years, bro. So they fucking come out and they have all these expectations on you. Like you're gonna be like their white savior. And bro, it can lead to the best relations of your life, bro. Anyways, what are you saying, Gray? I've been talking a lot.
Yeah. No. It's all good. Just it reminded me like there's this one VTuber I watch who's like they know Japanese like the back of their fucking hand, but
Dude,
like
you don't even
their grasp of English kind of.
No, I think if you know the language, it actually does you a disservice. Like if you like pretend like you don't know their language, but you're like curious about their language, but you only primarily speak English, oh, that turns them on like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, no. Again, like like my ex, like she knew English well enough, but like
Yeah, but she was more.
but like I knew enough English, but I think but like I'd end up learning enough Vietnamese from her to be able to kind of speak bits, and then like yeah, it became kind of like almost a romantic talk to speak
I
stuff in
know.
Vietnamese.
I know, and you still think about it today, like you know what I mean. And sometimes I think about my first love. She was my first love, by the way. She was 27, I was 22, bro. And wow, I mean, what a dude. But the thing is, like, she was really fucking hot, bro. Like, like she was way like honestly, bro. She was like a nine. She was like a Toronto 9.8. You
That
know what I mean? And
yeah,
when I would walk
that's
around with her, like she would get all the attention. One time I went into a country style and this simp ass motherfucker tried to get into a fight with me because he was so jealous of my girlfriend, bro. I mean, people are just retarded, bro. Like this was like a 55-year-old grandpa incel getting mad at me because I had a hot girlfriend, bro. And I was a young guy, so you know I didn't fucking. But now I'd fucking probably give him the fucking RKO and probably uh put him in the dumpster. But yeah, before I wasn't really that bold, kind of thing, you know.
yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
you
no,
said you're in Northern Ontario. There's $10 a what are you talking about, bro?
yeah, no, that's the thing. Apparently, like, do you know where Cochrane is?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Moosonee is?
no, dude.
Okay.
Listen, I
Uh,
heard. I look
do you know
5 hours
where?
out in Ontario. You can get like land for like 50 grand, and it's
Here,
like
like,
5 hours out, and it's Blind River, Ontario,
yeah. No,
and I think that and I suspect that they're gonna build a bridge over Blind River, and immigrants are and if they can manage to build a bridge over Blind River, Ontario, um, you know, a couple of acres are going for pretty cheap right now. But if they can manage it, because it has a main highway right there, and my friend, I've been hanging out with this guy from Saskatchewan. I don't know if he's a Fed though, bro. You know what I mean? I've been hanging out with this guy from Saskatchewan. I met him in Toronto. He was living in his car, and he says that he's a snowbird who migrates to Jamaica. And I went to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan to hang out with him for 3 days. He was living with his friend. That they all seem pretty sketchy. I can't lie, bro. And he was 62 years old. My friend's from Saskatchewan. He's half Aboriginal and what I don't know, like he's half white from like Mediterranean. And the thing is, like, yeah, we hung out for like 3 days in Saskatchewan. I went to visit him, and the thing is, like, he seemed pretty cool, but he seemed like he was kind of reserved. But I don't know if that was like old man thing or whatever. The thing is, like, he had a place in Jamaica, and then I went to Jamaica, and then 13 days, and then he started to act strange, like, like 12 days, and he started to like throw rocks towards my direction. Like he would like I would play. Listen, bro, I would play Chronics and Hammerhands videos, and this motherfucker would get so triggered because he's a Canadian nationalist. I mean, if he heard this, he'll probably slit my throat. Uh, but he's a Canadian nationalist, and he's a socialist. Like he's a super duper fucking socialist, and he hates Hammerhand politics because he thinks that they're like warmongers and they control hate and blah blah blah. They hate women, and the guy just gets so triggered when he hears Hammerhand, but he still wants to listen to him. But the guy gets so mad that he like started throwing stuff in my direction, and he apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. The thing is, like, after a while, I started to get suspicious. Like, are you fucking fed, bro? And the thing is, like, I met his friend, and I was in Jamaica and I went to this thing called Naya Bingi, which is this Rastafarian event. And I met this. I was hanging out, and the guy who took me was this long was like a long head Rastafarian, which is like, Bob Marley says, "We keep them bald heads out of town," as the song goes. So what that implies is that the bald-headed people in Jamaica have a bad reputation, like they represent Babylon, which is associated with, which means confusion and the police. Um, so that's what I learned, and you know what? I surprisingly learned this from my friend from Saskatchewan, which makes me even question if he's a Fed or not.
Well,
The
like
thing that
let's
he
be honest. There's a fine line between someone who's a Fed, is in there on the payroll, and someone who just consumes enough of the government propaganda that they may as well be a Fed, but they don't have the actual connections.
How can you distinguish?
Honestly,
How do we know you're not a Fed, bro?
honestly, you can't. Like, you really can't. Like, you just kind of have to look at what I say, what I do, the actions I take, and then just try to take what's useful and discard whatever's useless. Like, I can't prove that I'm not a Fed, so I just try to
You know what
provide.
the problem? No, no, no. The problem with that, what you're saying right now, is that with this new mental health propagation, oh, we want the health, we want to go and propagate the mental health. Oh, we just want to help, we just want to help, guys, right? So when they're gonna say that we just want to help, and guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna strip your autonomy away from you because they have concerns for you. They heard things about you, and they heard X, Y, and Z. Maybe someone files a form 2 on you because, oh, you may be threatened to go and commit suicide. People harass you in different ways. They go and force you to go and see a psychiatrist, and they put you on fucking meds. You know what I mean?
No, I get that. Like, that's why, like, I try to take a very selfish standpoint to it. Is like, look, I just look to the future and think like, I want as many men to succeed as possible because that's going to provide the easiest life for me in the future.
Why, dude? Look, John F. Kennedy said, "Do not pray for easy lives. Pray to be stronger men." Okay.
Yeah,
Now, what do you think about that?
I think that's entirely reasonable. Like, like, honestly, if I was to go back into biology, I'd honestly do a thorough study on the
Okay.
application of pain as a teaching method. Because
Okay.
because
Now I watched now I watched a video today showing that uh the sunlight produces algae and that there's eukaryocytes and then there's predators who go and consume them. And tigers are at the top of the food chain amongst with humans. Now the thing is that there's different tiers to this, and it's all controlled by aggression and calorie conservation.
okay.
So in terms of calorie conservation, I mean, you have to think about it, right? You guys, you have to think about it. GMO has produced less quality but more quantity.
Well, okay, now
There,
that entirely. Okay, now this is where I need to actually get specific here, because there, like, I define a distinct line between GMO as genetically modified organism.
okay.
Does that include cross pollination, where you are trying to, using entirely natural means,
Okay.
introduce beneficial qualities, or are we exclusively talking about genetically modified in a laboratory condition, actually modifying the DNA?
Okay. So what do you think will produce the most produce? I'm asking you a question.
Personally, okay, if I was to say what determines the most
So
produce,
no, you gave me both. So look,
yeah, yeah,
B
yeah.
what look, your second option would obviously produce a lot more produce because it would be considered more unethical, right? Because they have a little more leeway, presumably.
If it worked, you see, that's the problem,
The
because that's
thing
what
is,
it's like. Hey,
the thing is,
let's.
no. The thing is that the committee to go and decide if it works is your current society, and they have a lot of leeway. Therefore, it is a leeway matter.
All right, yeah, that's like with Monsanto and their whole like fucking patenting a specific seed that was like lab modified. Yeah, that I have a problem with. Like that's fucked up.
Yeah, so so like that's what I'm saying, bro. So yeah, like these guys are focused on quantity and they have an agenda to keep that fucking stock market on the uptick. I mean, right now it's doing pretty well. How is it gonna keep going up, in your opinion? How much more are
Hmm.
people gonna suffer for that fucking thing to hit green?
Well, okay, I think that the main.
Because people have been suffering. No. People have been in a stagnant kind of motion. I'll say this. I'll say this much, folks. The stock market goes up and down, right? But you have to focus on the bigger picture. Look back 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Why not give it 40 years ago? Folks, you're not going to be on this fucking planet for 50 years. Okay? There's approximately 1 in 2 of you guys who are going to get cancer. That's why I decided, you know what? If I have these arthritic joints and whatnot, fuck it. I'm gonna spend my early 20s because I blew off 5 years working as a fucking nurse. Jesus Christ, that was a mistake. I worked in a behavioral neurology unit, working with females. I hated my job. And let me tell you something. No one, uh, every fucking one, including Sandman and the Manosphere, is completely wrong about nursing. Jesus Christ. I mean,
Actually, here, let
no.
me. No, hold on a second. Let me hit the record button here, and
Yeah.
like maybe just to include this as a segment, and then
Yeah.
seriously, like
Come
give
on.
your 2 cents on nursing as an insider. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
so yeah,
fucking
I'm
ready.
here with. So let me intro this. So yeah, I'm here with Senator Armstrong, and he's got like a good take on nursing from the inside. Let's see
So
what he's
I've been
got
a
to
nurse for
say.
hi. Hi guys. I've been a nurse for 4.5 years. I've been working in behavioral neurology. It's an inpatient locked unit where we deal with dementia patients, Alzheimer's and schizophrenia patients who, like, so for example, if you have a retirement home and you have like two badass people who are like fighting like all Like you have like a 40, like you have a floor, right? You have like a retirement home. It has like 6 floors, right? Well, every floor has like 40 patients on each section. And let's say every 40 has like one patient who's like really I would say one in well, according to Ontario, they say that 1 in 10 people, 10% of all people over 60 get dementia, as per the current study. But to guys, in my humble opinion, I would say one in in 80 have these severe problems. It's equally divided amongst men and women who have these behavioral issues where you have to admit them to to my unit because they need this kind of care, because if they were to stay in the retirement home, the PSWs and the nurses would refuse to give them care out of their autonomy. But because they're getting the dementia and Alzheimer's, their their disease is stripping them of their autonomy. So and they're but on top of that, the prevailing thing is that they have bad behaviors, like whenever you go and change their diapers or whatever, like they're fucking fighting you. Guys, what I did for a living was I would go and restrain the 1 in 80 patient who would be admitted to my unit. Like we had like I had an athlete from like CBC News. We had uh news, like we had like a lot of famous people on our unit. And let me tell you folks, let me tell you, I saw a lot of these fucking Karens get stripped of their fucking pride when they watched their, you know, 6'4" husband get dementia and poop themselves and are incapable. You got to see how these guys fall off their tall ass mountains that they once claimed. You know what I mean? All high and mighty. But you also have to notice. But I also can't notice that there's some people that are suffering. Like there's some guys who have families and wives out there who are completely abandoned. And those motherfuckers got lucky because they ended up on our unit, and and we give them a chance because we restrain them. We put them in restraints. And why do we do that? Because we give them a higher quality of life. So if you were to give them a chemical restraint, like if this guy is like yelling like 24/7, he's obviously not living a good quality of life. So as per the rationale of uh of nursing, you would go and administer his as needed PRN. So you go and give him the fucking med. I usually give Ativan, and it's usually Ativan, as Chronic said. I heard in his stream, Chronic said that Ativan is like IM or PO. Well, it helps calm them down, but dude, some people who are alcoholics, dude, they need like double Ativan, bro. They need like double Ativan. And I held down, dude. One time, I held down a 220-pound 80-year-old Russian man. Who didn't speak English. He was new to the unit, and the motherfucker ended up smashing me in my head because I was trying to calm him down. Like, hey, it's okay, buddy, it's okay. You know what I mean? I was working there for a while. The guy just kind of calmly like looked at me, and then all of a sudden my fucking head was like fucking smashed, bro. And I mean, he thought it was hilarious, honestly. Um, you know what I did, bro? The reason why I quit is because my coworkers were far too annoying. They all started harassing me because Sandman is correct on one thing, that nurses are jaded because they work in this industry where people are delegating tasks to one another all the fucking time because they don't want to commit the energy. Because let me tell you, after you've been working as a nurse for fucking 5 years or whatever, like me, dude, you are such a fucking asshole because why the fuck do you want to give up your energy force in nursing. I don't know how to tell you. There is no going up in nursing. It is literally a stagnant career forever. I mean, look, I have made an additional 10,000 working only 5 years in my field. And I started off with like 56,000. In my last year, I made like 67. I'm like, fuck, I am so poor. And I'm thinking, like, I wish I could just live in Southeast Asia, work a remote job. Why the fuck did I go to nursing fucking retard?
Yeah, you're kind of cutting in and out there. So
No, what do you think, bro?
well, that's the thing. Like when I was younger, like I'd hear people want to get into nursing because they figured like, oh, it's good pay and steady pay. But at the same time, I can
Dude,
understand like there's no really up the
biggest
career
fucking
ladder of
mistake.
nursing.
Biggest fucking mistake of my life, bro. Dude, it is literally a dead end job. But the good news is it's like being a farmer, you know what I mean? Like you'll never be unemployed, right? That's the one thing you can say, you know what I mean, dude? But the thing is like they can revoke your license and do a whole bunch of fuckery, which makes you even say to yourself, why did I even go to college in the first place? Because if this is a protective body, why do fucking Filipinos and bumfuck people from wherever the fuck they come from can just apply and get our licenses? You know what I mean, dude? So what I figured, Gray, is if they continue this nonchalantness about licenses, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the Philippines, pay them off, go get me a doctorate degree, come back and get and write my doctor exam, and say, yo, I graduated as a doctor, bro.
I mean, if you can, you may as well work the system for what it's worth. Better than spending what
No,
100
dude,
fucking grand over here.
fuck these guys. Fuck these guys, Gray. Dude, these guys accept retards all the time. I mean, have you visited a walk-in clinic lately?
I mean, somewhat lately. I did kind of crack my skull within the last year, so
Oh
yeah.
God, what happened? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Fell off a wall. I got extremely lucky, and
Um.
I only got like a minor fracture, but yeah, very easily could have been an offline situation.
Oh God. I mean, you got yeah, like, dude, was it at like the fucking middle of your fucking like the top head of your skull? Where was
Orbital.
that landing?
Or orbital. Like
What do you mean?
I
The
basically kind of,
fuck?
I landed on my feet.
No wonder your streams have been at like 0.75 speed lately. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. Like I went off a wall. I managed to kind of land like a cat, but I couldn't stop my skull in time. So
I
yeah,
have I
I
have
cracked
behaved
my
like a
fucking
cat
eye
before,
socket
and it
off the
cost me my
ground.
back. Dude, I behaved like a cat before, and it cost me my entire back, my lower back. So I completely feel you. I've been in okay, I suffer from lower back pain on a consistent basis, and that's why I think I smoked so much weed initially because 4 or 5 years ago I got a back injury. I think it's because in my first year of nursing, I was lifting up way too many patients. I was just a nice guy. I was a super duper nice guy, and I was just a funny go happy lucky guy. But let me tell you, chat, when I fucking lifted up my friend like a kitty cat and I hurt my back, no one called me. No one asked for me. No one fucking cared if I was dead or alive. No one fucking called me. All those motherfuckers I helped at work. The motherfuckers never called me. So after that, when I came back to work, I was fucking mad because the motherfuckers never called me, and I would do all their fucking patient care, bro. I only had 4 patients, right? We had a unit of 20 patients, behavioral fucking patients, right? And by the way, I was a man on the fucking floor, and I worked with a team of Filipino ladies, like a bunch of them, right? And the problem with them is like they're only 5 foot fucking tall, and they can't restrain shit. And the thing is that, contrary to popular belief, psych units don't utilize security guards. The people restraining the psych patients are nurses. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
had to instruct fucking retard security guards how to restrain patients, and they can never fucking do it. Therefore, I took that job off their hands because the fucking retards were gonna instead hurt the patient, and then they were giving me more fucking paperwork to do. So I just fucking handled them. You know what I mean, bro? Look. And the thing is that when you're working with 90% women team, ain't fucking no one's coming to help you, bro. And they're so bitchy, bro. I can't even get to the bitchiness. I worked with three old Russian ladies. They were the biggest bitches I ever worked with. I worked with a bunch of and then the other side was like Filipino. Like, I'd say, like, okay, 20% was Russian and they were super powerful. Like 3%, I think it was like they thought because like they worked there forever. Like, I don't know. Like, they were there for a long time and they were just bitches. Like certified like bitches who worked there for like 20 years. Like three old Russian ladies, really fucking horrible people to work with. I hate them. I hate them. When one of them quit, I literally celebrated, bro. Um, the Filipinos are pretty bad too because they converse in their own language on the fucking unit. So when you're working, you think you're in the fucking Philippines, and it's the worst thing on the fucking planet. I hate it. Do you? I fucking hate it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
No, like
you don't
I
even
get
know.
it. Like I work in a field that requires a lot of communication constantly, and
No. You haven't experienced being the only fucking white guy in and then the fucking 95% of everyone else is fucking Filipino, and they're speaking in the fucking
okay,
language.
okay. To be fair, I have been the only white guy in a Vietnamese household,
But you know what?
so
You know what? This has been where?
I think I have been the only white guy in a Vietnamese household, so I
Oh,
have
I'm so
some
sorry.
some
I'm
relation,
so sorry, bro.
but
Great.
it was never it was.
Guys, type one in chat. Type one in chat for Gray and his trauma, his mental trauma.
So like I get it. So I kind of get it, but yeah, never in a work environment. Because like I can imagine if it was in my work environment and literally
No,
everybody
bro.
but me,
Dude,
yeah, it
you
would
wanna know?
suck.
You wanna know the funniest thing? We had a Vietnamese girl join the fucking unit, and she was learning Filipino, like Tagalog, to understand.
Tagalog,
What?
yeah.
No. She was learning Tagalog to learn what the fuck they were saying about her. Dude,
Yeah.
I'm like, finally we have a fucking competitor. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
you got
Because I'm too lazy to fucking do that shit.
oh god, no, no! You know what's extra funny about that? Because like I was looking up, like, oh hey, I'll probably have to learn the language to, like, go to the Philippines. I'll probably have to learn the local language. Guess
Dude,
what?
no,
Isn't fucking offered on
no, dude.
Duolingo?
Dude, no, you're wrong, bro. The Philippines utilizes English as like a primary language, bro. Like they fucking watch dude. Look,
Well, that's the thing. I
you
knew
have
it was
to
like a dual
no,
language
no, no.
thing.
Okay, bro. Look, okay, look. Contrary to okay, look. But I think that the passport bros have an admirable force coming ahead, because you have to think that they're gonna marry iPad girls from the Philippines. Like, no, I'm not even joking, bro. iPad girls, like Zoomer iPad girls from the Philippines. Is that really what you're trying to procreate with?
Well, okay, I'll admit I have no idea what an iPad girl is. Could you go into a bit more detail?
Like, these girls grew up on iPads, and like they literally have the shortest like attention span. They cannot fulfill you in a deep, meaningful full way, which is why I'm kind of siding with TFM on his kind of standard with the love dolls.
Like here's my kind of 2 cents on that. Is like, look, can they produce children? Probably
Well, the thing
yes.
is, no, I don't think that's a relevant matter, because that's gonna be No. Great.
Well, no,
You're
no, but that's the thing. But
completely
like, that's
no, no,
literally
no, no, no,
all
no, no, no,
right.
no. The thing is, like, yeah, I can see. Look, I think that the powers that be do not want population increase. They want population decrease, and they're doing it in whatever subtle ways, and now not so subtle ways. But I think that this is gonna perpetuate in deeper and meaningful ways that people, I think that 2019 was a giant litmus test to see the conviction of human society um, currently. And
Well, no.
and unfortunately, we have been a fimble to stand up to anything, especially as Canadians.
I unfortunately I can't really disagree with that. But like, here's my 2 cents. It's like, look, I don't need him to fucking fulfill me fucking emotionally. All I need him to do is pump out babies. And if I don't need him to pump out babies, then I don't need him.
Dude, it's not up to you to pump out babies. This system is perpetuated and literally primarily based off the baby system. I mean, if there is no populace in Canada, these guys are literally fucked. These guys are fucked. These guys base their fucking statistics not on emotion and psychology. They base it off fucking statistics that are cold and emotionless. And guess what? People are getting rather emotional about this. And people are people and Indian people and Turkish people are retreating from Canada because guess what? Money doesn't equal a good lifestyle in the end. And it doesn't take uh you know a brain, a new age brain to realize that. And an ancient brain can realize that his well-being belongs in a place with, perhaps less sustenance but more independence and autonomy,
Oh
such as
no.
living in the forest, such as Hammerhand would go and suggest. But these guys want to strip us of our autonomy, and we already don't even have autonomy because in the U.S. they have a constitution, unlike us, right?
Yeah, well,
But yet we have to
okay.
stand to the
Keep in mind,
fucking
like
anthem every day.
I've long since accepted that many of the people who come to Canada, they're literally just working here to make the money, and they're sending all their money out of the country, and they're basically treating Canada as a
Dude,
fucking mining camp.
I almost sipped a bottle of piss because I just peed in a bottle and I almost sipped on that motherfucker. And thank God because I just picked up that can. It was warm. I was like, woo, Jesus
That
Christ.
ain't fucking beer. Oh god, reminds me of fucking art college days. I legit saw one person
No.
take a sip, thinking it was their coffee, but no, it
No.
was the water that they dipped their fucking ink in. Witnessed that shit happen live. I was like, damn.
God, you're fucking killing me. Dude, what do you think a house is going to be in 2024 April, Toronto? It's a million right now. Go ahead.
What, like the population of Toronto?
Just whatever you think is going to be projected onto this shithole society.
1.24. I could easily see another. Let's just say 1.5. I could see 1.5.
Dude, you think it's going to go up? I heard that it was going to be a big giant fucking dildo crash about to happen.
I
Because,
think
because
I
people,
think okay.
people
Well,
ran out of
okay.
money, they said.
Well, okay. Two things. Well, okay. Like, I'll admit part of the assumption is that most of the property in Toronto is being sold to foreign investors who don't
No,
actually
but
own places.
but as you know, that's coming to a stop
I
because
did not. I did not know that actually.
there's these new interventions that are given these stipulations that are butt fucking these international Chinese people, giving them like a 50% property tax, which is driving these which is supposedly going to drive a lot of these investors out of the fucking Toronto market, hopefully, so I
I
can
I
fucking buy a fucking box here.
I did not know that. Although, funny thing, I actually have an interesting thing on property investments. So, with the increase in tax rate, a bunch of people who initially bought properties in like subdivisions and whatnot, they found they could no longer support them. So do you know what their solution to properties that they can no longer afford is?
I'm sorry, that went way over my head.
Basically, people are buying properties in subdivisions that are being built, right?
Okay, so what is subdivisions, dude?
Think like, okay, so you know, like when you've got like a whole bunch of kind of cookie cutter houses in like a suburban area.
No.
Oh, jeez, what's
It's like okay, it's like in Sudbury, there's these fucking sixplexes. Is that what you're referring to? Like these
no?
fucking
Subdivisions are more like series of individual houses. Like it's a whole neighborhood of individual houses. No like industry or commercial zones. It's just a big residential zone with a bunch of individual detached houses. Does that make sense?
no. But I'll take your word for it.
Okay, anyway, so
Yeah.
people are buying like fucking like $1 to $2 million homes.
Fuck 'em.
And then the interest rate goes up and they realize they can't afford it, but the thing's still being built. So they're actually hiring arsonists to burn these places to the fucking ground so they don't have to
No.
pay for them anymore.
So no, Gray, listen, bro. Honestly, bro, listen, bro. Fam, listen, bro. Listen. It would be worth your while to buy a place in butt fuck nowhere and to collect insurance money on that motherfucker because like the evidence would be non-existent, bro.
I know, but that's the thing. But like, they've actually had to
No,
hire
no,
they've hired
dude,
security guards to keep these places from being burned to the fucking ground.
dude, you go fucking 5 hours Ontario. Who the fuck knew who burned the fucking uh the fucking officer ain't gonna know shit.
But like, here's the thing: part of my work is working on these subdivisions. So I'm like, when the fuck's someone gonna bribe me to burn this shit down? Come on, guys.
Dude, listen, dumbass. They won't bribe you. Dude, if I wanted to do it, I'll probably go up to some guy. Like, I'd probably take him out for lunch, dude, and then like I buy him like a line of crack.
The
And, you know,
local
I take him
fucking crackhead doesn't have a car. How the fuck's he gonna get there?
dude, just listen, bro. Okay. I would go to the homeless shelter. I go to this guy. You know, I take him out for lunch. I treat him real nice. You know, I buy him like a couple lines, right? I think if you want a couple lines, you got to do that, bro. You know, you gotta.
As like, you don't go to the fucking homeless shelter. You go to the fucking woods behind the McDonald's. That's where you fucking go.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Dude, you know, you go and treat him real nice. You go and take him out for lunch. You know what I mean? You know, treat him like, you know, nice. He'll go and get his emotions all riled up because he's going to remember the family that abandoned him and whatnot. And, you know, you're going to tap into a powerful emotion that.
Yeah, no, and then he'll
very,
gladly
very,
walk like an hour out along the fucking highway in the middle of the night with a fucking Molotov and a pocket full of dreams.
The guy is gonna fucking carry a butcher knife. You know, all you gotta do, bro. Dude, okay, this is what I figure. Okay, have a fucking drone with like a fucking crack pipe on it. Okay, and let that motherfucker follow the drone like a fucking carrot on a stick.
Yeah, that's the thing. But like, literally, all they need is like you give them one fucking bottle, rag, a little bit of gasoline, a fucking butane lighter, and a fucking
No.
dream.
Give him a fucking bottle of Jack, and then present the crack pipe because he'll follow it. I literally think it's as simple as that, Gray.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, they got fucking security guards because apparently it's enough of an issue with these fucking subdivisions being burned to the ground because people like.
No, fuck. Wait, and butt fuck Ontario?
Yeah, but fuck Ontario, like
Shut
literally
up,
these.
dude.
Because here's the thing, like these
Right,
people like.
No, you're fucking lying, bro.
No, dead serious fucking security guards in butt fuck Ontario.
No. Listen, bro. You can fucking get these electrical guys to set up your fucking property for 50,000. You can just hire a bunch of retards and burn the place down.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, it's all fucking like subcontracted to somewhat reliable people, so you can't independently hire them. Like the whole subdivision is being built by the same fucking groups that actually have some quality control.
Oh no! They got the same insurance company, dude.
But that's the thing. That's why you just got
Great,
you just
great,
need
great.
one fucking.
Why are you delaying these answers, bro?
No, I don't. It's just fucking funny to me because like the idea that like, oh hey, the foreign investors have actually kind of hit the wall. It's like, oh hey, I wonder if that has anything to do with them burning these places to the fucking ground so that they don't have to pay for shit anymore.
I know, bro. Great. I mean, dude, you live look. You live outside, so you lived in shit, Rano.
I lived close to shit, Rano. Never actually in it, but close
I'm
enough.
so I'm so happy for you. I look. God bless you. Look, I assume like you have the same mindset as like an American from like Idaho or some shit. But the funny thing is, like, I actually went to Saskatchewan and it blew my fucking mind in half because apparently the Aboriginal people or like the black people there and um like me as like a fair skinned white guy was like the minority there or like the popular status quo, you could say. You know what I mean? It's like 80% white, but there's like, 30% Aboriginals, and I went to see. It was actually so beautiful, bro. Like I went to see my friend took me to see the Chiefs lookout where the buffalo would go and run off. You know what I mean? To go and they would be slaughtered. You know what I mean? Because they would run off the high altitude,
Yeah.
and it was just insane. Like, dude, the latitude was insane. I never seen such flat land in my life. It was absolutely
No,
incredible.
I think
I
it used to be an
highly
old.
recommend everyone go there. No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
no.
sorry, it used to be
Yeah,
an old joke. It's
no.
like,
It was
how do
fucking.
you
It
how do you
was
find your
so
lost
good,
dog in Saskatchewan?
dude. It was amazing, dude.
Yeah,
I literally, dude. You can literally see so fucking far. Like, dude, if you have good eyes, I'm not. I don't know if you have glasses, bro. But if you don't have glasses,
yeah, no,
Saskatchewan is fucking joy.
I believe it. Like I've actually got. Thankfully, I don't need glasses, but no, it reminds me of an old joke. It's like, so like your dog runs away from home. 3 days later, you step out of the front porch. Yep, he's still going.
Dude, my friend said that if there was a fucking like brown bear, like 2 kilometers away, he would fucking hunt you down, bro. Like these bears actually hunt you, bro. Like what?
Oh,
I'm like, he's
that's,
all the way down there. He ain't going fucking. No, he will, bro.
that's the
He
thing.
fucking will.
Like you think fucking
What a
eyesight
fucking
carries
will.
along fucking scent, fucking wind over a flat plane, motherfucker. If you're upwind from fucking anything in Saskatchewan, it knows where you are. It knows where you ate. It knows when you last took a shit. It
Like, I
fucking
know you
knows
ate
you.
McDonald's. It's that goy slop. I smell you.
I know you had motherfucking
I
bacon,
know
bitch.
you had that goy slop.
Alright, I'm actually gonna take a leak real quick, refresh some ice. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll be here.
yeah. So no, like, I don't know how much you can see chat, but yeah, interact with chat. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and we'll just kill the recording right now.
I'll
But
just
this is good, man. This is
I'll
good.
just talk
Fuck.
what's on my mind while Gray Ghost is taking a piss chat.
Sounds good. Be right back, guys.
Okay, I won't be too obstructive. Gray Ghost is currently stressed out as we can tell right now. Yeah, so chat, I hope we are all having a fucking good new year. I'm about to go through the shit tomorrow, so wish me luck in chat. Um I hope you guys appreciate what I'm saying. Been working as a fucking nurse for 5 fucking years with useless fucking female coworkers who can't bust a grape. You know what I mean? The motherfuckers always would go and call me for help all the time. Daniel, they would say, "Oh, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that?" You know what I mean? And obviously, in the initial stages, I was good, but after I hurt my fucking back, and I can't lie to you, chat, I was in bed for 4 months. I was really fucking bad in terms of my mobility and my job, because you have to think I went to school for like 3 years to study this fucking course to make some money. All of a sudden, my back is fucked because I picked up my friend like a fucking cat. Like I tried to pick him up like a cat while I was drunk at a fucking party, and I just heard my back go, and that was it, chat. Like that was fucking it. That was literally it. That's why when Chronic says, "Be careful with the fucking squats," chat. He ain't fucking playing, okay? Because guess what happened after I fucked up my back? I went to physiotherapy and they said, okay, well you should use your knees. So I started using my knees, and guess what happened? After a long ass car ride, I decided to plant my knees in a plantar flexion in my car. And when I decided to, after like a 2 hour long car ride, I flexed my knee as a relief method for my left side, and I heard a big giant pop, right? My knee was never the fucking same, chat, because I did it as a relief mechanism, and I didn't expect that was gonna happen because I gave it my all for the fucking strain. And when I heard that pop, I knew my knee was never the same.
Jesus Christ, man. Fuck.
And and I got into a fight this summer, and this motherfucker dislocated my shoulder, but I socked him 3 times in the face. So I'm pretty sure I dislocated his face or something, or his jaw. So I'm okay with that. But um, it's never easy because the pain's always there, and when it gets really cold, like the weather changes all the fucking time, like um, especially when it transitions really quick, like from I remember from September to October was a hard time for me because it was a really warm, humid time, a really cold, dry climate. Well, just like these slight changes, really affect me. Sandman has the same kind of thing because he refers to himself as a lizard person, and I think that me and Sandman. Okay, I want to say this: me, Sandman, Gray Ghost, and the metaphysics of Mgtow are pretty much the exact same persona. Would you agree, Gray?
I mean, there is kind of a weird sort of connection. I mean,
I mean,
both
yeah.
both Sam and I do we do align a lot on the whole
I
tech is
mean,
going to be kind of the
have you heard of
solution to shit.
yeah? Have you heard of the metaphysics of Mgtow?
No, here, let me just hit record on this just in case it's something good. So, explain the metaphysics of Mgtow, if you would.
Okay, so initially, I initially like I think like 150 streams ago, Chronic mentioned that the metaphysics of Mgtow is the most dynamic and prevailing things that Mgtow represents to its dynamic basis, regardless of politics that's currently in the current agenda. So I think that this is a good point. It used to be on the Chronic mentioned this. I don't know much. I think this is Chronic's like secret recipe. like he mentioned this, but he probably like regrets it, kind of thing, because this is like MGTOW on steroids. And if you think you can handle it, go check them out, folks. The metaphysics of MGTOW. He's been on here for like 10 years. It's very, 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 very heavy content. So you will get tired after 20 minutes of it, I promise you. Um it's even more heavier than me, for crying out loud, and I'm tired of hearing myself.
Hey,
Um
everybody, Martin.
but I can
So,
assure you that I'm
So, do
telling
you
you
mean groundwork for the metaphysics of Mgtow?
precisely.
Okay, I've got his channel pulled up. I might check him out. Yeah.
You gotta go and review some of those videos because um they're just so profound in nature, and they're so rich in content. I mean, don't knock it until you try it, kind of thing.
Well, you know, he's
Um,
it's kind of like his most recent video 5 years
well,
ago,
no, 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 no,
14
no.
no 14 and a half minutes. So that's the thing is
It,
like that
it's
that's within my
generic. It's
wheelhouse.
generic titles. It's generic promising titles that you've seen throughout the manosphere that promises consistent bullshit. But this metaphysics of Mgtow channel is the real fucking deal. So when you see that fucking title, it goes into the fundamentals. It almost does it like a science, which is I appreciate.
I mean, that's the thing. Like some of these, I'd be curious to check out. Maybe I'll do a red pill cult meeting that isn't all about
Ooh.
fucking fucking think before you sleep. Because if it's something that maybe is worth digging into, why the hell not?
I just think that everyone has based their channel off the metaphysics of Mgtow, and that people have taken different archetypical approaches and tool sets based off this creator who is in fact a part of a genius community, a certified genius community who has left 9 years ago that people still base their theories off of. That I think is prevailing the ship right now. But I just like to say that there is more data available to prevail the metaphysics of Mgtow, but I find it rather challenging to sum up a hypothesis uh, because it's so science based and yeah, I think you should do a fucking in depth analysis, Grey Ghost.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely like review one or two of his videos on stream. That seems to be
Yeah,
entirely reasonable.
yeah. View his most popular one, the rationale of how women think, because I still have a hard time comprehending that video, and I've watched it like 20 times.
No,
Um, and
like
Chronic has
I'll
and
admit
Chronic and
this
Chronic
though.
said and Chronic said the exact same thing, that it's probably his most popular video is his best one, obviously, but well, not obviously, but the thing is, like, yeah, it is his best video, but the thing is, the rationale of how women work, he has a very unique take, and I think that look, Mr. Gray Ghost, listen, um, the metaphysics of Mgtow and Sandman had a controversial beef 10 or so years ago. So that's why Sandman is still jaded about his content. But I don't think it should be dismissed because he just called Sandman out. So maybe Sandman's doing this as a reparation kind of thing. Like, well, like fuck you, I won kind of thing. But I think that the metaphysics of Mgtow's initial video has some prominence and uh, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? And some nuance to what's going on.
That's the thing. Like I'm looking at some of these titles going back a couple years. I was like, you know what? This at the very least, the titles alone have me interested enough to take a peek.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You
like
you
I could
you
see
and
myself.
you and you
I could
you
see
should
myself.
check out what makes okay. He made a video on why people hate geniuses, or like a video on geniuses. You should totally check that out. That's way up your alley, bro.
All right. Well, that's the thing. Like I will. I'll look into it. Like I've got a couple days off for the next 2 days.
It's gonna be hard though, because you're gonna fall asleep. I promise you.
Eh, I'll just treat it like I think
Are
before you
you are
sleep.
you tell? Oh, okay, okay. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like an audio book on steroids.
Yeah, but hey, like I'm the guy who unironically listens to Tarnished Archaeologist and has a good time. So
Dude, after you've been jaded like me and Grey Ghost and Sandman for a while, you cannot be shamed. People literally cannot tell you anything. They can literally call you anything in the book, and you will just be like, yes.
that's the thing. Because like that's the thing. It's like you just stop caring. It's like, oh, you throw a name at me because you have no logical reason why I shouldn't think the way I think. All right,
It's
whatever.
like I thought that transmutation, like the ideology of transmutation, was so profound. What's your opinion on transmutation, brother?
Okay, when you say transmutation, I'm gonna need you to go in a bit more detail because
Can
I
you
don't know.
can you can you can you transmutate negative energy into the positive energy? Can you be depressed and transmute and convert that energy into something positive?
Um, hmm, that's an interesting question actually.
Transmutation
Because
of energy is what I'm kind of getting at.
I think because when I would think, okay, transmutation of energy, like when I think, okay, that to me would be, all right. Well, what is depression? To me, depression is a sign of either an
Weakness.
unfilled. Well, no, that's the thing, not weakness. Like,
It
let
is
me get
weakness.
let me get my thing out here, and then like you can like see whether or not you agree with
Sorry,
it.
bro.
So, transmutation of okay negative energy. Let's say depression. So depression usually characterized as a kind of apathy, which is usually like unfulfilled
None of
potential.
facility.
Like you want to do something,
Dude,
but you're kind
dude,
of stuck with what to do. So
dude, are you so you must be referring to the end stages where you have reached out to everyone possible and now you're just kind of bitter some but I yeah, I hear you. But I would say that out of level 1 to 10 in the negative range, this is like a level like a -4. Not necessarily a -10 where
as
you would be dead.
I think, no, I really only have my own experiences to go off of here, so I'm just kind of processing it live
As a
here.
range of assessment.
So I'm also just kind of like talking my way through it to try to figure out what I think. Because I admittedly haven't been introduced to this concept nor given it much thought, but I think
Dude,
that
I'm not familiar either. I'm talking out of my butthole here.
so. No, here's the like, okay, there's a phrase or a saying or a quote or whatever like behind every cynic is a disappointed optimist.
Dude, what? What? Whoa. Behind every cynic, so like that's a negative person, is a what? Is
A disappointed optimist,
a
like some
disappointed optimist.
like
Oh yeah, because
someone
no
who
no no.
genuinely yeah.
What you reminded me of today is that rehab room he used to be called Incel TV. He made this video about that fucking brown guy approaching women, and it's like, bro, your looks ain't gonna work, dog. The thing is like, yeah, bro, like reality is hard from what you
That's
want
the
at times.
because like personally, I went to the point where it's like, okay, you know, I genuinely believed in a whole bunch of like the better ideas. Like genuinely thought, like you know, hey, maybe we have actually held women back, and maybe if we actually gave them a chance, then we get this new range of rich experiences. And then you know, I actually had to deal with the reality of, oh yeah, here's what they actually do
I
when you
look,
give them all that.
Greg goes, I can't lie to you. After working with women for the last 5 years, I literally I don't want to have to do anything with them. The
That's the
only
thing.
reason
It's like
no, listen. Bro. On addition to that, my mother doesn't like me like she's decided to pick favorites with my brother, and unfortunately you guys can't fight that if that's the case at times, and it just might be you know whatever you were born with, like where it goes, if you impregnated that Vietnamese woman, you would have your child would have probably been like me, bro, like encountering these like subculture fucking bullshit ass problems. the, the thing is, um I have to kind of dissociate with my brother fully. Um, I'm so drunk. Greg goes, well, where was I getting at?
behind every cynic is a disappointed optimist. You seem to have a point on that you wanted to make.
Yeah. So I actually, my brother is called like the police. Like he's 19, and we have like a 7 year. I'm about 7 years older than him. but we have like abandonment issues and whatnot. And my mother separated us at childhood. So later, when I came back into my mom's life, like it was seen like I was kind of like stepping into his territory, like oh, like I'm back in my mom's life, and like I was, in that time I went to um obedience school. You know what I mean? And literally word to word obedience school. I don't know if you guys heard, but I was stripped naked in front of Guyana and beaten naked, and my cousin took pictures of me and stuff, and they just kind of played it off cool. But later, I talked to a psychotherapist, and they said that my uncle was probably had an erection because he was like the powerful guy in the village, and he was my primary caregiver kind of thing, and he beat me with naked in front of the gate in front of a Sunday where everyone was kind of walking with their families in front of the gate, and I was the only white guy, so he kind of felt powerful. You know what I mean? Because in 2008 in Guyana, South America, no one ever seen a white boy, for that matter. So when he beat me in front of my village naked and my cousins came out and he beat me on the roadside, the motherfucker took a hose pipe and beat me with a hose pipe until I was full of blood, and I was 11 years old. And the fucking because I stole 50 cents from the store, and the guy came back from a fishing trip for 20 days, and he was unsuccessful in his fishing endeavors. So he was in a very fucking mad mood. But because his son was cheating around and stuff, he felt that he should pile up all his beatings amongst with me. You know what I mean, Gray?
Yeah. No,
So,
yeah.
yeah, my mom refuses to, see this as sexual harassment. So the thing is that I caught my mom cheating on my dad a couple of years ago, and my mom said to my dad, my mom tried to kind of tell my dad that she's projecting onto my dad that I'm the one who's kind of crazy, and my brother started to pick up on this kind of behavior that my mom was kind of doing, that she was kind of shaming me because I relied on her for my living situation. So my brother started to kind of shame me. Oh, my brother's an alcoholic. He's a fucking drug addict, right? So when I would go and party on Friday nights, my brother would go and intentionally call the police on me to kind of say that I'm threatening my mom and stuff. And then when the police would like come to my house on like a Friday night when I'm about to go to a comedy club, like they would like come to the house. My brother would be like, "Oh yeah, like my brother threatened to do X, Y, and Z to my dad, and he was upstairs." When I was just laughing with my dad, I think my brother's obsessed with me, and that tomorrow he intends to call a Form 2 on me. And when I called the police today to tell them about it, they told me that my mom was siding with my brother and saying to them that it was me who was calling the police station over and over again, when it was my brother who called 6 times consecutively in a row this year, and I was just calling the station so they didn't fucking, because my brother would go and call and be like, "Oh yeah, he wants to go and kill his mother." He would make it really grand, so they would kind of, hopefully come in, pull out their guns, and fucking blaze me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I guess that was his intention. And then he did that 6 times in a row. And after 6 times in a row, I was like, dude, I'm gonna call a fucking Form 2 on this guy, because it seems like he has no. Because I literally left the country 4 times to kind of make the distance between me and him. But the guy just has these manic episodes where he's just going absolutely crazy. And you know what's the worst thing? I went to the justice of the peace and I filed a report on my brother. But when he went to the psychiatrist and he spoke to them, they just released him immediately. And now my brother is gonna do the same to me tomorrow. So it's like I just hate my fucking life, Gray. I don't know what to tell you, bro. My brother is planning to do the same thing back to me. I'm gonna have to talk to some fucking psychiatrist soon, and like I would just like to hear what you gotta say, homie.
Unfortunately, I can't. I've never had anything quite like
It's just
that.
that I
But
just can't believe that the Toronto like they released my brother so nonchalantly, and like look, I have a licensed body that can be threatened, and like I don't want to lose my fucking career because like this cocksucker might try to make me lose my career, even though I love it, dude. I mean, he's just a vindictive little asshole.
yeah, no, that okay. That's a point that I will actually have to be a bit of a stickler on here.
Yeah.
Okay, you are a man, right? Just confirming that right here.
What?
Like just okay, like you're a man, right?
I'm a
100%?
man.
Okay. No, but like it seems silly, but I need to get this point. So, a man. No, no, I say no, no, no. I think like a man displays his love through sacrifice. Correct.
Okay. Not
So
necessarily because it's the receiver of the love. Because if you assume if someone's used to a set standard of a loving, if you produce under that standard, they're gonna think you're inadequate.
no, but that's the thing. But love is not something that is received. It is only
Dude,
something that
dude,
is given.
people refer to love, quote unquote love, as leverage, as all sorts of things. I mean, great. This is not a look. I respect your unique experience, but you have to understand if you want to keep it realistic and scientific, it's a broad range of what these retards think. Gray.
I understand, but here's the thing. Like to
They set
me,
the standards, not
the
us.
okay, but to me, the idea of saying that I love somebody who is actively sabotaging you, trying to delete you, that the thought of that is abhorrent to me.
Yeah, it is. But the
That's
thing
the
is
thing. Like
that
I
no, no,
like
no. I just said, but I thought that my brother would come into himself because I don't know if we have a history of autism. That I gave my brother that kind of leeway to kind of work into himself because I saw these diagnoses that he had anger management issues and psychiatric issues from high school. So you know what? I gave him a little leeway, but the thing is that sometimes you have to call a spade a spade.
that's the thing. Well, for me, it's like this idea that like, hey, don't attribute malice where incompetence will do. Is like, no, if you cannot tell the difference between incompetence and malice, you have to treat it as malice because there's no difference to the receiving end.
Yeah, ultimately it will go and receive. It will produce harm to you.
Like the feelings, the emotions, all that doesn't matter. The actions matter. And if he's actively trying to ruin your career, destroy your life, send you into a psych ward, it doesn't matter why he does it. It just matters
But
that
the
he's
thing is,
doing
no, no,
it.
no. I I called the psych ward on him because he called the police consistently. Oh, I'm trying to harm my mother again and again, 6 times in a row. So he said he's gonna do the same on me tomorrow. So I am probably gonna get arrested tomorrow at around 10 p.m. and be seen by a fucking psychiatrist around 4 in the morning.
That's the thing. But like I look at that and it's like this it doesn't matter why he's doing it at this point. This is just vindictive and it's damaging to you and you need to take every step as though it was 100% intentional.
The police are not supporting me. My mother is picking favorites. Oh, and she lied to the fucking police saying that I was, she's saying that what my brother did. Oh, I'm doing it. She did the whole
I mean,
switcheroo,
then you gotta look at that as like that's a fucking accomplice to it.
and the fucking police are adamant that my mother is correct.
Like fucking Duluth model. Like that's the thing. Like I don't trust the
I,
cop. Like
I like the police fucked me, bro. And when I called the
yeah.
lawyer today, they said that I have to follow whatever the fucking police are saying, and the police are not supporting me, dude. I just think that this whole system is screwed.
Well, it is because
Like I literally said to my mom, no, no, no. The way I'm gonna punish my mom is this. I took a page out of Chronic's book. This is how I'm gonna punish my mother because she has a $1 million house in Toronto. This is how I'm gonna leverage my power. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna impregnate 5 ladies from the Philippines. I'm just gonna cream pie them for like 6 months. And there's a lot of ladies that are gonna want to be impregnated by a white guy. So, anyways, I'm gonna do that for a while, and then I'm gonna keep my private life, really, 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 really private, while I continue to live at home. My mother is gonna get suspicious of why I'm contacting all these babies all the time, and she's gonna get really, really resentful. And I'm gonna use that as leverage to go and endorse my first house buy because my mother has decided to go and pick my brother as a favorite. The thing is that you know, sure, she can pick my brother as a favorite, or she can get to know my kids. And I think
okay, and
that my mother,
I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit. I don't know. Maybe mine's a bit more sadistic than you. Is like it's quite simple. If I'm not going to be the favorite, then I hope that your favorite's going to pay for your nursing home.
no, 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 but I'm saying something worse. That I know that my mom's gonna be okay in the nursing home. She's not afraid of that, or I already threatened her with that, but she already knows that she's gonna be fine. So the next thing you have to do is attack her fucking ego, and this is the best thing that you can do is withdraw. I'm gonna allow my dad to go and visit my kid, and not allow my mom to, and that is gonna totally destroy her.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, hey, I hope your favorite produces kids for you because you're not seeing mine.
The thing is that I'm gonna go to villages and impregnate a bunch of ladies, and yeah, like my success rate is probably gonna be like 90% because I'm literally gonna tell them that my mother has a house in Canada and that we can get this house, and that's gonna probably sell them on the dream. What do you
Yeah,
think?
not knowing the whole politics of it all. I mean, it could work, but I don't know for sure.
So great. I also have a theory. What if you impregnate 5 ladies in the Philippines, and then you get them to go and meet one another while in the Philippines? Like you have like 5 different kids with 5 different ladies in the Philippines. You get them to meet one another, and then you get them to compete for your love in the West. So it's like a competition because
Well,
women.
there's
No, no, no.
two
Great, great, great,
two
great,
two
great, great.
two things.
Great, great, great. Before I finish, I'm not done yet, brother. Before I finish, brother, you get them to meet each other. You get them to associate with each other, all right? And they're gonna see each other's babies. They're gonna see the commonalities. Oh, he looks a little bit like Senator Armstrong. Oh my God, he has the same facial features and stuff. Oh my God, and stuff. They're gonna get really, really jealous of each other, and they're gonna be competing for your love like fucking tigers in the fucking Tamil jungles. And let me tell you, contrary to what uh females produce, that being an 80% divorce rate, you can literally burn one, like you can have like a wife in a month and just burn her over with your fucking kid and just say like, listen, if you don't do what you want, if you just leave, I'm literally gonna bring the fourth best woman over with my other kid, and she will feel some type of way. Believe me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong because there's the saying women would rather share a winner than have exclusivity of a loser.
Now,
So
great. I am the only one who has presented this in the manosphere. Have you heard this before?
the idea of getting a bunch of women to fight over you,
Hmm.
no, I'll admit I don't think I've heard that specifically. No.
Yeah, neither have I, but I'm a biology fan, so I figured that this would be um, the best tactic to use. Because guess
I,
what? Your wife threatens to divorce you in the West. Yeah, sure, she's gonna take half your shit, but you got four other women who want to be with you.
okay, but here would be the one thing you need to make
No,
sure
no, no, no,
that
no. Here, no, no, no. Great. You need to impregnate women who have a university degree so they can make money. That's my one stipulation to this.
you're gonna go for
So
five Filipino women that have university degrees.
yeah,
Dude, that's
because they can all get some bullshit ass job in the West that can pay at least 60,000 that can self sustain them and their progeny while we fuck off.
mm,
You want to make progeny that
okay,
can.
you're adding a lot of complications here that will make this more difficult.
I'm just saying that if you're not a get up and go guy, that sometimes it's nice to have a woman that can take care of the kids, and that if you have one of these hard working women, they'll definitely, sure they might fuck your kid's mind up with the whole single motherness, but you hope that these kids find salvation in a philosophy like us. I'm kind of ruthless. I'm kind of like Genghis Khan. I say that half of my kids will resent me in the Philippines. They will be poor and unsuccessful, and half of them who I impregnate will be successful and be seeking their father. And those who make it out of the Philippines will be successful enough to see their dad in Canada. Now, I'm a ruthless little asshole, so maybe it's just me.
I
Now,
don't
what
know.
do you think?
I think that there's probably a lot more fucking loopholes in there. Like number one, you'd have to really be careful about any of these women having brothers or good relationships with their fathers.
Great, great. I will go and have an escort of people with AK 47s for $50 a day. What do you think about that?
That's 15 grand. That's like $1,500 a
Fifty
month, dude.
dollars a day.
Yeah, but that's
50,
okay. Okay, fifteen hundred
15
dollars.
bucks.
Okay, but
Great. I'll go to the countryside and hire two bums to hold a fucking AK,
that's
and
still
that'll
like
do the fucking job.
that's still $350 a week.
All it takes is one cum shot.
Wait. It's like that is a strategy so fraught with complications and risks that I personally wouldn't take it. But I
Great,
don't.
great. You're gonna shoot off 1,000 times. You're gonna get at least 50 of them impregnated.
No,
And guess what? You won't have any responsibility to take care of 50 fucking kids. Okay? So you are guilt free unless you have like some mental blah 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 going on, which I hope which I don't. So
yeah.
the thing is, I've already accepted half of my kids are going to be losers and die, and half are going to be successful. Half will go and try to go and find me and kill me, and half are going to go and try to go and find me and love me. Got it?
Hey, like you try your method, man, and if it works, more power to you.
I mean, what do you think, Gray?
Again, like personally, it's not something that I would personally attempt myself.
Now, why are you doubting that, brother?
Because of the other potential men, like the fathers, brothers,
Oh, come
men who are
on.
close
Gray,
by, and
dude, they're in the countryside. You haven't been to the fucking countryside.
I've been to the
No
countryside of
offense.
I've been to the countryside of Vietnam.
Okay, fine. But the thing is, like, they have a little more resources. I don't know, man. But the thing is, like, come on, bro. Like, they will gladly look. They don't have the same morals, ethics, values, and principles as we do in the West. Not even remotely, bro.
I do know, but here's the thing. What I do know, okay, I'm trying to think like exactly how this story went. But
Right.
basically like in the village, like in the countryside, their rules are the rules.
Right. Which is a community standard.
But that's the thing. But if you don't fit that community standard, they'll have no problem ganging up on you,
Eliminating you.
beating your ass into submission, and burying you out back.
I know. And the police will gladly pretend like nothing happened. I know. I know. The thing is that that's a good thing, wouldn't you agree?
It's better than the central government, but I think like my
Like
strategy
no
would
no no.
be
Do you like Shanikla's fucking making a raps in the fucking no like in the current quo?
like, okay. Let me just present you with like my personal plan, like just kind of in contrast to yours.
Okay.
Like my idea is get decent paying remote job so that I can actively support the family.
That's
Head it,
quickly going away, and you better believe it.
but that's the thing. But like I think that an accounting job is going to be the kind of thing that's always going to be in demand.
Great, great. I respect what you're saying, and I wish the best for your future, but I don't think it's sustainable, and I think that you're gonna get fucked in a couple of months.
If it's a couple of months, then cool. I get to pull my plan B, which is fuck off to northern Canada and stop giving a shit about a family.
What are you gonna do in none of it?
No, no, just northern Ontario,
Are you
not none
gonna
of
be
it.
Yvonne of the Yukon?
I mean, living inside an old ship is not the worst future. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not entirely against that idea.
No, you you want oh sacre bleu.
I mean,
Oh,
being
babu.
a fucking deluded Frenchman, you gotta like, hey, you Yvonne had a nice fucking place, man. The dude could literally walk around in his fucking underwear in his own home, and no one gave a shit.
Oh. Oh my god, bro! I
Yeah,
needed that tonight. That's the
yeah.
best New Year's gift you could have given, man.
No, but like my idea, like assuming that I am capable of going the family route, get a decent paying remote job, find some village in the middle of ass fuck nowhere, find a decent age woman out there who's got a good relationship with her father, talk with the father, get approval of the family, and be like, hey, look, I support you and the family. Your daughter gives me a bunch of kids. Deal, deal. Sweet. All right, I'm moving out here where there's internet access, and we all set up. We good. Happy family. Get through what we can. Like, that's the thing. Like, I think it's like R type versus K type. I'm going for the type that has like what that has like fucking one wife. You're going for the multi-wife strategy. If it works for you. Like, good luck. It's just I don't think it's the strategy that would work for me.
No, no, no. Fuck you, great. I'm gonna bring the girl to the fuck. I'm gonna bring her from the Philippines straight to the Yukon, straight to none of it, motherfucker. She's not gonna see no one.
What you gonna do? Fucking thaw her out once a year? Right?
Yeah, dude.
Hey babe, it's time for another one. Let me go get the hair dryer.
No, no. Fuck you, great. Look, there's gonna be like 2,000 people in the fucking population, and none of it. I'm gonna bring my Filipino wife back, and ain't gonna be fucking no one in the fucking village. I'm gonna be far out in butt fuck nowhere with my
Yeah,
fuck.
and you're gonna have to thaw.
I will be Yvonne of the Yukon.
Yeah, you're gonna have to thaw her ass out of a block of ice every fucking morning.
Dude, and guess what? Because that's woman's kryptonite. Because woman needs socialization, so she's gonna need that BWC, that big white dick.
And
So I'm gonna give it to her. You know what I mean? And the thing
no,
is that there's gonna be no infiltrators, and I'm just looking forward to moving to the fucking Yukon and bringing my Filipino wife, and then having 5 other competitors to kind of stress, to kind of keep her busy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't want to bring any of them back here because of how the laws are, and the laws
Dude,
are what's going
that's
to
what I'm
absolutely
afraid
fuck
of.
me. I
Yeah,
think
Gray,
that's why
Gray.
I'm thinking just
I'll admit that's what I'm afraid of, and I'm afraid of nationalization and these international laws finally catching up with these these third world countries like Southeast Asia. You know, I had all these hopes and dreams, but I'm starting to realize that with the advent of AI, um, modernization is going to come quicker than ever, even in Southeast Asia. And I heard Andrew Tate say that he went to fucking Romania in the fucking rural village, and that these girls knew their fucking value at 100 fucking K. You know, how followers, what the fuck do you mean? Kind of thing, It's like that was 4 years ago. These Filipino girls are definitely caught up with it, unfortunately.
well,
The thing is, I heard Cambodia is a hot target, but the thing is that all these kind of passport. Gray, what's your opinion on these passport bros? Because I am not a fan of them, and I have to tell you something. My dad was the original passport bro. He's 80 years old. He had a first wife in Canada from Tonga, a black wife, and she cheated on him with a BBC black man because she was indoctrinated by the Canadian system. And he married my Guyanese mom from Guyana, uh, and then my mom also cheated on him, kind of thing. It's just like he has the nice guy syndrome, and I don't know, Gray. It kind of brings me shame. You know what I mean, bro?
well, that's why, like, and again, I've even had like personal experience. Like, you can't bring them back here. Like, like if you're
I
gonna,
just I,
like,
I just feel
if
like
you're
I'm
gonna
from
go passport bro
Gray,
for,
Gray. I just feel like I'm from cuck genetics. You know what I mean?
I mean, like, let's be honest, we're Canadian. It's just gonna kind of come with the territory.
You can't spell cuck without the UK. I got it.
Yeah, like we're fucking UK descendants, and then we're from Kanakistan, so like we're kind of double fucked that way. So, but that's the thing. Like for me, it's like, look, if I'm gonna have a family, it's got to be out of the country, and I got to be willing to stay out of the country, which is why the remote job is absolutely essential. But if that doesn't work out, if I have to choose between, hey, do I have a family in Canada or do I have to fuck off to the north and forget about family? I choose the second one. Like, I'm not going to be a fucking divorcee. I'm not going to be a fucking divorce cuck.
Oh my God,
I'd
Gray.
rather fuck
Can
off
you,
and go
Gray,
full Mgtow than deal with that.
dude? I just I can't like. What's your opinion on these guys? Saying that Mgtow are fucking terrorists and that they're fucking trying to change the system because we don't want to be abused by usury of
Well,
any sorts.
quite simply, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't respect people who think like that. That's probably the simplest way to put it.
I used to be really nice to women at my job, and then I started to realize that they were just asking me to do work for nothing. They were simply seeing me as a fucking tool at work. And chat, I think my new approach at work is that I know, Gray, this is going to be very unpopular to you in your chat, but I've worked as a nurse with 90% female coworkers of all ages, mostly old, for the last 5 years. And I realized that the best method of approach is to literally say that you are gay. And why do I say that? Because if you say you're gay, when the shit goes down, all the females will go and pile up to you and represent you and support you. But if you say you're not gay, they'll have these stipulations that you're kind of creepy, you maybe hit on them, you're kind of withdrawn, blah blah blah. You have a
Dude,
girlfriend.
no, like honestly, dude, I do not give a fuck. Like,
No, 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 no. And because and to emphasize that you do not give a single fuck, I highly recommend that every single man hearing this video pretends to be gay at his workplace, because that will go and give you the ultimate freedom to live a much higher quality of life.
Okay,
Because
okay.
when I was trying to represent myself as a straight man, I was met with um backlash, curiosity out the ass, what I mean, harassment, no love, poor quality of life, guys. You know how Hammerhand got like 11 drug tests? Think of this as the equivalent. Okay, it was just a bad quality of life.
Okay, the main reason why that won't work for me is that I'm pretty sure that at least one of the other guys at my work is gay, and another one is at the
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah,
least
yeah,
bi-curious.
great,
So
great,
it's
great.
like, I'm not gonna fucking deal with the idea that this dude's gonna fucking hit on me. I already want to dissociate with him as much as
Fine.
possible. Thank
No, no,
you.
great. I had a gay coworker at my old job, but the thing is, when I pretended to start to be gay, he actually warmed up to me, the fucking faggot.
No, this dude's already, I'm pretty sure, like
Oh
fucking with me
God.
as a form of attention. So it's like,
Oh
no,
no.
like as
Great,
they
great. Yeah. No, no, no. I was in my early 20s. You were probably in your late 20s when this occurred. I'm so sorry.
That's the thing. This guy's already fucking
Oh,
like
great. You
bad
son of a
enough
bitch.
with me. I do not want to deal with this guy any more than I already have
No,
to.
no, no. Fuck you. I'm so. So he was just hitting on you, the fucking gay lord.
No, that's the thing. He's being a fucking asshole to me, but he gets all butthurt if I don't give him
What are you
attention.
talking about? He was being an ass. So like he's been an asshole to you, and then he's like, all of a sudden he's real nice to you.
That's the thing. Like, he's a fucking asshole to me, but he acts as though he's trying to be my friend. And it's like, like, this is the kind of dude who wears fucking. No, okay, no, dude, okay, dude. Let me ask you this. What kind of straight dude wears fucking nipple piercings at work? Like, you're outside doing a fucking trade in the hot
Great,
sun and you got
great,
fucking
great,
nipple piercings on.
great, Gray, Mr. Gray.
Yeah.
I know he was a black guy.
No,
He was a
he's
light.
white.
He was a light skinned dark guy.
White dude.
He was a light skinned guy.
Yeah, he's
But
fucking.
he had a tan, didn't he?
He was getting a tan in the hot fucking sun.
I
Yeah,
know I know he was. And I can I'm seeing him right now.
dude, fucking 50 some odd year old white dude with fucking nipple
Dude,
piercings. Like, dude, I do
dude,
not want to get anywhere
typical,
close to that.
typical suspect, typical fucking suspect. I mean, what industry were you in, Gray?
Construction.
I'm so sorry. I
Yeah.
was in that industry. The great. What do you think about the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the Italians controlling the Toronto construction industry?
That's the thing. I was never in the Toronto stuff. I didn't get into construction industry till I headed north.
No, no, no. It's all over Ontario.
I think it's not as much a problem up here,
You
but
better believe it,
the one Italian guy I ran into was fucking addicted to opioids.
dude,
So
dude, 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 dude. For fuck's sakes! Oh my God, you're kind of stressing me out, bro. Look, in Ontario, dude, for fuck's sakes, Gray. Okay, in Ontario, it's the Portuguese, the Italians, and the Spanish who run construction. What the fuck? You don't notice?
no,
Come
maybe I'm
on,
just in
bro.
a fucking like isolated pocket of shit, but it's not a
Oh,
thing
for
where I
fuck's
am.
sake.
Like, for fuck's
Great,
sakes, we got more. Like,
no, come on, bro.
I'm
Come on, dude. It's
serious.
everywhere, dude. These fucking guys know own everything.
I'm in an
What are you on
ice.
about? You work for them or what? Come on, Gray.
No, dude, I'm in an isolated fucking pocket. It's seriously not a thing where I am specifically. I can believe that it's a thing everywhere else, but not legit. In this one fucking isolated spot I am.
No way. Great. Where no way.
No, I
Really?
can't. I cannot give any more
So
specific information.
you must be in a populace of like 50,000 people.
Oh, well, hell, way less than that, man. I'm fucking like way less than 50K.
So how is it living out there? Because I kind of want to go there.
It's nice. It's nice.
I just I just started to hate the Americanization of suburbia in the lower sparse cities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I realized that like even like third world countries are looking like American suburbs and like look, do you want everywhere you go to look like a fucking American suburb?
No, that's the thing. I don't. That's why I got the hell out of the cities because I saw
No,
that
no, no.
shit being built,
I,
and I
but
was like,
but no, no. I'm saying that this diversity of international wealth, are you for it or not for it?
no, I'm not for it.
Because these motherfuckers are trying to distinguish themselves on par with us, which is which is like diluting us. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. Like, I see what's going on. It's like it's a fucking sieve because they're not even feeding the money back into the economy of the local area. They're sending it all out of the country.
Dude, we get look, look. You make $100,000 in Toronto. Do you think you're rich? Yes or no?
In Toronto, nah, you're probably lucky to be able to afford an apartment at that price.
Damn, bro.
Well, like if you make 100K in Toronto, congratulations, you can afford a one-bedroom apartment.
Shit. You know what? I found $50,000 houses in Saskatchewan, and I was blown the fuck away.
Yeah, like
I
if
mean
you
it.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Like if you check that article I sent you on Discord, like legit up in Cochrane, they're offering
No, no, no.
$10 for a
I went
fucking
up to
lot.
them and I saw the houses. They were pretty dumpy, but
Dude,
that's a 50,000. It's still 50,000,
fucking
motherfucker.
$50,000 house. Fuck,
Fuck
sign me up,
you.
man.
Hey, fuck
Like
yourself. That's 50.
I'm good with that. Fuck that. Around
Fuck
here,
you.
you
Hey. I don't care if it's in the fucking ghetto, motherfucker. That's a fucking house, you
the thing.
fuck.
Yeah, like around here, like
Like,
you
no,
cannot find a
no, like
place
fuck.
around here for under a quarter million.
I went to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Houses were 50,000. Right beside the fucking weed shop.
That's the thing, like fucking again, like fucking 50K is like motherfucker. Like I could take a
Dude,
goddamn
why the
hit.
fuck dude, like why the fuck I'm living in Toronto? Like this dumpy ass like give me a fucking Tim Hortons job. Like
Yeah,
my
no.
nursing job will never be as stressful as a fucking Tim Hortons job.
I've actually worked Tim Hortons back when I was a teenager, so yeah. No, like that's the thing. At the very least, you ain't gonna lift near as much heavy shit. No, that's the thing. Like you could fucking
No,
work
I
Tim
know.
Hortons
I
job
used
at
to
a
work at KFC for a while, like a little bit. And I can tell you that it was like hell on earth. It was the worst time ever. No, no, no. I type one in chat to respect all retail workers who work for minimum wage. Type one
yeah,
because
no,
those motherfuckers suffer a lot.
yeah, no, like and it'd work customer service, like fucking
Yo,
RIP.
yo, yo, hey, yo, type one in chat for the fucking customer service because, like, oh god, that is just a suicidal, treacherous thing to go through.
I feel like everyone should be required to do like fucking a month in fucking customer service fast food before they graduate high school.
Oh
Like you want your
god,
fucking
but you are
GED?
gonna.
You want your fucking GED? You better be able to go through 1 to 3 months of fucking Tim Hortons with a good goddamn review, or you gotta do another 3 months. Like
Like,
if you can't pass your fucking
if you can't
probation
handle
period
your
at
fucking
Tim's,
coworkers,
you don't get
if
your
you can't
fucking GED.
if you can't handle those fucking coworkers from India or Bangladesh who can't speak English, who can barely say coffee, then you need to fucking leave.
Oh, okay. I'll be honest. Like, I am super thankful for my time at Tim's because it means whenever I go to Tim Hortons now, I can rattle off what I want exactly as they have to type it in. So there's minimum amount of fucking mistakes because I know exactly what they need to type in, so I know exactly what I need to say, and they're most likely going to get it correct. Whereas,
How
like,
sad.
someone will.
No,
That's the thing. It's like
no,
it's
great.
regular.
Now, how,
It's
I know what you mean,
medium.
bro.
It's like fucking medium coffee regular, not regular coffee medium. You say that shit, they're gonna fuck it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. Just, I swear, like those fucking Tim Hortons workers, those workers speak a fucking different language. Like they're like the equivalent of slaves to Dubai, but they just don't recognize it, homie.
No, they 100% because
No,
like
no,
let's
no, no.
no
Great,
they
great,
that's the
great.
thing they
No,
are.
no, no, dude. No, no. What is the difference between those slaves in Dubai who recognize that they're slaves and those Tim Horton workers? No, fuck you. What is it?
Oh no, I have the answer to this. The difference is that when they're slaves, they're owned privately by the individual owners. When they're coming in and they're subsidized by the government, they're public property.
But okay. So are you saying that because okay now okay I totally agree with you, Gray. Now now I just want to eat. Now I want to elevate the conversation. Okay. Because now because of the current status quo, because a lot of people feel like the Canadian society is deteriorating, do you feel like a lot of Canadians feel like we're going in that direction?
Let's see. From what little I've spoken on the matter, like most Canadians are at least somewhat concerned with it, but they don't realize the full extent of the problem and the impact it's actually
dude
having on the
dude
economy.
no, great, great. You make $100,000 in Canada, take out 25%, and now you're left with USD. You have 75,000 USD. Now take out another 25% because of the US tax. You are left with about 55,000 USD. Those 55,000 USD is what the average bum ass fucking fry New York fries guy makes. Okay? That fucking idiot works in fucking fast food.
You're telling me that the motherfucker working at New York Fries
That's what I yes.
makes
He's
that
making
much more
20
than
fucking
me.
dollars an hour, Gray.
You're telling me that a fucking New York Fries employee is bringing
That
in
yes,
50K USD
yes,
net,
yes.
not
That's
gross,
exactly what I. No,
net.
I'm not. No, I'm not exaggerating. That's exactly what I'm saying, Gray.
Okay, actually, you know what? What's funny? Okay. So here's the thing. In Canadian, do you know what a parking space in Toronto goes for? You probably know this.
I don't know
27 an hour.
what.
Yeah, a fucking
Wait, what?
parking space in Toronto probably makes more than either you or I.
Are you fucking serious, Gray?
Yes.
No, stop it. Stop it. Stop. What the fuck are you talking about? 27 an hour.
$27 a fucking hour to
Fuck
park
you.
your
No.
car.
Fuck you. No, I hate you.
Let me work here. That I would take another piss, man. I'm sorry, but
What are
27 a
you?
fucking hour.
27 a fucking hour? For the fucking. So, how many hours? Like that? I'm assuming you're gonna be there for like 16, 18 hours before they inform you, right? The fucking cocksuckers. Oh my god. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Gray, are you there? Gray, hello. Hello? Oh,
Yo,
great. Back. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm so happy we got connected. What's up?
yo, yeah, no, just took a
Oh,
piss real quick.
no, no, no. It's my. Oh my God, dude. Dude. Okay. What's your opinion on the real estate market coming 2024? Do you think it's gonna
Uh,
go down as they're saying?
100%. We are long overdue for a fucking crash. We are 100% screwed.
Now, how much are we gonna go down? Because I'm only gonna give it 20%, dog.
Let's see. So
20%, Gray. You're being
20,
crazy.
20. Okay, 20% is because
Great, great,
you gotta
great.
factor in
20%.
inflation. That's the problem.
So you're saying is so you are you being so you're saying is you're saying that crazy shit's gonna happen this year.
Okay, yeah, because there was one property that was nearby me that was trying to be sold, like basically at the peak, but they got it in too late, so they had to sell it for like less, and it took a hell of a lot longer. I mean, it's not going to
Hmm.
go back to the way it was. That's for damn sure. Inflation's gone too high that, like, let's say a place was worth fucking 300K. Due to inflation alone, that's going to be
Great,
worth
great,
at
great,
least half a
great.
mil.
Oh God, great. Cut the shit. Listen to me, okay?
Shoot.
Great. You're just being a fucking tittle tatty. Listen to me.
Mm,
600,000 is the average in Canada. Okay,
yeah.
you put that down in the fucking book.
Okay.
So you call it 700,000.
All right.
Okay, doesn't matter where you. None of it. Alberta, Toronto, 700,000. Bam. You know you want a decent place, 700 grand. I'm gonna say U.S. right now. Texas got these little bullshit ass homes for 100,000. I don't think they're. I don't think that they're good enough. Let's call it 350. What's your expectation by the end of 2024, brother?
Okay. Short answer. Uh, Canada's not going to drop that much. It'd probably drop from 700 to 600.
So there's a drop. So is that because of the Indian immigrants who see a lower return on investment from immigrating to Canada?
I'm going to say it's more so due to like that new tax or whatever they said that would
No, no,
prevent
no, no, no.
foreign investment. You
Okay,
think is that
no,
going to
no,
be a
chat.
factor or
No,
no?
no, no, no. Okay, 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 bro. Okay, so what that implies is that people that are immigrating from abroad need instead of $10,000 in reserve need 20,000 to sustain themselves instead of in case of an emergency, which I think is a good move, bro.
Okay. So let me ask a question about this because I'll admit I'm a bit unfamiliar with it. So
Me likewise.
say some multimillionaire in China wants to purchase a house in Canada as a form of property investment.
Gray, Gray, I feel like you are kind of bullshitting me on it. I feel like you know this answer. Come on, bro.
No, no, that's the thing. No, okay, so like I'm just saying, like, let's go with that. Does this new law affect their purchase in any way? Like, does it?
I just told you that the international investors are going to have a 50% increase in property tax
Okay, yeah,
in
no,
Canadian
I
properties.
just wanted to confirm that. Okay, so I could see a decrease in that, which is going to harm some of these planned builds because a bunch of these builds are still in progress and they won't be finished for at least the next year, if not beyond that.
Okay.
So that's why I think the demand
Supply
is
and
going to
demand.
go like the demand will go down because of this increased property tax on foreign investments. And if the supply is going to remain more or less the same because these build projects have been in progress for a while, then supply is consistent, demand is go down. That would equal to me price decreasing, but probably not by that much due to the amount of immigration. Does that make sense?
One more time.
Uh, so supply remaining consistent on the growth, but demand going down due to taxation changes and increase in interest rates would equal that the price on places going down. Does that make sense or no? Am I missing something?
Well, you have to understand that the taxation is a primary biological desire. Would you not or not agree?
Taxation as a biological desire? I don't understand.
Yeah, because if you would desire to go and fulfill yourself, this kind of tax that's acting as a passive stressor is always going to be as a variable in your life. Would you not agree?
Uh, okay, are we talking like the foreign investment tax?
I mean, just tax in general. You know what I mean? It's like, like it's cumulative. It's cumulative, and it's just kind of passive, and it eats away at you. And I think that primarily Canadian and U.S. Citizens are primarily invested in the thoughts of what they actually have to mandatorily pay.
Okay, so my understanding of these kinds of situations is that there's only so much effective tax that you will get out of someone. The harder you tax the population, the more they are going to look for loopholes and workarounds. So,
I
construction,
agree.
which I'm most familiar with, what'll happen as the tax rates increase is that more people will start to do under the table
No, no, no.
cash only
Yeah,
jobs.
they refer to them as independent contractors, and they get a tax break of about 5%
No, no,
as
no.
a
Like
no, no, no,
literally.
no, 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 no. So they get a tax break of 5% as opposed to the 13% as opposed to what the average Canadians paying because they are acting as an independent contractor for the most part.
Yeah, but no. What I see is like more people taking straight up cash jobs that are not near as traceable to get around this kind of taxation and regulation stuff.
True, true. Like I seen some fucking people do hardwood flooring like for $3,000 cash, and that's fucking payday, bro. Like that's the equivalent of $4,600 in
Oh,
like taxable revenue.
oh yeah. No, like I did some
No,
fucking
I
like
know, like no,
under the table like
straight
tile
up.
work, and I made a fucking mint for basically a weekend's worth of work. It was
Holy
great.
shit, dude! How much did you make?
I don't know. It was like a couple $100 for like a weekend's
Oh
worth
my
of
god,
work on some tile
you
flooring.
should have got paid 15, bro. You should have asked for big money.
I was like I was basically hired on as someone else. I wasn't the one who negotiated the price. He probably
You know that
severely undercut.
you know that Muslim fucker made a lot of money.
It was a white dude I was working for, but yeah.
Well, he would probably be a Muslim dude in Toronto. I'm sorry for Muslims.
Funnily enough, I do know a Muslim guy not far from me who does flooring. So, like, you're not
No,
entirely wrong.
dude.
It just
No, no,
wasn't
no.
this guy I was doing it with.
Dude, you know what I find the funniest thing is like the Muslim dudes in Toronto, they act so fucking like so humble and so calm and so like oh like I'm so good and like I'm so reserved and I'm such a deep thinker and then they do the most fuck like cheap ass things ever, eh? And like it would disgrace their entire fucking family lineage, but like fuck it, like it's a dollar tip, motherfucker.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, even up here, the white guys haven't quite caught on, so they're still undercharging for shit. Which it's like
Dude, it's
motherfuckers,
such a
you guys
no
gotta
no no,
charge more.
and that's what makes me so like sad. Like that's why I hate being half white because like that's why I act like a tough white guy because fucking people in Toronto think that white people are fucking soft. So I like to like straighten them up in the fucking head. You know what I mean? I'm kind of a I'm kind
No,
of a tough motherfucker.
actually, I heard a tip. I heard a tip on that. You want to know how to get people to
No,
take you seriously as a white dude?
no, like I'm like the same as Undead Chronic. Like I literally hate white cucks and like they piss me off,
That
and
that
they
is
give me a bad rep. So like I have to literally, like fight like 4 cucks at a time at the bar for fun, kind of thing, you know.
yeah. No, but it's like sorry, it's more of a joke. It was like, do you know what kind of white you have to act like in order to be taken seriously?
Dude, motherfuckers, dude, where Chronic's from? Holy shit, those fucking people are huge, bro.
Yeah, no,
Like
like
motherfuckers in Atlanta are fucking big, bro.
no, like I was told, like if you
Like
want
I
to be
was at
taken,
the airport and holy shit, I saw like 4 like water buffaloes, like hippopotamuses,
yeah,
and I was
and
like intimidated, bro.
yeah, I was legit told that if you wanted to be taken seriously as a white dude, you got to pretend to be Russian.
Dude, no way.
Legit, you got to pretend to be Russian, and then you'll be taken seriously as a white dude.
Stop, no, stop it. Stop it, bro. Why the fuck is that? No, fuck you. Tell me.
No, like it's apparently like
No,
they
I
think
want
like
to know.
no, apparently they think like every fucking Russian is like connected to the fucking mob in one way or another, so they don't fuck
No,
with
no.
them.
I have to admit, I pull that move off all the time at my nursing job because these fucking hormonal bitches get just out of their fucking minds. So you have to be assertive and put them in their fucking place, folks.
Yeah, like,
So you
just
have to.
yeah. So I guess pro tip, like if you're white, just learn a couple of Russian curse words to shout
Just
out whenever you're
no, no,
frustrated.
no, 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 no. Great. Just literally say, "Look, chat. I'm not joking to you. I've been working as a nurse for 5 years. You have to tell these women, no, no. Tell them no. I will not do you a fucking favor. I don't care if she's 19 years old. Okay? Tell her no. I can't help you. Sorry. Okay? You have your fucking life to live. You want to get a woman pregnant? Do it outside of work.
Yeah,
Grow
no.
up.
Don't shit where you eat. Don't jizz where you eat.
Retard.
Don't shit where you eat.
No, like I can't stand people like that, Gray. Like they actually piss me off, dude. Fucking make me mad.
Yeah. No, I get
No,
it.
but no, no, no. Honestly, I was horny for a couple of my coworkers, but the thing is that yeah, I still want to fuck them. I can't lie.
I mean, like biology's biology, man.
Dude, Gray, you ever wish that you could fuck a coworker? Come
Um,
on.
I no, it's the thing. Like,
No,
okay,
no, no.
just I've never,
Just say yes, bro.
I've never had a coworker. Like, it's more so
Gray,
my jobs.
just say yes.
Okay,
You
look,
know you want to say yes.
classmates, yes. Coworkers, no. You haven't seen my coworkers. Some of them were nasty as fuck.
No, fuck you, Gray. You wanted to fuck a coworker.
No, dude, no. I probably had the opportunity. I remember I
You
was
know
working
what?
one fucking co-op job. One of them grabbed my ass. I was like, Jesus Christ, lady.
Dude, okay, okay, okay. So you never wanted to fuck a coworker.
That's the thing. Like, I've never worked with attractive coworkers.
Yeah, how hot do they gotta be, Gray? Like, I'm a nurse, dude. Like, I work some of the hotties, but like, I work for some like 8 out of 9s, and like, I still didn't want them because, Gray. I don't think it's because they were like not hot enough. I think that it was because I just wanted that fucking paycheck, and that I was being a little autist like Chaz, like Kite and Chaz, and like I was refusing to be sexual, kind of thing. Like I was literally not opening that part of
No,
my
dude, let
brain.
me put it this way, dude. I'm not interested in women fucking twice my age.
Dude, I know, but like the thing is
Or
like,
women who like have fucking like 70 pounds on me. I'm not interested in
dude,
that
but like,
shit.
don't you think like occasionally you need like pussy to feel like a human sense of connection? Like I remember Gonzalo Lira making a video about this like years ago. He's like, well, like occasionally you need to get laid to feel that like human connection, so you're not like a total fucking weirdo. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just a total fucking weirdo. Cause like,
No,
no,
no, no.
I
Great,
never
great,
really
great,
felt.
great.
No.
Great. I'm like you, but like I'm scared to admit it.
No, that's the thing is like I never thought like, oh yeah, I need to get my dick wet in
No,
order to
because
feel
I
like a
don't want
proper.
to identify as like TFM because I know like Chronic has his own identities about him. But I think we might be on the same spectrum as him, like as TFM, as Sandman, and me, and maybe
Like,
even Kite and Chaz.
but like here's the thing, like I had a fucking committed relationship with a girlfriend that I got a shit ton with for
Dude,
for
I
several
was
years, and it's like I kind
several
of got I
years.
kind of yeah no
Did
I
you meet
kind
her
of
parents?
yeah. That's why I went to
How was
fucking
that?
Vietnam, dude. I met her fucking parents. Like I was
Oh
serious. I
God.
was serious about that shit. It was like, but nah,
How
she
old were you?
like I don't know, mid to late 20s.
Well, like we were all dumb at that time. I think we can all cross that section out. Look, Manosphere entirely needs to come to a consensus that your 20s to 25 needs to be considered a write-off experience that has to be taken with some discretion and some weight. Now, I'm not saying that it should be taken with zero weight and that you could do whatever the fuck you want, but I'm saying that it should be taken with some weight, and that I don't know who's gonna go and calculate the weight to this um very immature factor, because Gray, I like to think that the more immature you are, the more substantial the experience will go and last on you. So the more immature you are, the more substantial the experience and the more profound the experience last on you for a lifetime. Would you not agree?
I can see the argument for that. Yeah, I don't really have any solid things to say against it.
It's like you remember your first love, these small profound things that you admire, right? You remember how your first love smell, you know, you know, the finer things in life, if you might add.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it, anyway, like my overall point there though was that like I kind of did the whole relationship thing, like up to the next step would have been marriage. It's like I don't really feel the need to go back and like do any of the fucking intermediary steps for any sort of connection or validations. Like I had
Now,
that shit.
Gray, I completely understand your formidable point. And as it
Mm.
stands in 2023 at the New Year's Revolution, Happy New Year's, by the way.
Yes, Happy New Year's.
Um, Happy New Year's. It is a formidable point and it's quite strong. Do you feel like this will dilute in the future?
Like you, like, do I feel like it'll fade away for me personally?
No, 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 no.
That
No, no, no. Great. Listen, the metaphysics of what currently stands for the autonomy of men and all the power they represent. If you look at the power scale chart, what men have power to as status quo at the moment is that they can walk away. Would you not agree?
yes.
That is the only power they have, correct?
Um, depends on how broadly you define that. Gut answer is no. That's not the only power they have.
Elaborate.
Is men are the primary tax generators and the primary providers. Men having the ability to say
Okay.
no is one thing, but men saying no is devastating to any nation that they're in. Like, if you had,
I agree.
like I say, like the men here, right now, the Western government is doing their damnedest to attract men from outside their local economy to supplement the men within the country to provide low wage labor. They're trying to increase labor supply to maintain labor price, even though labor demand is going up. Because you have an aging population and you have a reproduction rate below replacement. As these
Okay.
native
No.
men.
Hold on. Now, are you aware that the Islamic community back in 2008 were producing 5 times more babies than the current Caucasian people? But as
Yes.
the status quo represents as of 2023, I would say that it has reduced to about 2.3%.
Yes. No, that's the thing. Like the native population of the West is below replacement, but
No,
it
no, no, no,
is.
no, 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 no. Furthermore, what would you attribute this severe decline in a sandhole fuck shit country to?
Feminism, 100%.
Now, what is perpetuated by that? It is the cell phone. The cell phone. The cell phone has shown these people in Romania, but fuck nowhere, that they
I
can
would.
do that they can do better than you. If these
I
people can go to the Philippines and work a remote job, these jobs are going to become inconsequential in about 1 year, 365 days. Take it for my fucking word. Because guess what? If a fucking retard AI bot can do it, then so can a fucking human meat sack. Agreed?
um not necessarily, no.
Okay, assuming you're living in the Philippines, why would that affect your quality of life in the next 5 years?
Okay. If I was living in the Philippines and I was working remotely as an accountant, and my job as an accountant was able to be replaced by an AI, then I would need to switch to a job that couldn't be dealt with by AI, such as the trades, which would be my fallback, which
Now
would
you're going to be in the
reduce.
Philippines where losers are going to be willing to work for nothing.
Yeah, no, my income's gonna go like fucking rock bottom out. I'm gonna be 100% fucked, and we're gonna
You have
be.
to understand that no. You have to understand that this is not going to be a fucking it's poor old me. Okay? Oh, poor old gray ghost. This is going to be in 2030, where the entire world is going through a butt fuck fest, where you might be complaining about your fucking butt fuck fest, but the entire world is going through it. Now you have no alibi, Gray.
Okay, so now my understanding of AI goes to a certain extent. So, but let's
It's
assume
about
that.
no. It's about money.
Okay,
The AI is about money first and foremost. If it can't make money, why the fuck would you make the AI? Come on. Not you heard what Hammerhand said today? Nothing is more valuable than human labor.
okay,
Nothing is more valuable than human grease. You know what I mean? These arthritic joints prove to be fucking thousands of dollars worth. Let me mind you, these cocksuckers who go and imprison us, who go and force us to go and work for fucking $2 a day, who imprison us, they get thousands of dollars worth out of us. Let me tell you, thousands. Everything is relative.
okay. No, here's my counter argument. So let's assume that you have been imprisoned. You are forced to.
Now you are like the Shawshank Redemption, working for a fucking case of beer a day for your boys. Okay, is that how you want to live?
Well, that's the thing. That's not what I'd work for.
Yeah, but guess what? The fucking state decided that this is best appropriate for you because there is community concerns.
Okay. Here's my counter argument. Or else what?
Or else, because guess what? Who votes for these bullshit ass
No, no, no,
policies?
no, no, no. Okay, no. So here's the thing. Like they say, hey, you do this, and we will give you this. My argument,
Dude,
or else
women vote.
what?
Women are the one who votes for these
Yes,
bullshit
okay,
policies.
yes, I agree. Look, I'm assuming right now that am I'm in front of a fucking workstation. There's a guard behind me with a fucking automatic pointed at my back saying this is what you will work and this is what you will get. And my response is, or else what?
Or else you'll be homeless and be starving on the fucking street. How about that?
All right.
But guess what, Gray? You have guess what? When you go homeless on the street and you start squealing, "Oh, I'm homeless on the street," your voice will
Why
be
the fuck am
no,
I
no,
on the
no, no,
street,
no,
man?
no. I just want to finish my point.
Yeah.
Your voice will be so inconsequential, so nothingness that it will dishearten you even more, and that my point will perpetuate. Um, People don't want to speak out about this because they've been so butt fucked by a 12-inch butt
Okay, no,
plug by
here's the
this.
thing. Look, life is like me being homeless on the street is actually far better than I expected. Do you know what I'm expecting if I say no?
Dude, I met my friend who is homeless in Saskatchewan, who is living 3 months out of the year in his car, and he was completely comfortable.
Yeah.
He was living in Jamaica. He built his own home in Jamaica. He was living there 5 months out of the year, and then he would go from Jamaica to Ecuador. I thought the fucking guy was a Fed, and I disassociated with the guy. And you know what? I regret it because I think that guy wasn't a Fed. I think he was a true bro. But you know what, Gray? I could be completely wrong.
No, no. Like, here's the thing, dude. Like, your post in this society is like, oh, you'll be homeless on the streets. Like, that's better than what I thought. I legit
No,
thought
no,
that.
no, 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 no. Have you heard of fucking homeless door dashers? What the fuck's up with that?
Um, I mean, I can believe it. Like, guys can have fucking
Holy fuck. Homeless
smartphones and
door
things.
dashers.
Yeah.
Dude, they work DoorDash 80 hours a week and they're living in their car? What the fuck? That's crazy to me. I couldn't believe that, dude.
Dude, like, it's fucking hard to
The
get to
fuck?
save up first and last month's rent.
Dude, that's why I'm telling you guys, invest in RVs. But guess what? Chronic said that 90%. Dude, I don't know if I don't look. I'm not look, Gray. I know you're a good guy, but I don't know if Chronic and Hammer are fucking feds.
Hmm.
Have you ever considered that? No, I'm talking to you, Gray.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, personally, I
No,
don't
no,
care.
no, 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 no. Talk to me.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, could they be? Maybe. I don't know. I don't care.
How the fuck do they know everything?
I don't think they know everything. I think they're making
So
best estimates.
why do they get the first report of everything?
First report of what?
I don't know. Whatever the status quo is.
I
Why
don't
do you
know.
get their? Why do you
I don't know,
consider
man.
them
Like,
their?
that's the thing. It's like, because here's the thing. Like, they're not getting the fucking first dibs on stuff. It's usually, like, I don't know about Hammerhand, but with Chronic, usually someone else finds something, and then they post it into the Discord chat, and then Chronic's like, oh shit, I gotta get on this.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Gray.
You cannot believe me if you
Bullshit.
want. That's what I see on my end. Maybe it's a lie, maybe it's not. That's what I see. You can believe me or not.
You're a good guy. I
Like,
like you.
I can say I have no evidence to have you believe me one way or the other. I'm telling you what I see. If you don't believe that, I can't do anything to
Oh,
convince you
Gray.
otherwise. That's fine.
Gray, if I continue on, we're just gonna cause a tsunami of bullshittery and hatred and just non-productive conversation. So let's just move on from that, shall we?
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay, I mean, I just hate Canada. I mean, are you planning to move out of this dump?
again, I have two options. I either go to the Philippines to start a family, or I go into the
Dude,
north
okay,
to fuck off to the
I,
woods.
I have a plan to go to the Philippines, and you know what my plan is? I
I
want to go and have 3D printed drones like Spider-Man, and have like 3D printed drones with like armed guns on them to like protect my village and like protect my island in the Philippines. So like if you come to my island, like 30 drones are gonna show up to you, and I'm gonna 3D print those motherfuckers, and I'm gonna be the fucking boss. Yeah,
hey,
but I told my friend who was in the military, and I think that he's already making plans against that. But Gray, I also have another profound idea. Have you seen that video of the 100,000 lumen light?
nope, haven't seen that one.
So it's referred to as the pocket sun, and it's on Amazon for only 700 USD. And it can illuminate. So if you put the car on high beams, that's 4,000 lumens. Now there's these lights that have fans on them that can go to 100,000 lumens, and I figured that's the pocket sun. So I literally figured out I'm gonna carry this like huge. It's pretty heavy. It's like 10 pounds, but you carry it around, and like if five black guys want to fight you in like an alleyway, you literally just put on your shades, turn on your pocket sun, and they'll literally hit the ground in seconds. What do you think about that, Gray?
So essentially, kind of a reusable flashbang sort of deal.
Exactly. Am I a
Um,
genius or just a retard?
mm, Depends whether or not they're wearing sunglasses.
No, no, no. Gray, I'm gonna apply the sunglasses.
But okay, but do they have sunglasses?
Well, of course not, dumbass.
I don't know.
No, great. Listen, I'm gonna apply the sunglasses and then turn on the flashlight, and they're gonna hit the fucking ground in seconds. Got it? And then I'm
Uh,
gonna kick them in the fucking head multiple times. And I might be like 5'4", but guess what? When I have a pocket sun with sunglasses, I can literally see them cowering in fear and just literally sock them in the head until they go down. What do you think about that, Gray?
Good work.
I mean, I'm not a genius, but how come no one figured this out? Am I just I mean, great. You have to think that when you hire a lawyer or a detective, they're gonna have the same sense of commonality as me. I mean, I'm not that impressive, dude. You come on, Gray.
That's the thing. Like that's
Gray,
the thing.
do,
Like
Gray,
you're
Gray. No,
presenting
no, no,
you're presenting a
no,
new
Gray,
concept
Gray,
to me.
Gray. No, 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 Gray. On a scale from 1 to 10, how clever am I?
I don't have enough information to make an accurate assessment, but you're at least a six.
Thank you. So that's a positive reading. I gotta. That's good.
Yeah, like I can't say for sure that you're an eight, but you strike me as at least a six. Like I can hold an intelligent conversation with you, so that's my personal rating.
I see. So
But like
who have you met that was more formidable than me, and why?
when it came to the specialist information, I haven't gotten to have more formidable. TFM probably be up there. Like I'd put
Okay.
TFM at least like a solid eight, but I'd want to
Bullshit,
actually be
bro. What does TFM say that I don't say?
off the top of my head. I can't say because I never actually get to have
No, no, no. Because I'm kind of holding back because I don't want to get your channel canceled, brother.
no. It's no like for me the higher rating is more so like if I can have an intelligent conversation with someone,
What
then
are
like
you on about,
then they hit a six. But for someone to hit like an
dude?
eight, I'd
Frank.
actually have to learn something from them.
So, Lord have mercy. So you didn't learn anything from me.
Nothing that changed my mind of a previously held idea.
What did you learn from TFM?
That's the thing. I haven't gotten to have a serious one-on-one conversation with TFM because he's
So
usually a
what are you on
guest.
about, lad?
Like, okay, what I learned from TFM was the political trichotomy.
I admit I learned the same stupid thing, but I think that that is a diversion. Okay, I think that they all go and diverge from the metaphysics of Mgtow. That's a primary source, and I
Okay, but
know that you might think that's debatable, but you have
no,
to
but
go and
that's the
assess
thing.
it
But
for
like
yourself.
not knowing in depths of the metaphysics of MGTOW, I can't say one way or another on that.
Great, listen, your viewers and you know, I only trust you and and certain people in the manosphere to actually do an in-depth assessment, as I appreciate you did as think before you simp. You know, I really appreciated that kind of in-depth assessment, and I mean that full-heartedly. But I need you to go into the metaphysics of Mgtow, because if you don't, then I don't want to be a dickhead, but I think that Hammerhand will have the only sense, solidified points, and everyone else will be kind of viewed as a grifter. Um, and then the status quo media will kind of try to make us look like terrorists, kind of conflators. You know, trying to make the manosphere into a political point, a political thing instead of a philosophy. You know what I mean, Greg?
Well, I mean, I get what you mean. I think they're going to do that regardless of whatever I do. Like, I'm not a very large channel. I don't produce a crap ton of content, and heck, my focus is certainly not core MGTOW. I will look into the metaphysics of MGTOW, see what it has to say, see if I can find any value in it. I can't make a
Right.
prom. I can't make a promise one way
Yeah.
or the other. Like that's the thing. I need to be
So,
honest with.
do you think Mgtow is becoming a political thing?
Oh, 100%.
Do you think that do you think that the powers that be are trying to? Because I hung out with a Fed in Jamaica for about 13 days, and he was trying to make me write a man. He was trying to convince me, guy, chat. You won't fucking believe this garbage. He was trying to convince me to make a manifesto of Mgtow. And I
No,
was like,
but
what the fuck? And I didn't even know what the fucking word manifesto meant.
yeah, no, 100%. MGTOW is attempting.
The
They're
guy,
attempting to
no,
make
the
MGTOW.
guy was
Go ahead. No,
the guy was a Fed.
no, no.
The
Okay.
guy was a
Ever since some conservative intern or whatever put MGTOW in a tag in a conservative video, MGTOW has been on the radar of Canadian government.
I
It's a
just can't
political
believe
thing,
that the fucking
regardless.
motherfucker, like, dude, they targeted me in Jamaica. Are you fucking serious? And then my friend never contacted me again after I kind of cut him off. I mean, bro, listen, I was gonna go to Dubai to work as a nurse to make big fucking salary, but then I heard that fucking I heard on Hammerhand stream that the McCain Institute is working for fucking Saudi Arabia, so they're gonna butt fuck you and take your passport and keep you in Saudi butt fuck Arabia for fuck long. Would you not agree, Gray?
I wasn't aware of that, so I can't say one way or the other.
So yeah, apparently, if you're a Canadian and you go to Saudi Arabia, they'll withhold your fucking passport. Did you know that?
Did not know that. No, that's news to
Yeah.
me.
So they'll hold your fucking passport, and they'll make sure that you have to work your, you know, status quo as per your fucking contract, and it's quite flimsy. So good luck trying to get a fucking lawyer in shithole Dubai, folks. And good luck trying to get your fucking passport back. I heard a lot of folks have to go to the fucking immigration bullshit. But the thing is that if these motherfuckers are supporting the McLean Institute, that means that they're supporting the West and their debauchery and their decline. Gray, I don't know if you're with us or you're not with us. I sure hope you're with us, dude, but I can't feel that these people who have claimed to be with us are supporting us. And I don't know why you haven't switched to Rumble, dude.
Oh, more so, it's not that I haven't switched to Rumble on purpose. My channel should automatically re-upload on Rumble. More so, I just don't multi-stream to Rumble because it's a bit of a pain in the ass, and I haven't spent the effort to figure out how to multi-stream to Rumble. I have a channel on Rumble. I just don't multi-stream to Rumble because I haven't figured that out or spent the necessary hour or two required to
Great,
get this
great,
set up
great.
to do that.
Since I'm calling you out as a potential infiltrator, why don't you call out a couple people that you might potentially feel are infiltrators? Go ahead.
Uh, Honestly, no one comes to mind.
Why not?
Probably because I don't pay enough attention to people in the manosphere to give them a call out one way or another.
How about Hammerhand? He reviewed a couple people today.
I didn't watch that, so I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, no, dude, I did my fucking 4 to 7 Code Vein stream, and then I lay down and read light novels for a bit, preparing for this stream after I got the thumbnail generated.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. I'd like to conclude our chat tonight. I
Yeah,
hope we talk again, Mr. Grey
yeah,
Ghost.
yeah. It's been an interesting talk. Thanks for calling in, Armstrong.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good night, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Peace out.
Peace out. All right, interesting. All right, guys. So, yeah, it is like almost 3 in the morning here. So, if someone else wants to hit me up on Discord to like have a bit more of a talk, I'm okay with that. But other than that, we've been going on for almost 6 hours, so I'm probably gonna call it real soon. Let's see. Although, if anyone's got any like questions they want to ask, like plans for the new year or whatever, just message stuff in chat. I'm keeping an eye there. I'm thinking of doing like maybe an edited Dwarf Fortress video, but I think the higher priority is really going to be looking into better AI generation techniques. I've been using Automatic 1111 for my AI generated stuff, but I want to learn Comfy UI. So I'll probably be spending a good chunk of tomorrow learning that and trying to do a little more of that video editing AI. Hey, Ash Blackwind, peace out and Happy New Year. All right. But yeah, like I consider like edited game content, but I understand gaming content isn't really what you guys come to this channel for. And at the end of the day, this channel is meant to be entertaining to you. I just do the gaming stuff because I have fun with it. And hopefully you guys have at least some fun with it. But I will try to get some of this more think before you sleep stuff put out. And maybe I'll edit down some of these other segments I've had with Armstrong, see if any of them have some good material for a separate video. And I do intend on multi-streaming to Rumble. I've really just got to sit down and figure that stuff out. I multi-stream to Odyssey right now, but should really get on Rumble because that seems to be the place to go. And we're just done fun to do 240 push-ups. Oh God, like I'm sorry guys, like I'd do the whole thing in one life if I could. I'm not trying to make you guys do an excess number of push-ups. Y'all are the ones who decided on that. So do I know any good text-to-speech readers, free or paid? Okay, text-to-speech for AI-generated voices. 11 Labs is kind of the gold standard for that. But there is another one. Give me a second and I will pull up the link to that. God, Chaz is still going with fucking lot. One second here. Then I can actually pull these up.
Are you?
There we go. Pull this up right here. So if free text-to-speech stuff, this one I think will probably do just fine. So yeah, Morse Code Sup, check that link if you're looking for some free text-to-speech stuff. Otherwise, 11 Labs, if you're willing to pay for that, you'll just need to figure out how to get the voices generated. And that channel in general is good for AI, so any AI-related questions, check the channel link I posted. Go with that. And, okay, so just a quick survey at, fuck o'clock in the morning on New Year's Day. Would you guys be interested in Subscribestar? Because I do have a Subscribestar account. I haven't posted shit to that, but donations are accepted through that. Would that be usable to you guys? Would you perhaps prefer that I have more options for redeems on this channel? What would you even want for redeems? Because best I can do is a whole lot of AI generated stuff. Or alternatively, there's various AI commission work that I might be able to do depending on what my ability is and what the ability of the AIs that I know how to use are. Because would I like to make a bit more money off of this? Sure, but if I'm not providing value to you guys, there's no real point in that. Let's see. So, I might have to put up like a, what's the word? Like a poll or something while considering some options, but it is like 2:45 in the morning, so probably just going to wrap this up, guys. Yeah, it's been 5 hours, 45 minutes. Look forward to the new January waifu. Should be going up at 10 o'clock a.m. EST. So, in about 7 hours, 14 minutes. And we'll keep the monthly waifu thing going, because I think that that's been quite good. I think we'll just sign out for the night, guys. It is getting late. I'm thoroughly sloshed, and I'm sure everybody's tired. But thank you all for joining me this New Year's Eve. I hope you all have a great time, and I hope that all of you survive. Because 2024 is going to be a shit show and a half. But until then, peace out, Warband.
Origin